Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Echolocation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku returned to his den and placed the gold medal on the antlers of a deer skull he liked. He shifted it and nodded in satisfaction. He shifted in his furs and laid down for some sleep. He spent the morning after the sports festival looking up places to go eat with Mina on his date. He had trouble finding where to go search on his phone and gave up. He changed and went inside to look for Nem. He walked down the halls and opened the door to the teacher's lounge. Nem? What do you need, kiddo? She smiled at seeing him. How do I search for nice places to eat on my phone? And other places too. Nem chuckled and took the phone from his hands. She walked him through the process of finding the application for either the map or a search engine. Why did you want to know? She asked after she handed his phone back. Izuku tapped with his tendrils to search for the date locations. To take Mina out to eat. He answered. Nem froze for a moment and then giggled. Oh, do you have a date? She teased and the others in the room shook their heads at the fruitless effort. Yeah. Thanks, Nem. Izuku beamed for her help and began to walk out. A whip wrapped around his waist and pulled him back. What do you mean you have a date? And with Mina? Did she ask you? She rattled off. I asked Mina on a date yesterday and she said yes, Izuku confirmed. Do you know what it means to go out on a date? And what comes from that? Present Mike asked gently. It would mean she would be my girlfriend and the end goal would be to get married and have a family with her. But that's around your age, I think. Also, just because we are dating doesn't mean we are getting married. I think that's everything. Izuku thought for a moment. Oh. And only do things you and your partner are comfortable with. He nodded with a smile. Present Mike nodded and shrugged. He's got the outline, he's good. Do you know what to do on a date? Snipe asked. Izuku hummed and thought. Talk to her and have fun? Oh yeah, he's got it in the bag. Snipe agreed with Mike. Wait. What about your clothes? Where will you be taking her? When is it? Will you need help getting there? Nem mothered him to the amusement of everyone in the room. I've got clothes. We'll be going to a restaurant, that's why I'm looking it up. An arcade and then I don't know after. What? I'm not sure, I'll ask, and with this map app one think I can figure it out. Izuku rattled off answers back. Leave the boy be, he's got it handled. If he needs help he'll ask like now. Snipe said to Nem. Nem looked apprehensive but nodded. Let me help with the clothes at least. She stood and was sat down by Snipe. Go on, kiddo. You still need to get ready and don't go out too late. Snipe shooed him off. I won't. Thanks guys. He beamed and jogged off to his room. Izuku got to his room and sifted through his closet to look for something appropriate for the date. He took a pair of nicer-looking shorts and a button-up shirt he remembered Nem said was for casual formal. He nodded in satisfaction and cleaned up in the shower with the scentless soap. When he was done, he began to scour the local area for nice restaurants and an arcade. A few hours later, Izuku waited in front of the train station for Mina to arrive. He had the route memorized and also on his phone to follow along. The restaurant required a reservation, and after looking up what that meant, he did so. A train arrived and the doors opened for many people to get off. Mina was one of them and she looked around to find him. She bounded over to him after seeing him and then she twirled around to show Izuku her clothes. What do you think? She asked smiling. She had a pair of skinny jeans, a nice shirt and a light jacket. You look very pretty, he said beaming with a smile. Mina blushed but smiled as well. She took his arm in hers and began to walk off the station. You look good too, where are we going? A restaurant that I found that looked nice, I guess. It's... Izuku looked around for a moment and oriented himself. That way. He began to lead the way. Mina giggled and they began to walk at a leisurely pace. This your first time going out like this? Yeah. You're the first girl I've asked out. Mina laughed. I figured, but that's not what I meant. Is this your first time going into the city? The only times I've gone was when Nem took me shopping for clothes or when we went to eat somewhere. Do you go into the city a lot? He turned to Mina. Sometimes. It's been a while since I've been so busy with school. But I'm excited for today. She hugged Izuku's arm. I'm happy to hear that. He smiled. After a bit they arrived at the restaurant. Mina looked around impressed at the location and they were seated immediately after Izuku gave his name. There was quiet chatter but it wasn't some rich place for high-profile people. This is super nice, how'd you find it? Mina sat across from Izuku with her jacket on the backrest. The app on my phone. I just typed in nice restaurants and found this one. Izuku also looked around at the decor and people. Was this right for a date? Izuku turned to Mina with a tilt of his head. Mina smiled and nodded. It's a pretty good choice. It doesn't always have to be fancy, but this is nice. The server brought the menus and they looked through the options. Izuku found that they served meat and found a large steak. He smiled and set the menu to the side. Mina did the same and they began to chat away the time. Mina told him about her favorite movies and what things she usually does while at home. Izuku mainly listened and asked questions when he didn't understand something. Their meals came and Izuku just about salivated. A monster of a steak was set in front of Izuku and a smaller steak was set in front of Mina. They grinned at each other at having similar thoughts and dug in. Izuku had to use a fork and knife since it was a public place, but he cheated by extending tendrils to his utensils. The knife was dull, so he covered it with his tendril and his blade slid through the rare steak like butter. They chatted between bites and had a nice late lunch. Mina giggled when she caught Izuku taking bites out of the bone and laughed harder when one of the staff caught him. After paying, they walked out of the restaurant content and Izuku led them around a near park. Mina pulled Izuku to it and they sat down under a tree's shade. Izuku smiled at the groan from Mina being too full. They sat in silence while the wind blew. Mina tapped on Izuku's arm to get his attention. Why did you ask me out? I'm happy that you did, but I'm curious why. Izuku hummed in thought and tried to figure out how to explain his reasoning. When you called me after the USJ, I didn't like to see you scared like that. I wanted to go and protect you from your nightmare even though I couldn't. So, I want to be your mate that protects you from what I can. Izuku said with resolve. Mina listened and her face bloomed in heat when Izuku called her his mate but understood what he was trying to say. And you like me? Not just friends but more than that. It's not just you being protective. I find you very pretty and I like to talk to you all the time. I like you more than a friend like you said. Mina smiled at the compliments and leaned her head on his shoulder. I like to be around you too. She looked up and pecked his cheek. Izuku beamed at the contact and felt warmth fill him at the kiss. He hummed in contentment and grabbed Mina's hand. Experimentally. She intertwined her fingers with his and they sat happily for a while longer. Do you still want to go to the arcade? Izuku asked. Yes. Is there one nearby? Izuku nodded. He got up and held out his hand to Mina. She took it with a grin and they made their way to the arcade hand in hand. It took Izuku a second to find where he was in his mental map and began to lead Mina to the arcade he had found on his phone. When they got there, it had a few others around their age. Izuku looked around in wonder at all the flashing lights. Mina giggled at his reaction and led him around to see everything. She took some cash she had stashed somewhere and traded it for coins. It's simple, push these buttons to fire your weapons and this stick to move around. Your objective is to get as far as you can while destroying other ships. Mina played the first round to show him how to start. Izuku's eyes were glued to the screen and flickered to her hands pushing buttons. His other set of eyes opened to see both at the same time. When she got hit one too many times, she lost and stepped to the side for Izuku to try. She gave him an encouraging smile and he stepped in her place. While Izuku got frustrated at losing so many times, he did enjoy hearing Mina laugh and encourage him where she could. She pulled him away from that game and to another to try out. It was enlightening to play around in the arcade. When it was beginning to get dark, Mina pulled him to another game. This one had platforms to step on and lights lit up under the platform. This one is one of my favorites. All you do is push the buttons that match up on the screen at the right time with your feet. She stepped onto the platform and motioned Izuku to step next to her. He gingerly did so, worried about his weight, but the surface was solid and didn't give. Mina nodded and she put in the coins to start. She selected the difficulty and a song and then it started. Izuku missed a few in the beginning but he learned the timing and was able to hit every step just as Mina did. She laughed in joy and they finished the round. Want to try a harder difficulty? Mina beamed and Izuku nodded, enjoying the game. She selected the next difficulty and the arrows came faster than before. The same process began again and he got the rhythm of the song and the arrows. The game ended and Mina had the high score. I guess we should be headed out now. Mina looked outside to see the sun getting lower and lower. All right. Izuku nodded. They walked side by side to the train station. How did you like the arcade? Mina asked after a bit. It was fun, annoying that I lost so many times though, Izuku grumbled. Mina giggled and took his hand in hers. I'm glad you had fun. Did you have fun? Lots. We'd have to do it again sometime. She bumped her shoulder with his and he beamed a smile to her. They sat on a bench waiting for the next train to arrive. Mina pulled her phone out and held it at arm's length away. She poked Izuku to look and snapped a few pictures. She smiled at his face in the picture and sent it to him. When the train arrived, they got up and he walked her to it. She boarded after kissing Izuku on the cheek. He smiled again and watched her leave. Once the train was gone, Izuku turned back to head to his den. He got off the station and was immediately lost on how to get to UA. Luckily, Nim predicted this and showed him how to set the course to home on his phone's map. He began to remember the path once he saw familiar locations. He walked through the gates without issue and made his way to his room to change and then his den. He was about to lie down when he got a message from Mina saying that she was home and she will see him when school starts again with a small picture of hearts. He sent one back of enjoying their time together and snuggled into his furs for sleep. The weekend passed with the occasional conversation with Mina and sometimes Shinso, but nothing of note happened. The morning when school was supposed to begin again, Izuku cooked up his breakfast and then made his way to the classroom. He was one of the first ones there with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu seated quietly. He waved at each of them and they did the same. Todoroki even gave him a small smile. The class filled and then Mina walked in and smiled at Izuku and made her way over to him. She sat on his desk. "How was your weekend?" "Great. And you?" Get a room?" Shinso groaned behind Izuku. "Why?" Izuku asked in confusion. Shinso sputtered and Kaken barked out a laugh. "Yeah, eyebags? Why would they need to get a room?" "Get to your seats," Aizawa said, and everyone appeared where they belong. He was clear of bandages and only had a scar under his eye as a reminder of the USJ. The purpose of the sports festival is to get you all invited by heroes to intern under them to have some on-the-field experience. He pulled up a screen showing numbers by most people's names. Izuku had 59 next to his. He got a few papers with names of possible heroes he could go intern with. Izuku read the names but had no clue who was who. "Find a hero you would like to intern under and fill out the form," Aizawa said. "Aizawa? I don't know who anyone is." Izuku pointed at the names. Aizawa let out a long-suffering sigh and turned to the feral child. "You have a phone, look them up." "Right. I can do that." Izuku pulled his phone out and began to look up the first name on the list. "Later, you feral brat. You all will be deciding on your hero codename," Aizawa drawled. The door slammed open and Nem strolled in. "And you better choose carefully or you might regret it in the future." White bards were handed out and Izuku stared at them until Shinso bopped him on the head and showed him how to use them. He thought up a hero's name and immediately found something he liked. "Who wants to go first?" Nem asked and Izuku bolted up to show off. Aoyama's ever-present smile cracked a bit and he sat down. Izuku showed everyone his name in terrible handwriting. "I still can't write very well but it says Hunter." He beamed. "It fits you very well." "Approved," Nem said with a ruffle of his messy hair. Izuku beamed and looked over his class. Mina was giving him thumbs up. And most everyone was nodding along with Nem's words. Except for Iida, Izuku could smell the anger and sadness coming off of him. Izuku hummed to himself and made a plan to talk to him. After all, he is the class leader and had to make sure everyone was safe and healthy. Like a pack, Izuku beamed at the idea of leading his pack. One by one the others went up to give their hero codename. Meanwhile, Izuku looked up the heroes who sent him an invitation to work. He found a few interesting ones but no one that worked in the woods or near them. With a pout on his face, he began to look at heroes that looked interesting. The top one would have to be some guy named Gang Orca. He looks like a big orca like in the books he'd read and he works next to the ocean. He'd always wanted to see the ocean. He slowly wrote his name in the area provided and nodded in satisfaction when it was legible. The class was let out for lunch and Izuku stood and caught Iida from rushing out. Uraraka was about to talk to him when he made some excuse but Izuku didn't care much since he could tell Iida was lying. "Let's go talk, Iida." Izuku beamed. Iida tried to find a way to refuse but nodded with a sigh. "Great. Come on, let's go to my room." Mina looked curiously on as Izuku abducted Iida. She hummed to herself and shrugged it off. "He'll be fine," she said to the others looking on. Izuku opened the door to his room and welcomed Iida inside. "What did you want to talk about, Izuku?" He didn't waste any time and asked. "Why do you smell sad and angry?" "It's not aimed at anyone here, so who?" Iida flinched a bit and narrowed his eyes at Izuku. "I don't think it's any of your business. You are part of my pack, I am the leader of the pack. I will make sure everyone in my pack is as healthy as they can be." Izuku said the determination was evident. Iida mulled over his words and sighed as he had to admit his reasoning was right as a class president. "My brother was a hero named Ingenium, a villain named Stain paralyzed him from the waist down. His career was ended by that man and—" He stopped himself from continuing with his fists clenched. Izuku nodded along. "One of his family was injured critically by another person and he is angry at the man." He could smell more on Iida. "You want to go kill him? The villain, I mean." Iida jerked up at the words. "What? I understand." Izuku nodded. A javelin of bone emerged and he broke it off. It was different than the usual ones. It was thinner and the tip was pinkish like flesh. He held it out to Iida. This will kill him for sure. Iida stared at the weapon in Izuku's hands and backed away. What is that? You remember the Nomu at the USJ? It's something similar. I created parasites that burrowed into its body to block the nervous system and prevent it from moving. This is kinda the same. It's a parasite that will go into someone's body and instead of attacking the nervous system, it will eat and multiply for about 5 minutes and then destroy itself. He explained casually and waved the extremely dangerous weapon around. Iida stared at the object in Izuku's hands and then at him. Izuku misinterpreted the look and kept explaining. It will be extremely painful. It was painful for the Nomu but he could heal. This will be like being eaten from the inside by bugs, I guess. But the best part is that there will be no evidence, except for you and what is left of Stain. Iida's pale face and sunken stomach gained him clarity of what he was contemplating. He shook his head. I don't want to kill anyone. I just want Stain brought to justice. He said trembling. Oh well, aren't heroes already working on that? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. It's not fast enough but I can't use that on Stain. I shouldn't even be thinking of this. The corner of his eyes began to water and leaned back against the wall and slid down. Izuku watched awkwardly and sat in front of him. Todoroki had issues I guess and I think he went to talk to someone. Nem told me about therapists but I was happy with how I was. Maybe you should talk to people? Maybe your parents or something? He shrugged not knowing what else to do. Iida cried for a bit longer and composed himself. You're right, I've been bottling this up since I found out. I need help. He looked across from him. Thank you, Izuku. The pack leader takes care of his pack. Izuku beamed and got up with a handout for Iida. He took it and pulled him up. So we don't need this then? Izuku held up the bio-weapon. No, it's best to get rid of it. Iida stepped slightly away from it. Izuku nodded and tossed it out the window. Iida shouted in surprise and went after it to see it stuck in the ground. Izuku looked outside too and they witnessed the grass and ground eat themselves away and revealed squirming things underneath. They stared for 5 minutes and then it stopped with all the worm things dissolving. A crater the size of a head was left in its wake. Izuku hummed and thought. It would have worked better if it was used on a person. I made them work with organic materials on a person, not the grass and ground. It's good to know it works on it too. Izuku shrugged. Iida stared in horror at what he contemplated doing to a person. With a pale face, he backed away from the window and looked down at Izuku. The pharaoh boy's stomach grumbled and he looked up and beamed. Let's go find some food. Izuku said and made to leave. Iida followed and thought about what they had talked about moments ago. Izuku sat carrying his large tray of food next to Mina. She snorted at the absurd amount on his tray and bumped her shoulder with him in greeting. Where did you go? Shinso asked. I had to make sure Iida was all right. He is now. The others looked at each other in confusion and Mina asked. What do you mean? Iida's brother was hurt badly and he was sad and angry. So I talked to him and now he should be better, I guess. He shrugged. Oh, that's thoughtful of you. Jiru smiled. Thanks. I'm the pack leader and need to make sure everyone is safe and happy. Shinso shook his head. I mean it's pretty close to your responsibilities as class president. He sighed in acceptance. Did you guys find out where you are going for the interview thing? I'm going with Gang Orca. Izuku asked. Why him? Isn't he more aquatic than Woods? Mina took a bite from Izuku's lunch. I wanted to see the ocean and he looked cool. Plus, I don't think there were any heroes on my papers that work in the woods. He grumbled. I'm going with Eraserhead. He's pretty much my alley in terms of hero work. Shinso shrugged. I'm thinking of going with Present Mike, Jiru said. Mina and Shoji were undecided. They ate their lunch and Izuku caught the looks Monoma was giving him from across the lunchroom. He waved with a smile and the blonde waved him over. Lunch ended but Izuku walked over anyway. He followed him into his class and Vlad King raised an eyebrow as he walked in. Hey Noma. Izuku greeted with his usual smile. I was going to ask about what you were talking about during the festival, but it seems inappropriate at the moment. He gestured to the filling classroom. He did smile at the nickname Izuku gave him. MH. Izuku tilted his head in thought. Oh, that. I don't mind, but I'll wait until everyone arrives so I don't have to repeat myself. He saw Vlad furrow his brow but didn't stop him. Are you sure? I don't want to pry. Monoma tried to backpedal. It's fine. He waved him off and turned to the rest of the class looking at him. Hello. I'm Izuku, the pack leader of 1A. Class president. Vlad corrected. That. Izuku nodded and pointed at the tall man. What's going on? Tetsu raised his hand. Monoma wanted to know what he overheard during the festival, and I thought it would be a good idea to let you all know like I did in my class. I'll give you the short version. You don't have to. Monoma tried again. When I was 5-ish, Mother took me to the middle of the woods and left me there to die. I survived, got my quirk, and then came to UA. He said and looked around at the blank stares aimed at him. That isn't funny, man. What kind of sick joke is this? Oh, this is like a prank? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I'm not joking. Oh yeah? Prove it. Someone challenged. Izuku thought about it for a moment and looked out the window to the woods. Alright. I'll be right back. He dove out the window and his changed form was seen sprinting to the woods. Vlad, what's going on? Kendo asked her homeroom teacher. Izuku is telling you his story. He shrugged. Seriously? It's kinda sick that he would joke about something like that. Tetsu shook his head in disgust. He's coming back and he's got something, Kodai said looking out the window. Izuku scrambled up and presented them with the wolf skull and the obsidian blade he used. Here. This was the wolf that tried to eat me and this is what I used to kill it. He beamed. The whole class was quiet as they looked between the skull with the cracked eye socket, the ratty-wrapped obsidian blade, and Izuku. The feral child felt a hand ruffle his hair, and he looked up to see it was Vlad. I'll explain in better detail. Go on before Eraserhead throws a fit. He grinned down. Alright, see you guys later. He left and popped back inside. And I don't mean any harm to any of you. That's for the animal quirk people, bye. And he was gone. It was quiet for all 5 seconds and then Vlad was bombarded by questions. Vlad raised his hand and everyone quieted. Izuku came to the UA entrance exam with a friend to try it out. Nizu noticed the lackluster information on his application and called for him, and everything he said was true. He was abandoned in God knows where and survived on his own by hunting and luck. His mother was arrested and sentenced, and since the exam, Izuku has been a ward of UA. He lives on campus but likes to sleep in the woods instead of in his room. I'm sharing all this because he doesn't seem to care who knows. That's why he is a bit feral at times. He sighed at having to say the word. He looked around to see a few misty eyes. Izuku walked into his class with his trophy and what killed it. Aizawa turned to glare at him. And where have you been? Telling 1B about before UA. He shrugged. Watcha got there, bud? Kirishima asked. The wolf that tried to eat me. He presented it for all to see with a smile. What the F dash, Izuku? Shinso groaned. Why do you have that with you? Izuku shrugged. 1B didn't believe me. They wanted proof, so here it is. Sit down before I give to detention. Aizawa growled and glared at Izuku. The rest of the class was set as a study hall for them to work on who they would want to intern under and their hero names if they didn't choose one already. Izuku sat with the wolf skull held by a tendril on his back. He filled the rest of his form out and practiced his handwriting skills. The rest of the week passed without much excitement. Izuku and Mina hung out after school on occasion, but they didn't go on another outing like before. His other friends joined him and Izuku welcomed them with open arms. He caught 1B giving him glances every once in a while, but Izuku paid them no mind. Class 1 a.m. Eastern Time up at the train station to depart for their week at their internships. Izuku rode with Aizawa after a tight hug from Nem. From what Izuku gleaned, Iida chose to go with a close partner agency to his family's agency. He was glad Iida wasn't doing something stupid like hunting down a serial killer. Izuku could do it but he had no reason to. Everyone has their hero suits? If you don't, figure it out. Remember to be respectful and don't cause trouble. He looked directly at Izuku. Izuku stepped to the side and his eyes followed him. Oh, do you mean me? There were scattered giggles from the class. I swear you will drive me crazy. Aizawa groaned with his eyes covered by his hand. Crazy? I was crazy once dash. No. Kaminari. Stop teaching him dumb shit. Izuku was cut off by Jiru jabbing her earlobes at the laughing blonde. Get out of my sight already. Aizawa pointed into the distance. Everyone split up after some farewells. Mina gave Izuku an embrace and a peck on the cheek. Take care, Zuku. And she ran off to catch her train. Shinso patted his shoulder and walked off. Don't get lost if you do. Don't. Shoji and Jiru both waved and headed to their trains. Izuku read the train ticket he was supposed to follow and board the train. He was nervous. This would be the first time he would be going far on his own. Before, he went just a few blocks from UA and his den, but now he was going to another city. While he was sure he would be fine, he still felt anxious. A bit later he was able to see the ocean. His face became glued to the glass as he took in the view. The loudspeaker announced the stop and Izuku jolted to get off. He grabbed all his stuff and got off the train nervously. He looked around his new environment and took his phone out to follow the map route. He looked around at the new building and tentatively began to follow the indicator on his phone. Izuku stopped and looked up from his phone to see a large building with a glass front and some people moving in and out. He put his phone away and walked in. He looked around at the inside and all the people moving around. The interior had a few ocean-themed pieces around like a painting or part of a boat. Someone cleared their throats, but Izuku ignored it. They did it again but louder. Nothing. Excuse me? Izuku turned to the person and saw a woman behind a desk staring at him. Can I help you? He looked confused when the lady looked even more annoyed. Funny guy, huh? What's your business here? The lady asked rudely. I'm Izuku. I'm here to intern under Gang Orca. The map said to come here. He introduced himself. Oh, it's you. Hold on a moment. Her tone changed immediately and she dialed her phone. After a quick conversation, she hung up and turned to him. He'll be here in a moment. Izuku nodded and kept looking around until he heard a thump and the smell of ocean water behind him. Izuku casually turned around and looked up to stare at two narrowed eyes and a tense posture. Hello. Izuku gave his biggest smile. Could you please retract your presence? The hero ground out. Presences? That thing. Izuku cleared his throat. I mean you no harm. He shouted out and then looked around proud of the thought of doing it all at once instead of one at a time. It got quiet in the open room and slowly everyone went back to work. That's one way of doing it. How is your presence so strong? How do you not know how to control it? Gang Orca asked. I don't know. He shrugged. Shinso said it was because I was around wolves too much. And no one has told me I could control it. I just thought people with animal quirks would always be scared of me. Gang Orca stared at him curiously. Let's get you settled first and then we can talk. Follow me. They walked into the elevator and they rode it up 2 floors to a row of doors and a common room. Gang Orca walked Izuku to one open room and motioned him in. This will be your room for your stay here. He saw the pursed lips and asked, Is there a problem? Not really, I'm not used to sleeping in a bed. We have tatami if you prefer. He pointed to a closet door. Tatami? I don't know what that is. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Gang Orca paused and furrowed his brows. Then how do you usually sleep? In my den on my furs. I made these planks to put under my furs and it made it more firm. He smiled up in the pride of his invention. The hero continued to stare at the short boy and burst out laughing. Izuku didn't know why he was laughing but he smiled anyway at the sound. That is quite funny. He patted Izuku's shoulder. I don't understand what was funny? He tilted his head. Your joke. Now Gang Orca was confused. Wait, you're serious? You sleep in a den. Like in the wilderness? Yeah. Did Nizu not tell you? Nim said he would explain. Your file only had a personal note from Nizu saying, have fun, that's it. What's going on? Izuku furrowed his brow. Why would he do that? He shrugged and continued to tell Gang Orca his life story for the nth time in the past months. The hero only stared at him in horror at what he had been through. And then I asked Mina to be my mate and now we're mates. Izuku finished with a beaming smile. The hero stumbled back and held his head as he processed everything he was just told. I am so sorry you went through all of that. No child should ever have to fight to survive the way you did. He said in a somber tone. Izuku shrugged. I'm okay, it was hard at first. He recalled shivering in the cave when the first winter came. He shook his head and smiled. But I have friends and I'm really good at hunting now. Gang Orca admired the boy's will and gave a smile of his own. That you do. He patted his head. Go on and toss your things in there and I'll give you a tour of the place. Izuku beamed and did exactly that. He threw his stuff into the room and closed it behind him. Gang Orca chucked and began walking around the building to show him everything he would need to know. He showed Izuku the gym, the showers, the cafeteria, and Gang Orca's favorite place, the pool. The building sat on the edge of the ocean and underneath was a pool that connected to the saltwater. Whoa, are we going to go swimming? Izuku asked excitedly. The hero laughed at his enthusiasm. Most likely you know how to swim? Iida. It's harder now with my bones being almost metal and everything else but I think I can make some fins to make it easier. He nodded. Metal bone? I thought your quirk allowed you to copy animal parts at your will. That's what it seemed when I watched you at the festival. I can control my body down to the cells. I just copy a lot of things from animals since it was easy to copy them. Izuku showed his wolf's leg as an example and then shifted his hands into paws. But I can do whatever I want so I reinforced my bones with carbon and iron and overall improved my body. The cat's paws turned into vicious claws that extended a couple of feet and then into a javelin. He pulled the javelin out of his arms and twirled it. That's incredible. Gang Orca leaned down to watch Izuku shift his body. That makes much more sense. But what about your presence? Is that your doing? I don't know what that is. Anyone with an animal quirk reacts the same way. I don't do it on purpose. He shrugged apologetically. That is something we can work on then. Was there anything else you wanted to work on while you are here? I just wanted to see the ocean, it's nice. Izuku smiled out to the view. Gang Orca chuckled and nodded. It is nice, isn't it? Alright. Let's try to work on your presence. Alright, how? Izuku stared up at the tall hero. From what I've learned from others and my father is that it works with intent. When I first felt your presence it was like a beast came into my territory to see what there was to see. Not aggressive but overbearing nonetheless. That's why when you claimed that you would harm anyone, it receded. He lectured, he looked to Izuku and he was seated and listening intently. He chuckled and sat in front of him. So the reason I scare people is that they sense a strong predator nearby. How do I stop that then? I don't do anything and people are scared. What do you feel at the moment you walked into the building? Izuku thought back and answered truthfully. Nervous at being in a new location and excited to be here. The hero pointed at Izuku. Exactly. They will always sense a predator when you are near. But you can lessen it by controlling yourself. Izuku furrowed his brow in confusion. I don't understand. I get that they will sense me but not the last part. Control myself how? The Orca man hummed in thought to explain it better. Let's work backward then. I want you to focus your intent and presence on me and keep it that way. One step at a time I will walk you through how to reel that in. Izuku tilted his head and worry creased his face. Are you sure that's a good idea? You said just my normal presence is scary. Don't worry, pup. I'm stronger than I look. Gang Orca chuckled good-naturedly. Not a pup. Izuku pouted. Alright, here I go. He stared at Gang Orca as if he were his prey. MMH? That's not right. What? You're not trying hard enough. This was less than what I felt at the entrance. Focus your intent and direct it at me. Izuku hummed in thought. What if I say it out loud? Like I did earlier? Worth a shot, but I'd like you to be able to control it without saying a word. Got it? Izuku stared at the hero again and focused. You will be add to my trophies. Gang Orca heard the boy speak and the words reverberated in his head. He felt primal terror at his words. All he knew was that he was in danger and he needed to run. He can't fight, he'll lose. Run, run, run. Izuku was paralyzed by a hypersonic wave of sound straight to his face. The next thing he saw was Gang Orca leap into the ocean and begin to swim away at blinding speed. Izuku slumped over and he was able to call out before Gang Orca left his hearing range. Gong? I didn't mean it. Izuku witnesses Gang Orca slow and realization hit him and he hurriedly swam back and leapt up to where Izuku was frozen on the ground. I am so sorry. Are you hurt, Izuku? Gang Orca helped Izuku sit up. I can heal. I guess that was too much. Izuku said sheepishly. The man let out a breath and sat next to Izuku soaking wet. Yes, not even when I was a pup had I experienced something like this. He went quiet in thought and then asked, what did you mean by trophies? He turned to Izuku. He slowly began to move his arms as the effects of the quirk wore off. I collect trophies from my hunts. Not all of them, only the special ones. I have the wolf skull that tried to eat me. There's a badger skull from when I first shared a meal with Shinso. Stuff like that. That makes sense when you said those words out loud. It felt like should get as far away from you as possible. My instincts told me that I would lose in a conflict with you. I am a really good hunter. Izuku nodded in agreement. Gang Orca gave him an incredulous look. Even in the ocean? Izuku paused at that. I'd figure a way, I'm also very patient. He said smugly. The hero bellowed out a laugh and ruffled his hair roughly. Makes sense why you chose the name Hunter. Izuku began to tip over from his rough affection and Gang went to grab him but a tendril pushed him back. That should wear off pretty soon. I'd figure. Izuku nodded. Hey, Gom? I'm getting hungry, am I allowed to go hunt in the ocean? I haven't had fish in a while. Izuku stared greedily at a small school of fish. Maybe another time, let's go to the cafeteria and I'll tell you about a schedule I have cooked up. I'll modify it as needed but I'm sure we'll have a grand time. Gang gave him a toothy smile. Izuku showed his teeth in a smile and nodded. When Izuku could move again he followed Gang to the cafeteria for a meal. Gang ordered a large platter of mostly raw fish and the feral boy's mouth watered. When he ordered he got the same as Gang to the amusement of everyone. Izuku sat next to Gang and devoured the food just as fast as his mentor for the week. Gang grinned at the boy and was excited for the week to come. Izuku and Gang finished their meals and moved the trays to the side. Gang Orca began to explain what a hero's duty is. After patrolling the streets, they would go back to the agency and fill out any paperwork for incidents that occurred during the patrol. Izuku soaked it all in and nodded along. That makes sense. What then? Izuku asked. Then you usually get off of work and go home. But sometimes it's needed for the hero to stay at the agency for special occasions or go somewhere else. For example, you might get called to show up at a school to talk to children. Talk to them? For what? Izuku tilted his head. Right, you didn't go to school. To give out lectures about doing the right things. Like avoiding drugs and doing good in school for a good job later in life. Oh, I get it. It's like advice from someone special. Izuku had a daydream of someone coming to the woods to tell him not to take fox cubs for himself because the cubs get sad and the parents get very angry. You all right there, Izuku? Gang asked softly. Izuku shook himself awake. Yeah. Just thinking of fox cubs. Izuku beamed. Gang chuffed and shook his head. That sounds adorable. And began to stand. They are. But they get sad when I take them from their parents. Izuku said sadly towards the end. Right then. Let's continue your training with your presence. I want you to be able to control it without having to say anything. It would be bad to scare everyone that we are trying to make feel safe. Izuku nodded. All right. He said excitedly. For the next 3 hours, Izuku practiced his presence on Gang Orca. He quickly began to learn how to keep it reined in. Gang Orca had a few of his sidekicks with animal quirks come in and test it on them. Gang Orca gestured for them to look at Izuku. What do you sense? Gang Orca asked. The 4 with different animal quirks turned to a smiling Izuku. I sense that he is adorable. The woman with gills cooed and pinches his cheeks. Izuku smiled more bashfully. I already have a mate. A man with bluish skin and scaled skin barked out a laugh. Don't worry kid, she's not a homewrecker. She's my mate. He turned to his boss and shrugged as if to say he had nothing. The other 2 also shook their heads. I sense nothing like any other non-animal quirk person. One of them said and the other nodded. Gang Orca clapped his hands once and smiled. Wonderful. Great job, Izuku. The feral boy beamed at the praise. Can we go out and patrol now? Gang Orca looked outside and saw it was late into the night. Tomorrow morning, he said. Izuku pouted. But I can see in the dark and don't need sleep every night. Gang Orca chuckled and ruffled his messy hair. But I do and I can't see in the dark, in the morning we'll go out. Everyone went their separate ways and Izuku went to his room after a hot shower. While he could manage without cleaning for days, he liked to stay clean. Izuku walked into his room and stared at where he should sleep. He went to the bed to try it out and it was nice to sit on, but he was used to the firm furs of his den. He remembered that the hero said there was something in the closet and he went to check. He unfolded the mat and Izuku tested it. He grudgingly accepted it and lay down to sleep. When the sun began to shine over the horizon, Izuku woke up. He stretched and cracked most of the bones in his body in satisfaction. His muscles underneath his skin rippled and flexed to stretch them as well. With a sigh of relief, he looks around and was unsure what to do now. He sat and then took his phone to see if anyone messaged him. He had a few waiting, a few from Nim asking if he made it alright and a couple from his friends. He responded to Nim and she immediately messaged him back, happy to hear he didn't get lost. Shinso was complaining about Eraserhead's training. He messaged back a laughing emoji. Mina was asking how his internship was going so far. He sent her a message and then a moment later she was calling. Suku. Mina groaned, still half asleep. Mina, you still asleep? Izuku asked cheerily, happy to be talking with his mate. Mina hummed happily to hear his jovial voice. My alarm woke me a few minutes ago but I didn't want to get up. How is Gang Orca? He's super tall. He's teaching me to control my presence so we can go out to patrol today. Presences? What's that? Izuku hears Mina move around on the other side of the line. It's what made Tsu and Tokoyami scared of me. Gang said it was usually for people with animal quirks but I have it. He said with a shrug. Oh, that's neat. Can you use it to scare people now without scaring others? I think so. He said it was really strong for someone like me. Even he was scared off by it. That's so cool. Mina gushed. What about you? What is your hero teaching you? They're pretty alright. Just learning how to use my acid in different ways. Maybe I can even use it to climb like you do. That would be great. I can teach you how to jump trees like I do. There was a knock on Izuku's door and he stared at it without knowing what to do. Yes? He asked tentatively. He could smell it was Gang Orca on the other side, but this was the first time answering a door. He heard Mina giggle on the phone. Gang Orca opened the door in his suit and found Izuku sitting in the middle of the room with his phone. I apologize to interrupt. Are you ready for your patrol? Yes. Igata go. Mina. Alright. Talk to you later. Izuku heard her kiss the phone and hang up. Gang Orca smirked. Was that your mate? It was. Izuku beamed and began to change clothes without an ounce of shame in front of Gang Orca. He averted his eyes. She's nice, her name is Mina. She's the one with pink everything with black eyes and horns. Izuku paused as he was putting his hero suit on. I can grow horns, should I? The hero smiled softly at the innocent romance. You can change your body at will, I don't see the harm in it. If you don't like it, change it back. He shrugged. Izuku nodded and finished changing. But what kind? He hummed in thought. He looked around the room and found a mirror. He stood in front of it and Gang Orca's form loomed to his side watching curiously. Izuku recalled the horns he'd seen in books and on people. He didn't want them to be too big like that one girl in 1B but smaller like Mina's. He liked her horns, he didn't think they served any purpose but he liked them on her. He thought of Ram's horns but they were too big, although he did like the ridges on them. He shrugged and made one he liked. At his hairline, flesh tore away and 2 horns grew out slowly. They grew forward for a few centimeters and then began to grow to the back of his head at a right angle. Then they lazily curled up at the tips. They had the same ridges that a ram did and they grew over just parallel to his eyes. They weren't too big but at least 3 times thicker than Mina's. Izuku shifted his head from side to side to see every angle and nodded in satisfaction. He began to feel at them and giggled at the new addition. I like them. The hero was mildly disturbed by the display and sound of tearing flesh and shifting bone, but he had to admit they did look good on the young man. They won't get in the way? He leaned down to examine them. I doubt it, I made them this way so they didn't affect my movement. He shook his head and got used to the little bit of extra weight. Very well, let's go to the gym. I want to see where you stand against a pro hero. Gang Orca grinned. Izuku hopped on his paws and clenched his hands. We get to fight? He asked excitedly. The hero laughed and led him to an open gym with nothing in the space. Gang Orca went to one side and Izuku stayed on his side. Alright. No quirks, I want to see your combat abilities to see how would you do in the field. I don't want to throw you against someone that's way over your head and get hurt. Izuku nodded. I guess that makes sense. At the festival Nem said there were rules. Are there rules here? Ah yes. Let's do the first to 3 solid hits wins. No quirks, anything else goes. Ready? Izuku grinned in a more feral way that made Gang Orca hesitate. Go. Instead of waiting to see how Gang Orca fought, Izuku dashed forward. His grin never left his face and he was upon the hero in mere moments. Izuku was fast and down low, the opposite of Gang Orca's slower and big build. The feral boy went to slam his fist to the hero's knee to bring him down, but Gang Orca saw it coming and raised his leg and took the hit on his shin. He winced at the punch and kicked out with the same leg. Izuku was already moving past the leg and it missed him by a mile. Izuku jabbed at his core and landed a solid hit on his side. Gang Orca keened in pain and threw his massive hand against where Izuku was. He took the hit and stopped it with his strength. Gang Orca met eyes with the boy and the boy smiled even wider as Izuku bit his free hand deeply and threw the blood at the hero's eyes. He was shocked at the tactic and blinded at the same time. He stumbled back and Izuku took the initiative to slam his fist into Gang Orca's knee, causing him to fall in pain. Izuku pounced onto his back as he fell and instinctively went for the side of the neck where the carotid arteries were, but stopped himself and tapped the hero's top of his head. I win. They shake. Gang Orca groaned. How is it that you are so strong? Does your quirk grant you to enhance your strength and speed? Izuku got off of his back and swiped his hand over the blood on Gang Orca's face and it was picked up like a wet wipe. I changed stuff in my body to be better. Metal bones, compact muscles, added nerves and more. Gang Orca sat up and watched as the deep bit on Izuku's hand stitched close. That would explain it. You fight dirty. He said, half accused and half impressed. Dirty? My blood isn't dirty, it's as clean as I don't know what's something super clean? Izuku tried to scratch his head but bumped into the horn and he smiled and felt at it. Fighting dirty is a way to say that you don't hold anything back and do your utmost to win. That includes throwing something into your opponent's eyes, kicking them in the jewels, or biting. He explained. Jewels? Your manly bits. Gang Orca pointed down. Oh, yeah, getting hit there hurts a lot. But why is it dirty? Izuku winced at a memory in the woods. Gang Orca chuckled and stood up. When fighting, it's expected to be honorable and as fair as it can be. Villains will sometimes use such a tactic and it's usually frowned upon. But if you are fighting for your life, then do whatever you can to live. He finished seriously. That sorta makes sense, I guess. But you don't have to worry about me. I know when not to hold back. Izuku waved the serious atmosphere away. That's good to hear. I say it's about time we go out on patrol. How's your presence? Gang Orca moved to the exit. It's good, I think. I mean, I can't feel it, so? Izuku shrugged. Well, I can't feel a thing from you. Released a bit like you are warning someone. Izuku focused on his intent to warn off something and Gang Orca nodded in approval. How's that? Very good, you're a fast learner. Gang Orca tried to ruffle Izuku's hair but the horns got in the way. Izuku frowned at the disadvantage of having horns that covered his head. He felt his forehead and decided to move them. They grew straight out of his forehead for a couple of centimeters and then they went upwards for a bit longer and tapered off at a point. Instead of growing above his eyes, they were closer to the temples of his head. He absorbed the first pair of horns and felt at the open space of his hair. He likes to have his hair ruffled by people. He turned to Gang Orca and he raises an eyebrow at Izuku. The pharaoh boy pouted and took the large hand of the hero and set it on his head. The hero laughed heartily and rubbed his head until Izuku ducked his head at the force. Izuku laughed as well and they went off to begin their patrol in the early morning. Gang Orca and Izuku walked out into the streets and Izuku followed excitedly next to the hero. He went on to explain the reasons heroes patrol where people could see them. It's both to stop crime and to provide people comfort that a hero is nearby in case they need help. That makes sense. So we can be friendly and stuff, or do we have to be serious? Izuku asked and looked around for crime. It depends on the hero. But it's usually better to be friendly than serious all the time. Gang Orca explained. Izuku nodded and they kept walking around with civilians recognizing both Gang Orca and Izuku from the sports festival. When people waved, Izuku waved back cheerily. He quickly became someone to brighten another's day with his consistent smile. Gang Orca smiled in approval at the boy as they walked further and further into the city. They stopped when a little boy ran from his mother and up to Izuku. You're Kiyama. You won the first year sports festival. The boy with canine attributes almost shouted. I like you the most because you have wolf legs like me, but yours are weird. He showed off his gray-haired legs which were very similar to Izuku's. You have horns? They are weird. Izuku nodded and crouched to his level. I didn't grow the hair since they could get in the way of my quirk, so I didn't. He shrugged. I grew these today. They're cool, right? Izuku showed off his horns. The kid nodded and his ears on top of his head flopped at the movement. They are. You can grow things? That's cool. The boy gushed. Izuku beamed and the boy did the same and showed off his juvenile fangs. The boy's mother walked up to the two finally and she had much of the same attributes that her son did. Mom? It's Izuku Kiyama. The boy pulled his smiling mother to Izuku. What's your hero's name? The boy asked curiously. Oh, it's Hunter. He said. Hunter? That's an odd name. The mother said. I like to hunt and it fits. Izuku shrugged. What's the biggest thing you've hunted? I've gotten a squirrel last year. The boy asked. A deer, but I really want to hunt a bear. I just need to find one. Lucky. One day I'll get a deer. Like you and Dad. He said determined. Izuku nodded and accepted his vow. How come I can't sense you? The boy turned back to questions. Sense? Oh, you mean this? Izuku released his presence but it came out differently than usual. Gang Orca went to stop him but he stopped himself and felt at ease. Wow. It's like Dad's but bigger and everywhere. The boy said completely relaxed. Izuku looked confused and turned to his mentor. It feels like the pack leader is watching over us, it's reassuring. The hero smiled softly. Izuku realized that he could use his presence in the opposite direction of scaring people and making them feel safe. His instinct came when he was talking to the young boy and his intent to protect him from any harm expanded into his presence. Now, his presence was released and expanded to his immediate area. I think it's time we get going and let the boys get back to work. The mother said, nudging her son. The boy nodded and waved at Izuku and Gang Orca as he left. The hero patted Izuku's head and they got moving again with Izuku's presence wide open with the intent to protect others from harm. Sometimes, a person with an animal quirk passed near enough to feel the presence and they gratefully nodded in his direction. Gom? Why don't you or everyone else do this? Because your presence is abnormally strong. I'm trying to do the same as you are, but it only extends a couple of feet at best. He explained. Izuku got inside Gang Orca's bubble and sensed something faintly. That's what it feels like. Good to know. They continued for the rest of the day until it was close to sunset. They headed back to the agency for Izuku to learn how to fill out paperwork. He sat down and Gang Orca explained what to fill out for the day. It was simple since there was nothing to report. Izuku nodded along but stares at the pen and then up to the hero. What is it? Gang Orca asked. I still can't write very good. Izuku admitted sheepishly. But I'm a really fast typer. He tried to make up for his shortcoming. Gang Orca looked confused for a moment and then nodded in realization. It's been less than a couple of months since you had to learn how to write. Don't worry about writing then. I'll pull up the same paper on the computer for you to type. He smiled, reasoning to Izuku. The feral boy smiled in return, and his report was done in a flash with his typing skills. With that, they headed to bed after a large meal from the cafeteria. The next morning, Izuku and his mentor were headed out on patrol after a couple of spars that ended with Gang Orca laid out multiple times. When they finished, Gang Orca led the way down the streets. Izuku looked around curiously at the different paths they were taking. They passed an alleyway and Izuku stopped and sniffed the air. Hey gang? I smell blood down that alley. Izuku pointed with his arms stretched out. Gang Orca looked back and furrowed his brows. He stepped forward in front of Izuku. Can you tell how old or if it was humans? He asked. Izuku sniffed again. Human. It's pretty fresh, I think. Gang Orca nodded and led down the alleyway quietly. He looked back to make sure his disciple was following, and he was, but no noise came from his passing. Gang Orca shivered at the effectiveness of the boy and turned back. They heard a scuffle and some lowered voices. They sped up and came upon a man in a business suit curled up on his side while two men robbed him. The hero rushed forward and took them by surprise. One heard the noise of the heavy footfalls and turned just in time to see the big hero take down his associate. The second thug didn't give it a second thought and ran away, leaving the first thug. Something grabbed his leg and he tripped. He looked back to see a long bony whip wrapped around his leg and dragging him back to Izuku. The second thug pulled out a knife and jammed it into the whip. It cut into the exposed flesh between the bones, and Izuku let go for a moment as the whip split into four and shot at the quivering man. The four tendrils grabbed each appendage and held him spread eagle on the ground. Good job, Hunter. Are you hurt? Gang Orca went over to the second thug and cuffed him after he did the same to the first. The victim was sitting up and looked relieved. He stabbed me, but I'm all right. Izuku retracted his tendrils from the shivering man. Izuku turned to the civilian and hesitated. Hello? Civilian, we are here to help. He said, very unsure where to go on from there. Gang Orca chucked. Relax, just talk like you always do. No need to act any different if you don't like it. Oh, alright. Also, should we get the guy hiding behind that big trash can? Izuku pointed at the dumpster on the other end of the alley they came in. Shit. The third thug that was supposed to be the lookout bolted. Mina. Izuku said in the glee of getting an opportunity to go hunting. He didn't think his full hunter form was necessary, so he just switched to his faster legs and clawed hands. The third thug looked over his shoulder to see the hunter on all fours sprinting at him. His face had a large smile and his hair was blowing back from the speed. The thug cursed in fear and activated his quirk to get away. The hunter witnessed the man turn into a cloud of black smoke and rush up the building to the roof just as he was about to grab him. That didn't stop him as he leapt from one wall to the other and scrambled up the edge to find his prey, leaping across to the other building to get away. Izuku grinned and sprinted after the prey. He saw the thug jump down another alleyway. He tracked the scent to the thug running into the road and almost get run over. He looked behind himself to see the hunter sprinting on his trail again. He turned into a cloud of smoke and weaved through the rest of the traffic in a flash. He turned back to see if that was enough, but only paled when the beast was jumping over cars without an issue. The third thug stumbled back and tried to run, only to trip over his feet. He heard a thump and the scrapping of claws on concrete directly behind him. He turned around and didn't see anyone but felt the clawed hands grip his arm and neck. He slumped in defeat. I give up. Great. Let's go back to gang. The boy behind him said cheerily. The crowd around them snapped pictures and took videos of Izuku escorting the thug down the street and across the crosswalk to where they came from. He stopped and looked around. He hummed in thought. That way, I think. Izuku sniffed the air and it was difficult to tell with the smell of the city everywhere. Or was it that way? Kid? Are you seriously lost? The third thug asked in disbelief and amusement. Don't tell me, I can figure it out. He looked around and hesitantly chose one direction. After a few steps he stopped. Okay, I'm lost. What to do, he said to himself. His phone rang and he brightened. He looked at who was calling and answered. Gang. I caught him. But I'm lost. That's good to hear. Stay where you are, I'll track your phone. Gang Orca hung up. Izuku nodded and sat crisscrossed on the sidewalk with the thug's hands tied together with a tendril. The thug looked at the boy who scared the shit out of him not moments ago. The thug shook his head and knelt next to the kid in resignation. Why aren't you trying to run away again? Izuku asked the thug and he swayed back and forward like a child. The thug looked at Izuku and raised an eyebrow. What's it matter? You'll catch me again and I can't use my quirk again for the day. That makes sense. He nodded and watched the people give him odd looks. What's your name anyways? The thug asked. I'm Hunter. Izuku beamed and introduced himself. Hunter? That's a weird name, how'd you choose that? Because I'm a great hunter, he said simply. Gang Orca rounded the bend with 2 police officers on his heels. He saw Izuku sitting on the sidewalk with the thug next to him. The thug let out a defeated sigh and complied with getting handcuffed. He looked back to Izuku. Later kid, thanks for not beating the shit out of me. Of course I wouldn't. You were already caught and don't say bad words. He heard the thug bark out a laugh and the policeman chuckled. Gang Orca looked Izuku up and down. He nodded and then ruffled his hair roughly. Great job on your first incident. Izuku beamed under the praise. But it wasn't my first, I was at the USJ. Do you know about that? Ah, that's right. I'm still counting this as your first crime fight. Let us continue with the route. He motioned back where they came from and Izuku followed. For the rest of the day, it was just as calm as it was the previous day. When the 2 arrived back at the agency, they got to work on the reports. Izuku finished and stood to leave Gang Orca to continue working on whatever he had on his desk. Izuku wandered around and found himself at the saltwater pool connected to the ocean. He spotted some fish swimming lazily around and his eyes focused on his new objective. He casually looked around and then dove into the water to catch the fish that mocked him by looking tantalizing. He sunk to the bottom of the pool and grasped the fish in both his hands with a victorious smile. He devoured them under the water with glee and finally noticed his eyes stung and he couldn't breathe. His lung capacity was larger than what his size should have been, but it was limited. He experimentally made fins on his legs and his fingers became webbed for better swimming. Next, he added translucent eyelids for ease of seeing. He looked around and nodded in satisfaction but still couldn't breathe. He glared at the fish mocking him by swimming around him. He snatched one with a tendril and swam up with some difficulty. He breached the surface of the water and sat on the pool's edge with the live fish at hand. He made his finger a needle and speared its brain to end its suffering. It went limp with some post-mortem spasms and Izuku began to dissect the gills to see how he could copy them. With careful precision, his tendrils sliced the fresh fish open and began to see how it worked. He had a basic idea of how fish gills worked, but this would be best if he wanted to copy the gills onto himself. Gang Orca finished his work and looked out the window to see Izuku sitting at the pool's edge with something in his hands. He was engrossed in whatever he held, so the hero went to check on him. He found his intern meticulously tearing a fish apart. He was slightly horrified when he thought Izuku was torturing the animal but calmed down when he noticed his neck trying to copy the gills he was observing. Finally, Izuku beamed and his gills flapped open and closed. And then he tossed the fish he was cutting open into his mouth. Gang Orca chucked and Izuku turned to him with his mouth full. I see you went out on a swim. Izuku nodded and swallowed the mostly whole fish down. I couldn't breathe, so gills? He flapped his gills open and closed. How well do they work? The hero asked and sat next to Izuku. Probably good, let's see. Izuku leaned forward and sunk into the deep of the pool. He tentatively used his gills to breathe in the water. He did it again to get used to breathing underwater and then beamed in success. Izuku swam back up to the edge of the pool. They work. Now to hunt. Do be careful. Gang Orca said to Izuku as he dove back into the water. Izuku's feral smile was plastered on his face as he torpedoed into the ocean to find an appropriate animal to hunt. He saw many fish of different variations and was tempted to hunt a good one, but they didn't have trophies like land animals did. The bones of a fish were usually softer and bland looking. He kept looking and then found what he wanted. A shark swam around in the distance where Izuku could see it. He beamed in anticipation but held himself in check. He could swim well enough, but he wasn't fast enough to catch the shark. He could grow a tail, but that was the easy way out. He couldn't trap it, so he will just have to bait it. And what better bait than his blood? Izuku's hands grew sharp claws and he slashed his forearm. Blood leaked out of his arm at a rapid rate and then he closed it. The effect was immediate as the shark in the distance pivoted in his direction and darted forward. Izuku smiled and waited for it to reach him. When it got close, he could see it was about twice as long as Izuku was tall. The shark circled him a few times and then darted in for a bite at Izuku in the middle of the cloud of blood. He took the charge head-on and held the mouth open with his clawed hands. He struggled to keep the jaws open but failed against the strength of the shark. The jaws slammed shut on one of his arms and he was dragged along for the ride. He cried in pain when the teeth dug into his bones and the shark whipped its head side to side to take it off. Through the pain, Izuku used his other hand to tear at the flesh of the shark. Tendrils extended and stabbed into the shark while his paws gouged at its gills and side. Izuku even went as far as to bite the shark back with his teeth. The shark thrashed in pain of its own and went up to breach the surface. For one glorious moment, Izuku was visible in the jaws of a shark twice his size as he tore the shark apart in a battle of predators. Izuku crashed into the water as the shark let go of his arm in favor of trying to run away. He didn't let it get away and clung to its back and tore into the tough hide of the animal. Finally, it went stiff as Izuku speared his hand between its eyes and then it went limp. Izuku let go and yelled in triumph under the water. He took a hold of the large predator and began to take bites out of his prey. It was a very unique flavor and he enjoyed it until scavengers began to show and take nibbles at his meal. His presence washed out in aggression and all the small fish scattered away in fear. He smiled at his successful new skill but focused back on his meal. He sliced its belly open and gutted the fish, only leaving the heart and liver alone. His only thought was to drag it back to the pool and cook it up in the kitchen. It would be hard to do so, but it would be harder to try and deal with the scavengers. He dragged the large mass up to breach the water to see where he was. It was easy to tell where to head as the pool was an easy indicator of where to go. Gang Orca leaned back in his pool chair and breathed in the ocean breeze. He had changed out of his hero outfit and was relaxing and waiting for his intern to come back from his hunt. He wondered what he would go after. There were a myriad of options under the water. He opened his eyes at the sound of a hand slapping on the edge of the pool. Izuku dragged himself over the rim and then reached down with too many tendrils to drag his hunt onto land. A massive shark with a torn-up side and a head that was cut slightly open flopped onto the ground. Gang Orca was sitting up and staring at what his intern had dragged here from who knows how far. Izuku beamed in pride in his successful hunt and his new trophy. He looked over to the hero and motioned to it. "Want some?" "I was thinking of cooking it up, but no woods for fire." He motioned around. "So I figured the cafeteria had a kitchen or something." "Yes, that would be doable." "Did you go after a bull shark?" he asked tentatively. "I did. I saw it and baited it with my blood. It was strong, it almost took my arm off." He opened his arm to show the teeth marks on his bones that he would need to heal. He took a tooth that was still stuck in his arm and wiggled it free. "This is a good trophy." His eyes shone and held the tooth the size of his thumb in the air. Gang Orca rubbed the top of his head and shrugged. "It's dead already," and Izuku was offering. "All right, we will need help to get this guy into the kitchen. You don't mind sharing your hunt?" Izuku shook his head. "I already took the first bite and I want to try it cooked." He pointed at a human bite-sized chuck missing. Gang Orca nodded and pulled out his phone and called someone inside for help. Izuku remembered having a phone and pulled it out from his pockets. Thankfully, Nim predicted his carelessness about getting it wet and got a heavy-duty phone that will survive his adventures. He played around with it until he found the camera app and took a picture of him beaming a smile with the torn-up shark behind him and the hero in a Hawaiian shirt motioning to the shark, with one hand and the other on a phone. He grinned at the picture and sent it to his contacts. A few minutes later, a crew rolled out of the doors to the poolside with a large cart for the shark. The 6 sidekicks and cooks stopped at seeing the massive animal and then they looked at the cart that seemed too small in comparison. They crowded around the shark and looked at their boss for an explanation. He raised his hands in surrender and pointed at Izuku, who was munching on one of the fins he had cut off the shark. He noticed their stares and misinterpreted the looks for help. "Oh, let me help you." Izuku got close and looked at where they were supposed to put it. "What if we cut it into parts?" Izuku's arm shifted into a large blade and positioned it to slice it in half. One of the cooks shouted, "Wait, wait." He stopped Izuku and pointed at 2 sections. "Here and here." He pointed at the head and where the tail begins to narrow. Izuku nodded and sliced it perfectly where he was indicated. They were able to position the shark parts on the cart and they walked inside with many people staring after the group headed to the kitchen. Izuku skipped along next to the hero, who chucked softly at the display. The feral boy looked at his phone to see people messaging him and then calling him. Mostly Nim, Mina, and Kaken. He tried to read them, but another message popped up when he tried to respond and the calls blocked him from trying to answer them. He grew frustrated and managed to shut it off to the laughter of Gang Orca. The meal the cooks prepared for the whole agency was very satisfying for Izuku. He enjoyed every bite of cooked shark. When everyone found out it was the small green-haired boy that grew horns one day was the one who brought in the shark, they mostly were disbelieving or shocked. The ones who took in stride gave their thanks to a smiling Izuku. After the shark meal cooked by the cafeteria staff, Izuku went to his room to sleep. He turned on his phone again to see dozens of messages and missed calls, mostly from Nim and Mina. He only had a few from Shinso and the others. Shinso gave up on trying to contact him and just sent him a "nice job" sticker in his messages. He was going to respond to Mina through a message when another call came in from Nim. Nem. That is all he got out. Izuku, I swear I will lock you in your room when you get back if you turn off your phone again, she said through clenched teeth. She let out a sigh and continued more calmly. I know you like to hunt. Just be careful. Okay, I will, Izuku said, chastised. Good, how was your day? She asked more normally now. Great. I got to stop 2 thugs. Gang called it a mugging. One tried to run but I hunted him down. It was fun. Izuku switched and said cheerily. That's great, I'm glad you are learning while you're out there. Izuku could hear her smile from his end. He beamed in pride. Gang also taught me how to use my presence. That thing that animal quirks people get scared from. They talked for a bit longer and Nim let Izuku rest for the night. He was happy to hear from her again and did feel somewhat bad when he shut them out because the phone didn't stop making noise. He messaged Mina, and they chatted for a bit before Mina had to go to sleep for the next day. Izuku followed suit and curled up on the tatami mat with a blanket. The next day, Izuku woke up the same as always and flexed his whole body to start the day. He sat up and looked around. He picked up his newest trophy and admired it. That also reminded him that he needed to fix his arm where the shark bit into him. His flesh and muscles pulled back right above his elbow and saw the jagged teeth indents left by the shark. He focused on filling in and closing the teeth marks. While it wasn't a detriment to his efficiency, he liked to be as best as he could be. Once done, he changed into his hero suit and met up with Gang Orca for some sparring. Izuku and Gang Orca walked the streets of the city. The pharaoh boy happily walked along with his mentor and observed everything there was to see. Civilians gave Izuku a smile in return as they passed him and Gang Orca a wave. Gang Orca stopped and touched his ear, listening to something on his earpiece. Izuku stopped and waited for Gang Orca to finish. When he did, he looked around and found a street. He motioned for Izuku to follow. The hero began to run with Izuku by his side and kept up without much effort. There was a car crash and we've been called to help. Being a hero doesn't just mean protecting others from crime but also helping others in situations like this. Maybe we need to help in fire and help get people out or something as simple as helping a child find their parent in a crowd. Gang Orca explained as they ran and got closer to the sound of sirens. Izuku nodded and took in all the information. How are we going to help here? Not sure yet, but we'll see when we arrive, the hero said, and they sped up. They arrived at the scene, and Gang Orca went to a few civilians trying to pry a car door open with a man passed out behind the steering wheel. Izuku followed and the people moved aside for the heroes. Gang Orca took hold of the door but couldn't open it. I can do it, Izuku said and pushed past the hero. His arms shifted into claws and tendrils snaked out of his shoulders to help. The sides of the door where he gripped it bent inwards, and the tendrils did the same by helping Izuku tear the door off its hinges to get access to the driver. Izuku tossed the door to the side without care, and Gang Orca motioned the civilians to move away for the arriving paramedics to pull the man out. The hero motioned Izuku to help with the others trapped in the pileup. Izuku did so and went around moving cars out of the way by hand while others went for the victims. One particular bad car was crumpled with a woman stuck with no way out. They were planning to wait for the fire department to bring out the jaws of life. Izuku brought his own and moved to help the woman get out. The only visible part of the car was the roof since it was in the middle of the pileup. 4 cars were perfectly on top of the one to trap the woman inside with no way out. He could hear her crying inside the car through the roof. Hello? My name is Hunter. Can you get away from the roof? I'm gonna cut it open. He tapped on the roof to signify where he was going to start. Yes, please help. The voice was muffled, but Izuku could hear her easily. One hand shifted into a large blade, and Izuku swung it at the edge of the roof. It sliced open like butter, and he moved to cut twice more after tapping where he was going to cut for the benefit of the woman. His hand shifted back into claws, and the hunter jammed his fingers in the first opening and pried the roof like a tin can. Metal screeched and the inside was visible. One of Izuku's hands shifted to normal, and he helped the crying woman out. Hello. Izuku smiled down at her with his hand outstretched. You're being rescued. The woman took his hand and pulled herself out and embraced Izuku in a hug. Thank you, she sobbed. Izuku patted the woman on the back and carried her to the ground for the paramedics. A crowd had grown slowly, and they cheered for Izuku's actions. He looked up from helping the woman to the cheering people. Izuku tentatively waved with a smile. They cheered louder, and Izuku felt a blush rise at the amount of praise. He moved to help with another car instead of staying. Izuku found Gang Orca, helping pull out another man from the wreckage. I think that's everyone. I already checked every car, Izuku said behind Gang. I believe you are correct. Wonderful job. Gang Orca ruffled Izuku's hair with a smile. Izuku followed the hero to talk to the police to report what had happened. The feral boy listened to what the hero said but didn't understand much of what he was saying. There were too many technical terms he didn't know. When he finished, Gang Orca made to leave. But he was stopped by a camera crew waving at him. The hero was wary of talking to the news with his feral intern with him. He was sure Izuku wouldn't do anything bad, but the boy hasn't learned the ways of moving around a reporter's nosy questions. Izuku followed along like a duckling and curiously watched the woman with the microphone brush her hair to the side and signal the guy holding the camera. Izuku saw he was aiming it at Gang Orca and stepped to the side out of the shot. He waved at Izuku and he misinterpreted it as to move farther away. He did so. Gang Orca, what do you have to tell us about what we see here today? The woman held the microphone to him. From what I was told, a simple accident caused a car pile-up. So far there have been no fatalities at the scene. He said simply. That's great to hear. And could you tell us who helped you at the scene? The camera panned over to Izuku who was shifting side to side like a child bored. He stopped when the camera was aimed at him and attention was on him. He had no clue what to do. Ah yes, this is my intern Hunter. He will be working with me for the rest of the week before he returns to school to continue his education and training to become a hero. Gang Orca said, trying not to give out any personal information. Izuku looked between the camera and the hero for guidance. Hunter? That's an interesting name. How did you come up with it? The reporter held the microphone to Izuku's face. He stared at it and then at the woman. Because I like to hunt and I'm good at it. He explained. Why did you decide to become a hero? Oh. One day Shinso said he wanted to be one, and I didn't know what else to do. So, instead of staying in my den I tried out the exam and now I'm learning to be a hero. Izuku beamed. The two from the news were surprised at his attitude, but the reporter furrowed her brows at one part. Den? What do you mean? My old den, Izuku was cut off by Gang Orca's hand covering his face. Pardon us, we need to continue with our route. Have a good, did you just lick my hand? That's gross, pup. Gang Orca wiped his hand on his suit. Not a pup. Izuku pouted and skipped along with his mentor. When they were far enough he asked, why did you stop me? You shouldn't tell strangers everything about yourself, most especially when those strangers will tell everyone else. The hero explained. But I don't care who knows. It's just something that happened. Izuku shrugged. Gang Orca hummed in thought. Still, it's not bad, but it's still something you shouldn't spread willy-nilly. Okay, I won't. They walked a few steps and then Izuku spoke again. I'm hungry. Can we find something to eat? I'm quite hungry myself. Let's see what we find. The two began to scan and smell for their next meal. After their large meal, the day continued with the two patrolling the area. Izuku helped a cat down from a tree by climbing it like a cat himself. The old woman was very grateful to the feral boy and was prized with a hard candy that he bit into immediately, not knowing what it was. Gang Orca stopped and let a gaggle of children swarm him near a park as Izuku wrestled with a few of the animal-quirked kids. When it was time to go, Izuku stood up from under a pile of children with ease, causing most of them to tumble off and laugh. He plucked one girl holding onto his horns and riding his shoulders off of himself and set her down with the others. Time for me to go. Now shoo pups. Izuku waved them away with a smile. You're a pup. The girl that was on his shoulders said and pointed at him with her feathers puffed out. She ran off with the other children with a giggle. Izuku joined Gang Orca again and he waved at all the children and some of the parents. He was beaming the whole while they left. Gang Orca eyed him and chuckled. You're very good with children. The hero stated. Are you interested in having some of your own someday? He tried to tease his intern. I do. At least 3. Izuku nodded decisively. He hummed and said, I should ask Mina about that. The hero smiled at the boy. How about saving that question for an appropriate time or until you two have matured more? He patted the boy's head. Izuku nodded. All right. They walked for a while longer as the sun began to set. It was getting close to dark and they were headed back to the agency for the day. As they walked, Izuku noticed a store window with a TV playing the news. He stopped and watched for a moment. Hey, Gom? What do we do if one city gets attacked? Do we stay or go and help? Izuku asked. What are you talking about? He turned to see the feral boy pointing at the TV and the news report of Hosu being attacked. That's not good. His brows furrowed in concern. They watched for a bit longer and Izuku recognized the thing attacking. That's a Nomo, like at the USJ, but it looks different. The hero pulled out his phone and made a call. He asked the other person on the line for any information on what was happening in Hosu. He didn't get much and was disgruntled as he hung up. There's limited information at the moment. As for your first question, we stay where we are for the time being. If they call for backup, I would go, or if they call for me specifically for some reason. It would be doubtful that they will call us since Hosu is quite far away from here. Izuku nodded and watched the news as heroes fought back against the Nomu and worked on putting out fires. He felt uneasy watching the chaos on the TV. He was brought out of his thoughts by Gang Orca motioning them to head back to the agency. After finishing up the paperwork with Gang Orca, Izuku headed off into the ocean for another smaller hunt. He dove into the water as his webbed fingers appeared and his legs merged to make a large tail fin. He sped through the water and found a small school of fish. He dove through the clump and tendrils speared many on his way through. He returned to the pool's edge and sat on it while munching on his after-dinner snack. He pulled out his phone to see if he could find a way to get the news on his phone. He gave up after 5 minutes and ended up getting information about the local karaoke bars. He didn't even know what that was. Izuku went to bed after chatting with his friends and saying goodnight to his mate. The morning after, Gang Orca informed him about the aftermath of Hosu. The Nomu were dealt with the help of the number 2 hero. There were many injured but only one fatality at the hands of Stain the hero killer. He took the opportunity of killing a small-time hero during the chaos of the attack. Is that villain strong? Izuku asked about Stain. The hero sighed and spoke. He is unknown. We don't know about his quirk abilities or why he is killing heroes. He attacks his targets while they are secluded and usually in alleyways. Like a hunter but for people, a people hunter, Izuku said and hummed in thought. What does he hunt? You said it yourself, people. What kind of people? Are they good heroes? Bad heroes? Boys? Girls? The hero paused and thought about it. There might be a correlation between them. Izuku nodded. What does correlation mean? The hero smiled and explained the definition while getting up and heading to his office. Let's go see what the victims might have in common. Izuku followed his mentor and sat on the comfortable large couch that didn't make a sound as he set his whole weight behind it. He saw the many pictures in his office and got up to inspect them. Many of them were of him with other people the feral boy didn't recognize. The printer spun to life as it spewed out many leaves of paper with information about the victims of Stain. Izuku didn't know any of them, of course. He helped the hero separate the heroes by the city they died in and a timeline. On the surface, nothing was evident except none of the heroes were big figures in the industry. The main pattern Izuku and Gang Orca noticed was that Stain killed 3 in each city and moved on. There's not much to go on, the hero said. Maybe Stain didn't like that they were small-time heroes and just wanted to kill them for fun. Izuku shrugged. Or maybe he didn't like how they worked? What do you mean? The hero furrowed his brow. Like, maybe the heroes were bad at doing their job or doing bad things. You said you went to schools to tell pups not to do bad things, maybe these guys didn't or something. The hero hummed and began to type away on his computer to pull up information about the heroes. The more that he looked, the more commonality was shown between the heroes. They all had minor scandals, bad dealing, or looked down upon for some reason or another. What's a scandal? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. Stuff coming out about someone good and turns out they are bad. Like them stealing money or adult things. He said delicately. Adult things? Like sex and stuff. Yes, sex and stuff. He chuckled. That's what I'm going to call scandals from now on. Gang Orca gathered the information he discovered and made a report for the Hero Network to see. He attached his hero's name and who helped him make the discovery. He smiled at seeing his intern's name next to his and hit send. He was very proud of having discovered such a bright child. Gang. I didn't know you were a doctor. The feral child pointed at the hero's doctorate diploma on the wall. I'm going to miss you, Gang. Izuku hugged the big hero before he left for the train station. The hero was a bit flustered at being hugged in the middle of his lobby with everyone giving him sweet smiles to teasing smirks. He hugged the child back anyway. It's been a pleasure to have you around. If you need any help, remember you have a way to contact me. You'll always be welcomed back. Izuku let go and nodded. He waved at everyone else in the lobby before leaving out the doors. He looked around before pulling out his phone and setting the course for the station. Nemuri stood waiting at the train station in her civilian clothes waiting for Izuku to arrive. The train she had been waiting for came and she looked around to find the feral child. She spotted him and squealed at seeing him. She grabbed him and pulled him into a hug. It's so nice to see you again. Izuku looked up from the embrace and beamed a smile at her. And what are these? She grabbed his head and looked at the horns. Horns? I grew them. Izuku said, letting her move his head around. I can see that. She gently touched them and thought about who else had horns. With a smirk. Was this because of Mina? She asked teasingly. I liked her horns and wanted my own. Nim smiled down at him. I think they suit you. Come on, let's go home. A couple of hours later, Izuku stretched in the dirt of his den. He made a sound of contentment at being back in his den. While it was nice to see a new place, he did miss his own space and furs. On the way back, he told Nim about his time with Gang Orca and what he had learned. She listened and asked questions about everything. Izuku was also happy to see Nim again. He had grown quite fond of her. He got up from his dirt floor and pulled out his latest trophy, the large shark's tooth. He smiled victoriously and set it next to the sports festival medal. After that, he went for a hunt. He shifted into his hunter form and prowled his territory for his prey. He leapt from tree to tree in search of a suitable lunch. His claws quietly thunked into the trunk of one tree and halted to watch the deer tilt its head to see if it could find what made the sound again. A few minutes of stillness later, they went back to grazing on the greens of the woods. The hunter ever so slowly got closer and closer until he was right above his prey without alerting them. In a flash, he dove at his prey and speared it through the heart to end it quickly. The deer cried in pain for a moment, but it was done. The hunter hummed in pleasure at the successful hunt and dressed the deer before bringing it back to his den to cook. Izuku happily skipped through the halls of UA to his classroom. He had missed his friends. He opened the door to 1A and greeted everyone inside. Kaken, your hair looks weird. He didn't notice the stares from his other classmates. Kaken for his part stared dumbly at his old friend. More specifically, he stared at the two horns on his head. The F is on your head? Don't say bad words. He admonished. What do you mean? He asked. What do you mean? What do I mean? The horns. He practically shouted at Izuku. They heard a squeal from the entrance and turned to see Mina sprint from the door to Izuku. She hugged him and then pulled his head down to see his horns. You grew horns? I did. Izuku beamed. They look so cool. Now we match. She pulled him into a side hug and pressed her cheek to his as she snapped a picture with her phone. Izuku beamed at her and soon after greeted Jairu and Shoji, who walked through the doors together. They both smiled in greeting and also complimented Izuku's horns. The rest of the class took their energy in stride and they went about their day. Shiro and Kaminari laughed at Kaken's combed hair while Shinso came in with slow steps. The bags under his eyes were evident as he slumped into his desk. He greeted everyone without looking up. When he did finally focus his eyes, he stared incredulously at his friend. I was going to ask about the shark, but now I want to ask about the horns. Shark? Shiro asked nearby. I grew them myself. Izuku stated proudly. Jairu snorted a laugh and the feral child's response. As you do. Hold up, I'm with Shiro here. What about a shark? Kaminari asked. I hunted one. Izuku said excitedly. Most of the class was silent at his proclamation. What kind of shark? Kirishima asked. A big one. It almost took my arm off. Izuku tried to measure it out with his hands but couldn't. He sent a picture here? Jairu pulled her phone out and everyone crowded around Kirishima holding her phone. There were many cries of shock at the size of the animal and more laughter at seeing Gang Orca in a Hawaiian shirt gesturing at the sea predator. Izuku's beaming face took up half of the screen. That's a bull shark. How did you hunt a bull shark? Sato asked incredulously. It's massive too, Kirishima said in awe. I learned how to grow gills. Izuku said with a smile and showing off his neck opening up and gills appearing. They opened and closed a few times. After I learned how to do this, I swam around until I found that. He pointed at the phone. I baited it with my blood and then it bit me. Aizawa was standing at the doorway to the classroom and stared with dead eyes at the literal feral child telling his story about wrestling with a shark and taking bites out of it while his arm was still in its jaws. And then, Gang got some people to drag it to the kitchen to cook it up. It was nice. He smiled in remembering the taste of the shark. Most of the class was dumbfounded at the absurdity of their small classmate hunting down a shark and fighting it to death. Did it taste good? Kaminari asked first. Many of the guys nodded their heads in agreement with the question. Get to your seats. Aizawa finally said with such a defeated tone that the class worried for his mental health. I'm glad to see all of you are still alive. He looked at the feral child and he beamed back. Now midterms are coming up in a few weeks. Start preparing. He walked out and Cementos walked in to start classes. The class lined up in front of All Might and Hero class. Great to see you all again. For today we are doing a race to the civilian. I am playing the civilian and groups of 5 will race to where I wait for my rescuers. Keep collateral damage to a minimum. He stared at Kaken. Trying to say something, All Might? The blonde challenged. Izuku hopped from paw to paw in excitement at racing his classmates. He waited in anticipation as All Might leapt away to a distant tower and the screen flashed with 5 names. The feral boy squealed in joy at being in the first group. He lined up with the others and waited to sprint. The others waiting for their turns were infected by Izuku's enthusiasm and also began to get excited. Go! All Might bellowed and Izuku was off with the concrete under his feet cracked from his departure. He dove forward and in midair his body shifted. Grooves were torn into the ground with each limb connecting with the ground. Izuku grinned with joy at having his hair blow back from the speed and the enjoyment of being in the lead, until Shiro swung at high speeds past him. Izuku cried in outrage and speed up to pass him. He climbed up pipes like he had been doing so for years and leapt from foothold to foothold without hesitation. His 4 eyes traced every path he could take in an instant. When there were no footholds he made them. He clawed up the surface of the concrete wall to reach the number 1 hero to win. He heard the tape getting closer and Izuku pushed himself to place first. 2 tendrils shot out of his shoulders and yanked him up to All Might. He was met with All Might's grinning face and Izuku roared in triumph. He could hear his classmates cheer from the distance and he reveled in it. Damn. So close. Shiro pouted. No bad words. A dozen voices admonished Shiro from one mouth. No bad words. Shiro put up his hands in surrender and backed away with a smile at his classmate. Mina crawled over the ledge of the race and breathed in heavily from the exertion. Izuku, you left me behind. She pouted. Izuku shifted back with tearing flesh and breaking bones. She didn't even bat an eye as he tilted his head in confusion. But it was a race? She couldn't hold her pout and hugged Izuku for his adorable behavior. I know, just trying to tease you. Izuku beamed at the hug and sat down to wait for the others to arrive. Mina moved behind him and began to play with his hair. He could feel her untangle the messy hair and begin to braid it. He hummed in pleasure at the feeling and relaxed under her touch. He heard the last 2 arrive and All Might called forward the next group. Iida smiled at Izuku. He passed him and sat beside the feral boy. The first to arrive was Tokoyami with Yaoruzo close behind him. Kaminari and Aoyama arrive at the same time with Kaminari breathing more easily than the flamboyant boy. Yayamomo, can you make me some hair ties? Mina asked the heiress. Sure. Her hand glowed and a dozen hair ties landed on Mina's outstretched hand. Thanks. Mina continued her work on her mate. Izuku extended a tendril with an eye at the end to see what she was doing but Mina batted it away. No peeking. Izuku pouted. How many eyes can you make? Kaminari asked curiously. Izuku responded by opening a dozen eyes on one side of his face and all look at Kaminari. A lot. The smile only made Kaminari's pale face pale even further. That is terrifying. All Might said from the side. All the eyes swiveled to him and he grimaced slightly. Young Izuku, please stop. More eyes popped between the other eyes just for fun. You're grounded. The number 1 hero said. All the eyes closed. Grounded? What's that? As Mina chortled a laugh at both the question and All Might's grounding. How can you ground him? What's the punishment? Iida chopped his hands. All Might was a bit flustered at the question. Izuku never left the grounds and didn't have games to take away. He was distracted by Izuku on his phone. Nem? What does grounded mean? All Might said I was grounded. All Might looked around in a panic to see an escape and then leapt away to another location for the next group. Oh, he just jumped away, Izuku said to the phone. Mina and Kaminari cackled in laughter at seeing the number 1 hero run away. Yaoruzo looked surprised at the sudden action of the hero and looked at Izuku hanging up the call. Does Miss Kiyama scare All Might? She asked. I guess, but she's always nice to me. Except for that one time I turned off my phone, she was mad. Izuku said sullenly. All done. Mina patted Izuku's head. Izuku touched his hair and felt the braids. An eye extended from his neck to see the results. His eyes shone at the new hairstyle. Whoa, that's cool. Izuku beamed at his mate. She beamed in return and puffed her chest out proudly. The last group had just finished and All Might yelled to them. Now one last race. All at once. He leapt to the gate where they started. Go. Chaos erupted as the other group of 10 sabotaged each other to get ahead. Izuku's group was no different. The feral boy tried to leap off the platform to get ahead but tripped as Shiro's tape bound his legs. He fell off the platform but caught himself with his claws digging into the walls. Izuku roared in a challenge and Shiro cried in horror at what he had just done. Tendrils tore the tape apart and he leapt after the black-haired boy frantically trying to get away from the beast on his heels. He tried to slow him down again by shooting tape behind him but Izuku's tendrils slashed it apart. I'm sorry. Shiro cried and yelped in fear as another roar came from Izuku's mouth. Izuku caught up to the tape slinger and grabbed him before throwing him back the way he had come. He saw him do cartwheels in the air for a moment before catching himself on his tape sloppily. The hunter laughed in pleasure and turned back around to win the race. He could hear explosions from the other group and he saw ice shoot forward. He moved trajectory to cross paths with them to slow them down as Zero had done to him. He saw them. Kaken blasted an ice pillar in midair with a feral smile. The smile was wiped off his face when Izuku bodily tackled his old friend in midair and threw him back. "You son of a beach!" Kaken roared in the distance. Izuku cackled in joy and tore up the ground to throw at Todoroki to slow him. It worked and he sped up to win. He was getting close and had his eyes open to see behind him to see who was nearing him. It was Tokoyami with dark shadow propelling him forward. Izuku grinned a savage grin and focused on his presence to show predatory implications if he got closer. The bird-headed boy backed away immediately and Izuku turned his presence back to normal. He skidded to a stop next to All Might and roared his victory again. All Might patted Izuku's head with a laugh. One by one the rest of the class arrived next to All Might and Izuku. Kaken didn't slow down and bodily tackled Izuku in return. The feral boy went with the impact and they rolled around on the ground until Izuku overpowered his old friend and pinned him. Kaken responded by biting into Izuku's arm and refusing to lose. The feral boy yelped and let the blonde get his arms around his head. "You little sheet." Kaken growled. "Bad words." Izuku laughed under his arm. "Alright, that's enough." All Might said, breaking the brotherly scene before him. "While I didn't expect the eye-subverting actions, it showed spirit. Great job everyone." He beamed before leaping away. Kaken still didn't let go of Izuku for his treachery and grabbed him by his horns. Izuku responded by kicking his friend's feet from under him and slipping out as he fell. Izuku cackled as he ran to the locker room to change. Kaken roared at the indignation and chased after him. "The F just happened?" Shinso asked, flabbergasted at the actions of the bomber. Mina pointed at Zero. "He tripped up Zuku at the beginning and he chased him down to get revenge. I'm guessing he did the same to Kaken too." She giggled. "Zero, what reason did you have to stoop so low?" Iida chopped his hands. "I wanted to win. And guys, you know no terror until Izuku is chasing you down in his other form." He looked haunted at the memory. "He had cute braids. Who did that?" Uraraka asked, ignoring Zero's PTSD. "He did." Toru agreed. "Zuku was almost purring when I played with his hair." Mina squealed to the other girls as they made their way to their locker room. "Let's go before they destroy the locker room." Shoji chuckled. The class met back up in the classroom before they left for the day. Aizawa was glaring at the feral child with singed hair and a smile and the blonde in front of him grumbling under his breath. There were a few scattered giggles but they stopped when the teacher turned on the rest of the class. After a silent moment he spoke. "Midterms are coming up, prepared accordingly. There will be a practical and written exam. Those who pass will be able to attend a training camp during the break." The class broke out into chatter about what he had said. Izuku naturally had questions. "What are midterms? Are they like tests?" He asked no one in particular. "It's to make sure you are learning what we teach you." Aizawa drawled out. Izuku shrugged. "Makes sense." He understood what the concept of a training camp was by the individual words. Yaoruzo stood excitedly and said to the class, "You all can join me at my home for study sessions." Many looked grateful and a few others refused, saying they studied alone. "Can I join?" Izuku asked, just as excited. "Of course." She paused and asked, "Where did you rank in the written entrance exam?" Izuku shrugged and turned to the teacher. "Zawa, where did I rank?" The teacher gave him a murderous glare and grit out. "Third, you brat." "Third?" Izuku turned back the impressed heiress. "Third? How the F did you place higher than me? You've been in a hole in the ground for a decade." Kaken bellowed. Izuku shrugged again with a smirk. "I'm just smarter than you." Kaken lunged at him but Izuku dodged easily and dove out the open window with a cackle. Aizawa had had enough and walked out of the classroom. "I'm done." "Oh, he left his bag," Shinso said, picking up Izuku's bag. "Do you know where his den is?" Zero asked, watching the feral boy disappear in the tree line. "I don't know if he would like it if we arrived at his doorstep unannounced." Iida stepped in. "Suku, you left your bag. Do you want the class to see your den?" Everyone turned to Mina on the phone with a smile. She beamed and hung up after a kiss to the microphone. He said, "It's fine, let's go." Shinso was already walked out the door with his friend's bag in hand. Most of the class looked at each other and many of the boys eagerly followed to see where Izuku liked to sleep. Yaoruzo followed quickly behind in curiosity about the class president's abode. Soon, everyone was following Shinso, Mina, Shoji, and Jairu through the woods to Izuku's territory, while the owner of the territory prowled over them in the trees for fun. The class walked into the clearing with the large pond and the tree hanging over a part of it. There were many gasps of awe at the serene sight as the small group of friends showed them Izuku's home. "Suku, where are you?" Mina yelled out in a sing-song voice. "He's been following us since we entered the forest," Jairu said and pointed behind everyone. Everyone turned and some shrieked in fright at seeing their smallest classmate standing silently with a beaming smile. Kaminari was clutching his heart as Shiro held onto Sato, who was very amused. "Welcome. I'm happy to have you all visit." Izuku beamed and moved around them to show them his den. "You can go wherever you want. Even inside my den if you want to see, I don't mind." Tendrils pulled the makeshift door to the side and pointed down. "Is it okay? It seems personal to go into your sleeping area." Yaoruzo asked for everyone. "Yeah. So long as you don't take anything, I'm fine with it. I'll be back with food." Izuku darted off before anyone could say anything, and they heard the faint sound of cracking bone and tearing flesh. Shinso sat down on a log and got comfortable while setting his bag to the side, and Izuku's by his den. "Hope you guys are hungry. He's probably going to bring back a few deer at least." Kaken was one of the first ones to peek inside Izuku's den and jump down into it. He found the hole in the ground homey and could understand why his old friend preferred it to a room. He was joined by some others, also curious about where their feral classmates slept. Kaken moved to the wall lined with animal skulls and other trinkets. He immediately recognized it as his trophies, had to admit to himself that it was pretty cool. Izuku returned in his hunter form with one deer on each shoulder. Most of his class looked on with a bit of surprise, but they went along with their classmate making dinner for them. A loud clap of the hands drew attention to Sato, smiling with his uniform shirt off and his white tank top showing. "I haven't butchered anything ever since my uncle took me to his shop for the summer, but I still remember how to do so." He offered his help in preparing the meal. Izuku's smile grew more and he moved over to a large tree. A tendril extended and a javelin was jabbed into the tree trunk. He hung up one deer and set the other on the other side. He shifted back and held out a knife made of his steel-covered bones to Sato, and he nodded gratefully. Shinso whispered something to Yaoruzo and she shrugged and produced 2 containers filled with salt and pepper. Izuku narrowed his eyes at his friend but went to prepare the fire. He set the bonfire alight quickly and then he built it up bigger. Nodding in satisfaction, he returned to the other deer. "I have to say, Izuku, this is a very nice home you have," Sue said, soaking in the sun and dipping her feet in the water of the pond. She looked completely content with Uraraka joining her at her side. "Yeah bro, this is pretty awesome." Kirishima nodded along while he sat by the fire. "It is peaceful." Yaoruzo smiled and looked around at the clearing. She turned back to making some utensils for them to use and plate. "By the way, how do you plan to cook that?" Izuku paused and looked at her and then the chopped up deer. "Probably on skewers." He placed a deer leg on one and stuck it into the ground for example. Shinso quickly moved to it and seasoned it. "Much better, don't you give me that look," Shinso said as Izuku curled his lip at his friend. Yaoruzo made a container for the pieces that Sato was cutting off and preparing them for the fire. Mina did the same for Izuku and helped him take parts of the deer and set them to cook. Meanwhile, most of the class relaxed in the clearing and chatted happily. Soon the aroma of cooked meat began to waft into the area and everyone's mouth began to water. Izuku beamed at seeing everyone enjoy the deer he had caught while talking between themselves. He took a leg of the deer and sat to eat with Mina plopping down to his side and enjoying her portion. She smiled warmly up at him and leaned on his side while watching everyone eat and share his territory. Kaminari leaned back with a full belly and said to everyone, "I don't know about you guys, but that was great." There were many sounds of agreement. "While I would like to enjoy this much longer, we should plan out the study sessions for the midterms," Yaoruzo said, and Iida nodded with her as there were groans from many others. She chuckled and pulled out a pen and notebook from her bag and began to write down how many would join her at her home. Once it was getting close to the sun setting, everyone helped out to clean up after themselves and thank Izuku for his hospitality and the meal. The feral boy beamed brilliantly to them all and told them that they were welcome any time. Mina was the only one to stay after everyone else had left to enjoy some time with her mate. "This is nice. It's a good home, Zuku," she while picking up his arm and putting it around her shoulder. "It is nice, I chose it myself," he said with pride. She giggled and relaxed at the peace of the moment. They stayed in companionable silence for a long moment until Mina's phone rang and she looked at the message from her mother. She sighed and got out from under his arm and got up. "It's time for me to go. Walk me out?" she asked, smiling down at him. Izuku returned the smile to his mate and helped her out of the forest and through the halls of UA. They chatted a little about the study group that will take place in Yaoruzo's home later in the week and what her home would be like. Mina was the most excited to see the size of the home, and Izuku began to get curious himself. They reached the gates of the school and Mina turned to him with a slight blush. "It's only right to send me properly as your mate." Izuku nodded and agreed with her. "How do I do that?" He stopped nodding and asked. She giggled at his behavior. "With a hug." She wrapped her arms around his waist and Izuku returned it happily. She pulled away with more color on her cheeks. "And a kiss." She pecked him on the lips. She pulled away again to see his reaction and she was pleased to see his slightly dazed expression. She giggled once more and turned to leave. "See you tomorrow?" With a beaming smile. Behind the second-floor windows, the staff watched the interaction between the two young mates. "Hot damn." She left him speechless. Snipe said with a guffaw and a hearty laugh. "It is quite nice to see young love." Small Mite said with a warm smile at the scene. "It's so heartwarming it could bring you to Nem." "Are you crying?" Present Mike asked, shocked. Between sobs she said. "He's growing up so fast." She continued to sob into her hands while Vlad King patted her shoulder, trying to comfort her, but he backed away when she spoke again. "That girl better not hurt him." She looked up again with narrowed eyes at the retreating form of Mina. The other staff reeled at the sudden change in her attitude and prayed for Mina Ashido's safety, that she would indeed not hurt the boy they had all grown attached to in the short time they had known him. An hour later, Hitoshi Shinso was seated in the living room with his mother watching a movie. His phone rang and he looked at the screen with furrowed brows and some concern. His mother paused the movie after seeing his concern. "Who is it?" she asked with her own concern rising. "It's Izuku." "Well, answer. It might be important." She had been given the story of her son's mysterious friend that day he came back with staff from UA. She had also broken down in tears after hearing his retelling and hugged her son tight at the mere idea of her son having to do what Izuku had done to survive. She still hasn't met with the boy, but she was excited for the day she will get to meet the boy that befriended her son. Hitoshi did so and immediately heard Izuku almost screaming through the phone speaker. "Shinso, is it normal to feel dizzy when a girl kisses you?" I asked Nem, but she just laughed and didn't answer my question. The brainwasher stared at his phone with an incredulous look, and then his eyes flickered to his mother, who had her hand slapped over her mouth, but he could see the smile hidden behind it. He stuttered out a response to his friend. I don't know. I've never kissed a girl before," he said with tinted cheeks. "Why are you calling me for this?" "I don't know, I was going to call Kaken, but I figured to call you first." Hitoshi could hear the shrug in the other line. He sighed and rubbed his face with the other hand. "Should you be sharing this? It seems private to the two of you. Is this something I shouldn't talk about?" "I didn't know that. Alright, I won't tell anyone else." "Thanks, Shinso." The friend of the feral boy looked at his phone with an exasperated look in his eyes. His mother burst out into giggles and then laughter. When she had calmed down and looked at her son, told him, "You should really invite him over for dinner now, I can't wait to meet him." Her eyes glimmered in amusement. "I'll ask after the midterms are done." He sighed with a smile. "Good. And when are you going to get a girlfriend of your own, she asked teasingly, and a wiggle of her eyebrows as she leaned in closer to her son. He pushed her face away. "When I feel like it," he said with a reddening face as he turned away from his cackling mother. The weekend that came had Izuku on a train headed to his classmate's home. He had his phone close at hand and reminded himself constantly of the name of the station he would need to get off to continue to his destination. The train came to a stop and he looked around as he walked off the busy station and then looked down at his phone and the indicator of his position. He followed the route indicated and began to walk and look around at the homes that seemed to change with each street. At first, the homes looked slightly bigger than Kaken's, but then they grew in size with each passing structure until Izuku couldn't classify them as homes anymore and instead territories. He daydreamed of one day having his territory as larger than the ones he passed. His phone chimed and he looked down to see that he arrived at his destination. He looked at the massive gates and the structure behind it. He was about to go and push them open when he heard a click of a speaker and he turned to see a black box to the side. "What business do you have?" A cold voice came from the speaker. "MH? I don't own any businesses," he said, confusion lacing his tone. "A joker? Then be on your way," the voice said curtly, and the box turned off. Izuku waited and then pushed the black button. Nothing happened, so he kept pushing it until he became annoyed at waiting and turned to the gate. Without having to shift anything, he leapt clear over the gate and began to make his way down the path to the front of the building. About a quarter way there, he heard multiple dogs barking aggressively. He turned to the sound and saw 4 large dogs, almost the size of wolves, charging at him with teeth bared. Izuku stared at the dogs and changed his presence to something less friendly. The dogs stopped barking immediately and began to trip over themselves to stop. When they did and got back up, they had their tails between their legs and whimpered softly. He had changed his presence to show predatory implications if they attacked him, and now he switched it to something akin to an elder to children. The dogs stopped whimpering and slowly got closer and sniffed at his legs. He smiled and knelt to pet the now placid dogs. He giggled when one licked his face and the other tried to push him over playfully. He turned at hearing the gate open and he saw a few of his classmates staring at him with bewildering looks. Uraraka, Jairu, and Ojiro got closer to him to talk. "Dude, what are you doing?" Jairu asked with a smile, but the smile fell away as the dogs got aggressive at the three and began to growl menacingly. The dogs began to whimper again and turned to Izuku. He growled similarly to the dogs and barked out, "They are my pack." The dogs walked behind Izuku with their tails between their legs and head down and then sat down. "Good." He nodded and then turned to his friends with a smile. The three looked shocked at what just transpired and Jairu spoke for the three of them. "What the F was that?" She motioned with her finger. "Don't say bad words. And I don't know, I jumped the gate and these guys came at me. They're okay now." He shrugged. You're not supposed to jump the gate. The guy was supposed to buzz it open for you. Didn't he talk to you?" Jairu sounded incredulous as he stared at the dogs again with their heads raised but still seated behind Izuku's legs. "The guy asked if I owned a business and I told him I didn't, and then he just ignored me." Uraraka slapped her hand over her mouth to stave off the laughter bubbling up. Ojiro's lips quirked up at realizing what probably happened. Jairu sighed. "Just forget it, let's go." She sounded defeated but couldn't contain her smile at her friend's antics. Izuku nodded and began to walk with the other three as the dogs trotted beside him. They reached the door and an unfamiliar man opened it with a dignified motion and stood at attention. But his poise dropped when he saw the extremely well-trained guard dogs walking beside the boy that was supposed to run him off by dogs. Before he could say anything, Yaoyorozu walked in front of the flabbergasted man and greeted them with a beaming smile. "I'm so glad you are here," she said with her hands clasped together. She looked slightly down at the guard dogs and tilted her head in confusion. "Rizzo, this is a big territory you have, it needs more trees though," he greeted happily. Her smile came back in full force at the nickname. "I do agree, something similar to your pond would be nice. Gomein. But the dogs must stay outside," she said sheepishly. The others walked in and watched Izuku turn to the dogs by his side and spoke to them. "She is part of my pack too, protect her. Now off you go." He pointed directly at Yaoyorozu's surprised face. The dogs gave out a low bark and then ran off to where they came from. Izuku nodded with satisfaction and turned to the five faces staring at him. "What?" he asked with a tilt of his head. "So many things." Jairu shook her head. "Since when can you talk to animals?" Uraraka asked. "How did they listen to you?" Yaoyorozu asked. "Pack." The butler asked with furrowed brows. "I can't talk to animals, but I learned how to use my presence at Gang Orcas and it's really neat. I used that and they listened to me." Then he turned to the old man with a suit. "Yeah. I am the pack leader of my class," he said proudly. "He means the class president, which is pretty similar to a pack dynamic in the wilderness now that I think about it," Yaoyorozu explained with a tilt of her head and looked into the distance. "Anyways, this way. The others are already here," she said, leading them with an excited smile. They walked through a few hallways with the newcomers looking around with awe at the home. She opened a large set of doors to show Kaminari, Mina, and Shiro chatting and seated at a large table. Mina bolted up and hugged Izuku with a blinding smile. He caught her and set her down with his smile just as bright. Soon everyone got situated and Yaoyorozu went around to see who needed help in what subjects. Izuku led his expertise in what he could. Since he didn't learn the standard way of doing things, he showed others his way of solving problems and ways to recall information. For some, it helped immensely, for others not so much. One subject he could teach a class by himself was biology. Even Yaoyorozu sat down to make notes as Izuku made a diagram showing the human body and every system in it. He had a keen understanding of what did what and how it works thanks to his quirk. The week passed with everyone studying as much as they could for the midterms. Izuku was happy to help whoever came to him, and he frequently had visitors in his territory for help. It was nearing the day of the exams when Monoma approached Izuku's table at lunch. Izuku looked up from taking a large bite from his sandwich to see Monoma giving him a smirk. "You should take smaller bites, you'll choke one day. And nice horns." He bit down anyway and smiled victoriously as he chewed and swallowed. "Hey Noma," he greeted brilliantly. "Thanks." I grew them myself, he said proudly, showing off his horns. He chuckled and he said to the table, came over here to give you a heads up about the practical exams. I overheard some upperclassmen say that it was robots like the entrance exam. Mina whooped in joy and Izuku deflated. Robots, that's no fun. The feral boy whined. Are you sure? That seems too easy, no? Jiro asked skeptically. I agree, I would imagine the staff giving us something more challenging than robots. Shoji nodded with Jiro. Monoma raised his hands in surrender. It's what I've heard, just wanted to let you guys know is all. We'll keep it in mind and tell the others. Thanks, Noma. Izuku beamed up to his friend from his sister class. As he left, Izuku turned to his friends. I hope it's not robots, he said hopefully. Izuku stretched his back after finishing the last exam for the day that required him to stay in his seat. He set the laptop he had been using in his bag and stood up. He looked around at his pack and saw that he wasn't the only one relieved to be finished with the tests. The last test of the day is the one he is most excited about, the practical test. With an eager smile, he led everyone to the locker room to change into their suits. You excited? Kaminari asked while taking off his shirt. I can't wait. Izuku beamed and quickly slipped on his shorts, hopping on one leg. Izuku, my mom wants you to come over after the midterms, do you want to? Shinso asked. Internally he was apprehensive since Izuku would be the first friend he would have invited over in a long time. But he was sure that his feral friend would be happy to come over. He was proven right by what he said. Of course. I never got to talk to your mom when I saw her last time, he said happily. Shinso smiled and nodded. I'll tell mom to have dinner for tonight. How did you two meet anyways? Zero asked. He scared a couple of bullies off when I ran into his territory and I gave him some thank you food afterward, Shinso said, chuckling at the memory. Sato nodded. That fits. They regrouped together and waited for someone to explain the exam to them. While waiting, Izuku was reminded of Asato and wondered how she was doing. He did talk to her once a week on the phone, but he still missed their interactions. Mina gave him the idea of taking a class picture and sending it to her. Izuku beamed at the idea and pulled out his phone. The class overheard what they were saying and was already crowing together. Izuku extended a tendril with his phone in the air and took the picture with everyone smiling. Mina helped him send the picture to everyone in his contacts list. From there, Mina sent it to the rest of the class. They were all happy about the picture. Izuku had gotten a response from Asato almost immediately with a paragraph about how happy she is to see him with friends. Everyone stopped when their pack leader faced down the hallway. His smile grew and he hopped from foot to foot. Around the corner came Aizawa with the rest of the staff. Nizu popped out of his scarf and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. We decided to do something a bit different for your practical exam, he said cheerfully. We get to fight you guys? Izuku blurted out. Everyone turned to him and Nizu laughed. Very astute, Izuku. Yes, for your practical exams, you will be fighting one of your teachers, paired off with another classmate, he said while throwing his arms up in the air. Izuku squealed with glee while some of the class groaned. The green-haired boy pointed directly at Aizawa with a feral smile. I want to fight you. In the woods, he almost demanded. Eraserhead's quirk activated and glared at Izuku. Quiet, you won't get to choose. The pairing has already been decided upon. Izuku pouted and Nem giggled at his face. Mina hooked her arm with his and patted it. Don't worry, Izuku. One day you'll get your chance. The pairing was announced until it was just Kaken and Izuku left with no more staff left to choose. Izuku gasped. We get to fight all of you? There was a booming laugh and All Might landed before the class. No. You will be fighting me, he said with some menacing inclinations. Izuku shook Kaken's shoulders. Kaken, we get to fight All Might, he said with glee. The blonde batted his hands away. I can FN here just fine. Izuku pinched his arm and he jerked away while rubbing at the spot. Stop saying bad words. Kaken looked indignantly at his old friend. You little sheet. Don't pinch me, what are you? 5. The blonde lunged at him to get his revenge and Izuku dodged easily with a grin. Everyone watched for a moment as they roughhoused around until Nizu got everyone's attention again. Now, let's begin. Everyone was split off to go fight their teachers and All Might grabbed the scruff of the neck of the two on the ground to pull them away. Kaken twisted around like a feral animal as the number one hero laughed. Izuku just let himself get dragged away with a laugh. Mina split off from Kaminari and pecked Izuku on the cheek. Good luck. She smiled sweetly at him as he was dragged away by the symbol of peace. Izuku beamed at her. Good luck. The three boarded the bus and headed to their arena for their exam. Izuku sat next to Kaken and eyed All Might suspiciously at the front of the bus. He is super strong, right? He asked his old friend. Kakin nodded with pursed lips. He is strong, fast, and super durable. Like how strong? He could level a few city blocks with one punch if he truly wanted. Think of that Nomu you took down at the USJ like that, maybe more. He explained. Izuku hummed in thought and stared at the back of the hero's head. The hero's smile strained as he felt the predatory gaze of his student. He has a smell of fresh blood from his side. An old injury that never healed right, I'm guessing. His face is still a weakness, his eyes, nose, and ears could distract him if we go for them. He thought out loud. Kakin snapped his eyes into Izuku. Injury? I've never heard of him getting hurt, much less something as serious. He said with furrowed brows. Izuku shrugged. That's what I smell. The bus came to a stop and everyone got off in front of a faux city. All Might stretched for a moment and then gave them a salute before bounding into the distance. Izuku did the same by stretching his muscles underneath his skin. They wriggled around like snakes and then he sighed in relief. Kakin stared at him with his mouth slightly open and his brows furrowed at the scene before him. He shook his head and focused on the city before them. I want to beat him, Kakin said. Izuku beamed at his friend and nodded. Then let's beat him. He pumped his fist like he had seen others do. Kakin smiled at his old friend and nodded. I can blind him with a flashbang. After that, we can continue to overwhelm him with attacks. The buzzer went off to signal the start of the exam. Izuku turned to the center of the city and began to jog with Kakin. His ears picked up a sound and his hawk-like eyes saw the wave of destruction coming their way. He yanked Kakin behind him with tendrils and keratin shields formed from each arm. He made a wedge and slammed it into the ground while carapace-like legs shot out behind him to hold him steady. The wave of wind and debris hit and washed around them. When it dies down, Izuku peeked with an eye that opened on the exterior of the shield. He absorbed the mass and stood before the devastation of what All Might wrought. They heard a booming laugh. Why would a villain care for collateral damage? Izuku nodded. That makes sense. He turned to Kakin and grinned. Let's go. Kakin's grin was just as feral and he blasted along Izuku as he shifted into his hunter form. The hunter got on all fours with claws that dug furrows into the ground with each step. Izuku added some modifications to his body by growing spines like a porcupine and a whip-like tail with a spear tip. Throw me. Kakin bellowed. Izuku didn't hesitate and grabbed his friend by the waist with a tendril that extended from his hand. He twisted in midair and the tendril whipped Kakin at breakneck speed at the hero. With a bestial roar, 3 streaks shot past Kakin to impact All Might who shielded his body with his arms. The javelins collided with the hero with a jarring force that caused him to step back and wince at the pain of the tips digging into his flesh. When he lowered his arms to engage with Kakin, he was blinded by a bright flash directly into his face. All Might reeled back in pain and clutched at his eyes as Kakin blasted over the hero's head and got on his other side to send a barrage of explosions at him. Izuku leapt with all his might and collided with the hero, causing him to stumble at the dense high-speed body slam. Izuku didn't let go and dug his claw into his shoulder to hold on while his other hand shifted into a heavy spiked fist. He got off a few punches in his face before All Might blindly grabbed Izuku's hand and threw him into a building. He broke through the first brick wall and the second. Kakin was backhanded away the next moment and was sent sprawling across the asphalt. He skipped across it and righted himself before All Might leapt towards his general direction, still half blind. Izuku pulled himself out of the rubble and hissed in pain at the cuts. They closed up quickly and the glass was ejected from his body. He sprinted through the holes he created and redirected himself toward the fight. Kakin was dodging around All Might who was slowly recovering from the first attack. Izuku came barreling in with his arm outstretched and became something he hadn't used in combat yet. The claw reeled back and hit All Might on his injured side. The sound was deafening as the mantis shrimp claw impacted with tremendous force, causing All Might to be launched into a building just like he had done to Izuku. The hunter roared in triumph and slammed his claw into the ground, caught up in the moment. Kakin looked between Izuku and the hole All Might went through before shaking himself and focusing on the battle. He aimed his gauntlet at the still intact building that All Might was still recovering inside of and pulled the pin. The large explosion ripped out of his gauntlet and destroyed what was left of the structural supports, causing it to collapse on top of the symbol of peace. The two students stared at the rubble of the building and the dust settling down. They looked at each other and then back at the rubble. Izuku was about to speak when the rubble shifted and All Might stood from the debris. Izuku pulled back his arm for another javelin throw but stopped when All Might raised his free hand. The other clutched at his side. That's enough, I surrender. The hero said and sat down on the curb. The buzzer went off and exclaimed that they had passed. Izuku shifted back and ran up to All Might with worry. Are you alright? He looked between his bleeding side and his coughing up blood. Kaken stared at the number 1 hero in some fear. You're really hurt, he stated. All Might looked up at the other student with a stained smile. Keep this to yourself. With a puff of smoke, Toshinori Yagi sat where All Might once did. Kaken stepped back in shock and then looked to Izuku, who didn't seem fazed. What's going on? His quirk makes him All Might. Izuku shrugged in explanation. But how? Kaken still looked confused and conflicted by seeing the strongest hero shrink down to an emaciated man. Yagi chuckled and waved him off. It's alright, young Izuku is right. My quirk allowed me to become the symbol of peace. But in my old age it's coming to an end. This injury isn't helping either. Oh, Kaken said quietly. Don't worry so much, young Bakugo. The reason I chose to become a teacher is to guide the next generation of heroes to the best of my abilities. And these old bones still have a few good miles left. He smiled brilliantly and flexed his thinner arm. I guess that would make sense. Kaken combed his hair back and sighed at the revelation. You've been a hero for 40-odd years. It's time for a new symbol to rise. He nodded sagely. What are you doing, young Izuku? He asked the feral boy whose fingers were reaching towards his hair. Izuku didn't say anything and grabbed a tuft of his dangling hair and snipped it off with blades that emerged from his fingers. He held the small tuft of blonde hair in the air and then a bone clasp tied it together at the cut end to keep it from falling apart. Perfect, he said, holding his newest trophy. Kaken stared at his friend with just a little bit of horror. Yagi was staring with his eyebrows raised. What the F, Izuku? You can't just take a clipping of his hair like some psycho? He looked at the now uneven hair tufts on the number 1 hero's head. He can grow it back. It's my trophy, Izuku said defensively and crouched down to run. Yagi chuckled heartily and waved them down. It's quite alright, he earned it. At that moment, Recovery Girl rolled up in a golf cart specialized for first aid. You don't know when to hold back, do you? Any of you? She said with anger lacing her tone. It's not their fault, I pushed them to their limits. Yagi defended them. It's the number F and 1 hero, why the hell would I have held back? Kaken said with crossed arms. I still don't like you, Izuku said, narrowing his eyes on her. Recovery Girl shook her head at all of them and helped Yagi onto the cart and the stretcher behind it. How are you two doing? Injuries? A few, Kaken said, looking down at his road-burned arms. I don't need your help, Izuku said with his arms crossed. Kaken stared at him with furrowed brows. What? She called me idiotic and hit me, he said defensively. Kaken rolled his eyes and got a healing kiss from her and boarded the cart. Izuku declined the ride since his weight would have slowed the vehicle too much. He instead ran beside the cart to the main building of UA. The two arrived back at the classroom in their uniforms to see some of their classmates already there and waiting. Izuku went over to Mina when he saw her looking down at her desk. Izuku quietly went to her and tapped her horn to get her attention. She covered her horn with her hand and looked up to see Izuku smiling softly at her. She pouted but smiled back anyways. You looked sad, did something happen? Izuku asked, sitting down on the ground since his desk only can hold his weight. Mina sighed and sat with him, their backs against the wall. We failed our exam. Nizu was just too good and we didn't even get a chance. She dropped her head on his shoulder. Izuku comforted her by hugging her. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just because you failed once doesn't mean you didn't learn anything. And that's the point of school, right? To learn stuff and things? He said softly. Mina gave a watery giggle and looked up with teary eyes. But her smile was evident. Right. I'll do better next time. Thank you, Izuku. After wiping her face, she wrapped her arms around his chest and squeezed as much as she could. Izuku stayed next to her as more of his classmates came in after their practical exam was done. He hummed in pleasure at feeling his mate close to him and his pack around him. Mina looked up at him curiously but didn't ask anything, knowing he had his odd quirks. When everyone had arrived from their exams, Aizawa strolled in and told them to go home. Everyone did so and Izuku walked with Mina and his friends to the train station. They chatted about their fights and how it went for them. Izuku listened to them all and excitedly told them about his fight with the number 1 hero. And then, he surrendered after digging himself out of the rubble. I think he could have kept on going if he wanted, though. But look. Izuku held up the newest trophy. They all stopped and stared at the small tuft of hair in confusion. Shinso was the first to realize what he was looking at. Izuku, you didn't? He asked, already knowing the answer. No. Jiru exclaimed in shock. Is that All Might's hair? She whispered loudly to not draw attention. Mina burst out laughing and hung off her mate's shoulders. Suku. She laughed some more. Shoji chuckled softly and shook his head. I can't wait to see if he left it like that or clipped the other side to even it out. Izuku continued their walk to the train station to see them off. One after another, they boarded their train and left Izuku and Mina alone. She kissed his cheek goodbye and boarded her train with a wave. He smiled warmly at her and watched her go. Then he turned back to the streets and was immediately lost. He nervously looked around, but he resigned himself to taking out his phone and inputting the direction back to his den. For the rest of the walk, he grumbled about how the city was loud and all the smells mixed, which blocked his sense of smell. The weekend after the midterms arrived and Izuku was invited to Shinso's home for dinner. He was excited to go see how his friend lived and what his mother was like. But before that, he decided to stop by Asato's library to say hello. While they did talk on the phone, he did miss seeing her in person. On the train, Izuku watched his phone carefully to see which stop he was supposed to get off at. He faintly remembered seeing some buildings as they passed from leaving the woods fully when he took the entrance exams. He got off the train and began following the indicator to Asato's library. He had decided to visit her first before going to Shinso's home. Once he got close, he could remember the area fairly well and put his phone away. He saw the library down the street and excitedly jogged to the front door. He opened the doors quietly as he had done 100 times before and walked in. Asato looked up from her desk to greet whoever came in and smiled brilliantly at seeing who it was. Izuku, how wonderful to see you, she said softly and rounded the desk to hug him. Nice to see you too. Izuku hugged her back. She pulled him an arm's length away to get a good look at him. You haven't grown much, but those horns are new. Izuku beamed and tilted his head down slightly to show them off. I grew them myself. Asato laughed and examined them. Any particular reason why? Izuku nodded. I wanted to match with Mina, plus if I didn't like them I could get rid of them. He shrugged. Ah, your girlfriend. You haven't done anything inappropriate, have you? She asked teasingly. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Like what? Asato chuckled and pulled him over to sit down at his old table. Don't worry about it. She waved his concerns away. Fill me in, how have you been? She asked in a more motherly way. Izuku did so. He told her about his time at UA and how he had made all his friends. How the teacher treated him. He told her about meeting with his old friend and his family. They spent roughly an hour talking about their time since Izuku had joined UA. By the end of it, Izuku had left with a brilliant smile on his face. Instead of taking out his phone to find Shinso's home, he followed the well-trodden route to his old den. He found it easily and from there made his way to Shinso's backyard. He knocked on the front door and waited. He could hear some footsteps on the other side. Shinso opened the door and smiled tiredly at his friend. Come on in. Shinso. Izuku beamed happily. He walked in after wiping his paws on the entrance rug. He followed Shinso to the living room and sat down on the ground to save the furniture from destruction. His friend frowned for a moment at seeing why he did such a thing and remember why. He followed suit and sat on the ground with him. They talked for a bit about the upcoming camping trip and what they would need for supplies. Shinso asked how his relationship with Mina was going and Izuku happily told him about their time hanging out after school. So, this is the feral boy that lived in my backyard for a few years? A woman's voice came from behind them. Izuku turned and smiled brilliantly at seeing the mother of his friend. Yeah, that's me. I'm Izuku. He greeted her while standing up. The woman had straight light purple hair with a lean figure. She stood about the same height as her son. She smiled warmly at the boys and introduced herself. You can call me Karada. It's very nice to finally meet you. She pulled Izuku into a tight hug, much to her son's embarrassment. Izuku was surprised by the sudden embrace but smiled and returned the hug. You give nice hugs, he said as they pulled away. Karada laughed with delight. It's mostly my quirk. It allows me to emit a warm and welcoming aura. It's very helpful in my profession. What's your profession? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. Child psychiatrist. I've been working with children for a long time, she said looking at her son and combing his hair back. That's a job that helps kids with mental stuff, right? Izuku asked. Yep. They both said at the same time. Karada motioned them to the kitchen. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Toshi set the table. Toshi? Izuku said grinning at his friend's blushing face. Toshi grumbled with a reddened face and set the table from the three of them. Izuku walked over and helped him with some tendrils to speed up the process. Toshi didn't even bat an eye but Karada stared for longer than would have been polite. Once the food was set in each place, they began to dig in while talking between bites of food. Izuku answered any questions Karada had without any reservations. He got a few laughs when she began to tell stories about Toshi's younger years. When they finished dinner, Izuku stuck around for a bit longer to chat as the sun began to lower. Kurata offered Izuku to stay for the night, but he was more comfortable sleeping in his den. "I'll walk you to the station to make sure you don't get lost," Toshi said. Kurata gave Izuku a brief hug and smiled down at him. "Come back anytime if you ever need anything or just to say hello." Izuku returned the smile and nodded. "Bye, Kurata." With that, the two left the home. The weekend passed and came Monday with the class anxiously waiting for their homeroom teacher to announce their grades on the midterms. It was quiet in the room as Aizawa walked in. He paused the intense gazes of his students but walked to his podium and looked over them all. "Everyone passed the written exam and 4 of you failed the practical. You know who failed. But everyone gets to come to the camp anyways," he said before anyone's tears fell. The class cheered with the 4 that failed the most ecstatic. The glare Aizawa gave them shut them up and everyone quieted down in a flash. "You 4 will have remedial course while the rest have fun," he finished with a malicious smirk. "What? No. Mina cried with Kaminari looking dead-eyed out the window. "You can do whatever you want for the rest of homeroom." Aizawa ignored the pleas from the 2 who had to face Nizu. His eyes landed on the feral boy by the window. "Except for you, Izuku. Midnight and I would like a word." The class went quiet and Izuku looked around nervously at the sudden attention and the quiet. Aizawa let out a long-suffering sigh. "You're not in trouble, now let's go." Izuku got up and quickly followed Aizawa out the door. He caught up to him and walked beside him. "What's going on?" "It's about the camp, nothing bad. Just something you should know is all." He shrugged. Izuku nodded and the 2 made their way to the teacher's lounge where Nem stood up immediately after the door opened. She gave Izuku a warm smile and bade him follow into a private room with Aizawa next to him. He returned the smile as Nem waited for him at the open door to ruffle his hair. They all sat down and Izuku looked at the 2 in confusion. "Now, I want to start this off by saying we do this every year. It's a tradition and we mean no ill will by doing it but with you. You might see it differently." Nem began. "During the training camp, we load the class onto a bus and drive out into the location. The tradition is to stop in a certain location to stretch your legs, but it's more of a trap." Izuku listened intently but felt his stomach twist slightly. He didn't interrupt as she continued. "From there we have the students finish the rest of the trek on foot through the woods." She immediately grasped Izuku's hands when she saw the hurt in his eyes. "We will not leave you, okay? I will not leave you as that woman did. It's part of the training camp and a bit of fun, that's why we're telling you ahead of time so you don't get the wrong idea. You are not being abandoned, I promise." Izuku felt his throat close up at the memory of Inko doing such a thing and then his imagination making up Nem doing the same thing. "You promise?" "I promise I will not ever leave you like that. You will always be welcomed into my arms." Nem rounded the coffee table and pulled him into a tight embrace. Izuku hugged her back and tried to calm himself. Aizawa looked down and away to give the 2 a sense of privacy. He was the one who brought up the issue that might crop up if they didn't inform Izuku about the tradition, and how that would affect the boy who was in a very similar situation before. The only time Izuku had voiced something he didn't like was when they first drove him to his old den for his things, and Aizawa would be remiss to forget such a detail. Once Izuku had calmed down, Aizawa told him about the area they would be training in. The site is somewhat removed from the city. It's a large forest compared to the area of your old den. Izuku looked over to the usually stoic man with red-rimmed eyes. "Can I hunt in it?" Nem chuckled and Aizawa let out an exasperated sigh. "Most likely, but I'll ask just in case." Izuku nodded and sniffed once before using his quirk to free up his nose from snot. He turned to Aizawa when he spoke again. "Namuri is right, we won't ever leave you like that. None of us. Maybe all might, but I think it would have been more out of negligence than malice." He smirked at the end. Izuku chuckled at the joke and smiled with them. The 3 of them stayed for a bit longer to chat until Aizawa deemed that they wasted enough time and Izuku should head back to class. With another tight hug from Nem, Izuku left to join the rest of his class. When he opened the door, his classmates all looked straight at him with questions in their eyes. Izuku beamed at all of them and sat down for some mentos to continue the lesson. The day progressed without any issues and the lunch period started. "What did you do?" Toshi immediately asked when class ended. The rest of the class similarly were curious. Iida spoke before anyone could. "It is a private affair between him and the staff," he said, chopping his hand. Izuku shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing, just Nem and Aizawa telling me something I should know." "Is it bad?" Mina asked with a furrowed brow. "Not really, just a warning, I guess." He shrugged and with that they began to stream out of the class to head to lunch. The small group of friends sat together for lunch and chatted about the upcoming training camp and what they think they will get to do. Izuku listened intently as they told him about the usual things people did while camping, and he grew more excited as they talked about it. Granted, for him it was like any other day, but it would be spent with his friends and mate in the woods. The last class of the day ended and everyone began to pack to leave. But Mina and Hagakure thought up the idea of going group shopping for the supplies they would need for the camp. Yaoruzo's eyes shone at the idea and took charge by organizing the day in time. Most everyone joined except for Todoroki, who visited his mother on the weekends, and Kaken, who began to decline the invitation but was stopped by Izuku's next action. "Aunt Suki? The class wants to do a shopping trip for the things we need for the camp, and Kaken is saying he will be busy this weekend, is he?" Everyone stared at Izuku with his phone to his ear. Kaken was the one who acted first by lunging at his old friend. Izuku jumped onto a desk to get away and ran away from Kaken, who was cursing at him. "Speaker? This button?" Izuku tapped the screen on his phone after his aunt asked him to. "Katsuki, you need to be more social. Don't you lie and say you're busy. You're going with your friends on the shopping trip and that's final," she said for everyone to hear. Kaken gritted his teeth and said through clenched teeth, "Fine, I will." He said the last part while glaring at Izuku, who was smiling a wide smile. "That's wonderful to hear. Alright, I'll talk to you later, Izuku. Take care," Mitsuki said before hanging up. Mina was the first to burst out laughing, with the rest of the class hiding the chortle laugher behind their hands. Kaken's face grew slightly pink and then red as he threw himself at Izuku, who slipped on the desk while trying to get away. The papers that caused his paw to slip flew into the air and fluttered down. He came crashing down and Kaken landed on top of him. Toshi had his phone out and recorded the aggressive wrestling between the two. Mina's laughter doubled by seeing her mate slip in the most comical way she could have ever seen. Iida was trying to admonish the two on the ground for different reasons, while the rest of the class began to laugh more and more at the ridiculous scene. Izuku managed to slip out of Kaken's grip and climbed the wall to get away. He clung to the corner of the ceiling and sat there like a giant spider in its web. "You're coming. Aunt Suki said so. Get down here so I can kick your ass properly." Kaken roared over the laughter of his classmates. "Don't say bad words, Izuku. It's most improper to damage the wall of the school." Iida continued to lecture and point at the holes Izuku made with his claws climbing. "So then, everyone but Todoroki will be joining us at the mall," Yaoruzo said, making a note. Kaken turned to glare at the heiress, and Izuku took that chance to skitter on the ceiling to the exit. "Oi!" But it was too late as Izuku swung down and out the classroom door and out of view. Tsuyu watched with her head tilted. "I didn't know he could stick to walls. That animal can't look at the holes he left behind," Toshi said, pointing at the wall and ceiling where there were many holes from where Izuku's claws dug into the surfaces. Once it was pointed out, the class noticed and then looked at each other. Kaminari grabbed his bag quickly and bolted out the door. "Last one out has to tell Aizawa." Everyone reacted quickly and scrambled out the door, many tripping over themselves not to be last. Tsuyu used her tongue to grab her bag from across the room while Uraraka pushed herself off the walls and ceiling in zero gravity. Iida tried to stop them all from acting the way they did but failed. He and Yaoruzo were the last in the room as everyone escaped. "Unbelievable. To think they are all striving to be heroes," Iida said, and then turned to Yaoruzo. She cleared her throat and then stepped over the threshold of the classroom. Iida gave her the most unimpressed look he could give her. "I'm sure Aizawa will understand," she said as she looked away from his judging gaze. "I will see you this weekend at the mall." She left with a barely contained smile. Iida pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. He resigned himself to telling Aizawa about the damages. As much as he likes his class president, Izuku could get a bit too feral at times. He still smiled as he remembered getting pulled aside by Izuku and talking him down from doing something incredibly dangerous and reckless. He only wished that he wasn't the last one in the classroom. Izuku and Mina decided to hang out a bit before they headed to the mall to meet up with the others. The two mates were walking in the park with their arms linked together as they chatted. It was mostly Mina talking about her favorite show and excitedly explaining the plot of it to Izuku, who hasn't watched TV in over a decade. He listened attentively to her the whole time, even though he had little interest in watching the trash show, as she put it. "There are around 20 episodes per season, and how many seasons are there?" Izuku asked at some point. Mina hummed in thought and took a bite out of the frozen treat they were sharing. "I think 50? Izuku's eyebrows rose. "That's a lot." "Oh, that's nothing. I've seen some shows have over 100 seasons," Mina said with her mouth full of frozen yogurt. "Have you watched any TV lately?" He shook his head and took the spoon for a bite. "I like to read. Toshi has been telling me about comic books and I want to check them out sometime." Manga 2. We'll look in the mall when we go. She beamed up at him. He returned the smile in full force as they continued their walk through the park. Izuku was entirely lost as to where they were, so he was completely reliant on his mate to know where to go. It was getting close to the time to the mall, so they took their time to head over. It was a different mall from the one Nem took him to, so it would be a new area for him to explore. The two sat on a bench and waited for their classmates to arrive. The first to show up was Iida, of course, followed soon by Yaoruzo. Mina went to join the heiress and they talked animatedly, eager to go shopping. Iida approached Izuku with crossed arms and a displeased look. Hey Iida. Why do you look upset? Izuku guessed the emotion on the tall boy's face with a tilt of his head. Iida sighed. It's nothing, Aizawa was just displeased with the damage you left on the ceiling of the classroom. Why would he be displeased? It would be Cementos who fixes things. Or Loader. The reason is because he is doing his best to teach us discipline and being a hero, Iida said with the chop of his arm. His best. Izuku cut him off before he continued his lecture. Iida froze and looked in deep thought. His hand went to his chin as he looked down as if he were trying to solve the world's problems at the moment. Is it his best? But then why would he sleep instead of teaching us? Iida walked away as he talked to himself. Izuku forgotten. For the feral boy, he shrugged and let Iida have his life crisis. Instead, he people-watched as he waited for the rest of his classmates to arrive. Bit by bit, they trickled in and joined him and the other three. Toshi sat with a yawn next to Izuku, a cup of black coffee in hand. You drink too much of that. Izuku sniffed the aroma of the coffee in his hand. He had tried it once when Toshi had visited his den one weekend, but he didn't like the bitter taste of it. Although, the smell of coffee was one of his favorites. Partially a reason why Izuku liked Toshi so much. Also, he was Izuku's first friend in over a decade. Bite me, he said in a monotone voice. Wait. No. Don't. He said almost in a panic when he heard Izuku's teeth sharpen. He was already leaning over Toshi as he tried to push his face away to avoid the clacking teeth. I think that's everyone, Izuku said, stopping and looking over at Shoji, who just had arrived. He had been keeping track of everyone's scent, but it was difficult to do so in the city. He got off of Toshi and walked over to where everyone was grouping up. Right then. It's best to stay in groups of at least 2. Yaoruzo began. We can meet up at the food court in 2 hours. Everyone nodded along and Izuku looked around at the large mall with many people already walking around. How do we find stuff on the list? He asked. Mina hooked her arm with his and looked on with a beaming smile. That's where I come in. And if you get lost, just call my number. You should have it on your phone. Yaoruzo said. I do. Izuku asked, confused, and pulled his phone out to check. You do? Mina asked at the same time and looked over his shoulder. Yes, he does. Miss Kiyama gave me his number since she anticipated something like this to come up. Huh. There it is. He said, pointing at the screen. How the hell did he survive so long? Kaken mumbled to himself. A finger jabbed into his nose. Bad word. Izuku said, and Kaken slapped his hand away with a growl. And no fighting. Izuku, I'm sure Miss Kiyama has told you the usual rules about being in public. No quirk use, no fighting and such. Yaoruzo asked. Izuku looked off in the distance, trying to remember everything Nem had told him about being out in public. I think so? He said with a scrunched-up face. Look after him, Yaoruzo said to Mina, already knowing something would happen. You got it? Mina beamed, giving her a thumbs up. $5 says that he will get kicked out. Kaminari whispered to the watching class. 10 says that he will get us all kicked out. 0 bet. 20 says the police will come after today due to him. Toshi sipped his coffee. None of you have any shame. Jiru glared at all of them. 5 on him getting kicked out. They began to make a betting pool as to how the day will end. Everyone split up into groups to shop for what they needed. A few already had everything they needed and just tagged along. Shoji and Toshi split off while Jiru joined Kaminari, Siro, and Kirishima. Izuku was dragged along as Mina pulled him from store to store as they bought what they needed. She had most of the supplies already, so it was an easy time for her. As for Izuku, he just followed along with his mate as she picked things and explained why he needed them. Bug spray? What's that for? To ward off bugs from biting at you. Now that I think about it, how did you survive without it in the woods so long? She asked curiously. I ate them. She paused and stared at him incredulously. What? She asked as she thought she had heard wrong. Like those Venus flytraps but skin. I was super happy to have thought that up years ago. He said proudly. Mina opened her mouth to say something but shut it with a smile. That works, she said with a shrug. They continued shopping with Izuku's super credit card given to him by Nizu at the beginning of the school year. His concept of money was still very vague, which led him to buy more expensive things over the equivalent of cheaper versions. Mina sweated just a bit at seeing the price tags, but Izuku's smile as he felt the sleeping bag's quality put her worries at ease. Izuku was the one to carry a dozen bags in total, that included Mina's bags too. But his compressed muscles didn't protest at all. Mina stopped next to a bathroom and pointed at it. "I'll be right back, need to use the bathroom," she said with a sheepish smile. Izuku nodded and waited next to a bench. He looked around at all the unique people walking around the mall and smiled at the peaceful time. The smell of the city is what caused him to be grabbed from behind. He acted quickly as he felt the skin on his neck begin to flake and crumble to dust. The smell of who it was registered immediately. He whipped his head around the strong grip on his neck and met eyes with red angry ones under a black hoodie. For a split second they stared at each other. One with his teeth bared and beginning to sharpen and the other reaching his other hand to turn Izuku to dust. Izuku turned around and broke the grip of the villain and then bit viciously at the wrist. The villain screamed in pain, which caused everyone around them to panic at the scene. Izuku felt bones break under his teeth and the taste of blood not belonging to him on his tongue. He jerked his head away and tore off part of the villain's hand while grappling with the other. "You bastard!" The villain screamed into Izuku's bloodied face. His focus shifted to something over Izuku's shoulder and he moved to put whoever was behind the feral boy in him. A stinging pain lanced through Izuku's back and he howled in pain. He threw the bleeding villain away from himself to see another man running at him with two swords drawn. He acted instinctually and shifted his hands to razor claws while keeping an eye on the other villain. He roared a challenge at the other man and watched him carefully. "Just my luck, I told you I would kill you," Stain said, charging at the other villain. Izuku swiped his clawed hands at the other man and he deflected them with his sword. He didn't expect the immense strength and was pushed back, which caused his charge at the other villain to stop. As for the villain who tried to ambush Izuku, he was sinking into the ground with dark purple mist surrounding him. Izuku threw a javelin with a parasitic tip at the portal, but it was too late as the mall's ground was torn asunder from the bioweapon. His attention was drawn back to Stain as the dagger in Izuku's back was yanked out. He roared in pain and shifted his arm into a blade that swung behind him. Stain dodged back and licked the bloody blade. The hunter's body got ridged and he collapsed to the ground. "You were not my target, for that I will dash," he cut off as Mina leapt on his back and rubbed her palms on his face with acid. He yelled in pain as the mild acid got into his eyes. He threw Mina off his back and slashed at her in midair. Mina cried in pain and Izuku yelled in fury. His ridged body gave under his command and he threw himself at Stain. With stilted movement, as if he were moving his body a muscle at a time, he tackled Stain away from his mate. Tendrils ripped out of his clothes and stabbed at Stain, who cut at them. Most were deflected, but a few found their mark as they stabbed into his flesh. Stain rolled away from the hunter with his swords at the ready. The hunter crouched low over Mina's prone body and growled animalistically at the villain. He looked over Mina's injury and saw it was a small cut on her bicep. His whole body had shifted already, with his teeth bared in the blood of the other villain and tendrils whipping around erratically in the air at his fury. "I say again, you weren't my dash," Stain tried again. "You hurt my mate." A dozen voices shouted at once and the ground under him cracked as he launched himself at Stain with his claws aiming at his neck. Stain backpedaled at the ferocity of the attack. He blocked where he could, but the lashing tendrils cut at his exposed arms and legs. One sword was shattered as he brought it close to cutting at the hunter's face, but his teeth bit into the blade and broke it like glass. That's not to say Stain didn't get any hit on Izuku in return. Many knives stuck out of Izuku's body, but instead of slowing him down or killing him, he ignored them. When he tried to pull them out, it was like they were stuck in stone. Stain knew where to land hits, but the knives in the vital parts of the hunter didn't slow him down at all. The knife puncturing his liver didn't seep any blood like Stain expected, and the other two stuck in Izuku's leg inside didn't bother him. Finally, one devastating hit to his side caused Stain to be launched into a pillar, where he smashed into it and collapsed with a wheeze. He glanced up to see what had hit him and he saw a tail composed of bone ridges ending with a deadly spear tip. He coughed up blood as he tried to get back up, but the menacing growl caused him to look up at the hunter walking up to him on all four. The tendrils never stopped whipping through the air until now, when they all stopped and aimed at his vitals. The hunter grabbed Stain's arm as he tried one last attack with his sword. He squeezed and the sword fell from limp fingers into a waiting tendril. The sword was brought to his back and the hunter grabbed Stain's other arm to hold him aloft. "You hurt my mate," he growled in a dozen voices. "You got in the crossfire. That blade was meant for Tamura Shigaraki, but you got in the way," he wheezed. Izuku turned when he heard his name. "Izuku, I'm alright." It's okay. Mina said, getting to a seated position, and tried to smile reassuringly to him. His eyes softened at seeing her, but his anger grew when he saw the blood seeping through her hand clutching at her arm. You hurt my mate. He put special emphasis on the last word as he snarled back at Stain's face as the tendrils whipped in agitation. The limb holding Stain split down the middle, one still holding Stain, and the two fingers turned into razor-sharp pincers that hovered right over his neck. He was stopped from any further actions when footsteps were heard, and he looked over to see Eraserhead and Nem running full tilt towards them. Izuku, don't kill him. Nem shouted and got close to the three. Let us take it from here, alright? Izuku turned back to Stain and snarled in his face before throwing him roughly to the heroes. Eraserhead's scarf wrapped around Stain in midair, and Nem used her quirk to put him to sleep. Izuku ignored that and went over to his mate to see how she was doing. He shifted back to himself and crouched over Mina worriedly. He took what remained of his shirt, tore it into a makeshift bandage, and quickly wrapped it around her arm. Mina grabbed his face and smiled warmly up at him. I'm alright, thanks, Izuku. I don't like to see you hurt, he said quietly. It was her turn to look worried. Ah, Izuku. You have knives in your body. He looked confused and looked down to see 3 knives still stuck in him. He grabbed 2 in each hand and yanked them out with a growl. Don't pull them out. 3 voices shouted in unison. The wounds closed almost immediately with no blood leakage. The last knife was pulled out from his stomach and it clattered to the ground as Izuku scanned his internals for the damage to repair. It was simple enough with his knowledge of anatomy and biology. Come on, let's get you looked at, Nem said behind Izuku. She looked over both her students and helped Mina up from the ground. Izuku was at his mate's side immediately and helped her to her feet. Care to explain what happened? Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. Later, show. Let's get them to the medics. She looked down at Izuku in his bloodied state but with no wounds, and then at Mina, whose arm stopped bleeding. Her eyes landed on the sword held by some tendrils on Izuku's back. She opened her mouth to talk about it but then shut it when she remembered the trophies Izuku had collected over the years. She knew of the most recent trophies of the Nomu's knee brace and the medal from the sports festival. For now, she let him be, and they will talk about it later at the police station. The 4 and the captured villain were escorted to the exit where a crowd was watching what was going on. Multiple police were holding the people back from getting too close, and other heroes were around and waiting to help with what was going on. The crowd got louder as they came out. Many shouts from their classmates who waited anxiously for the last 2. Izuku looked around and found his classmates all safe. He felt more relieved to see his pack together and unharmed. He met eyes with Iida and he shouted, Hey Iida, I got Stain. He pointed at Stain, who was still unconscious in the scarf of a very annoyed man. Iida looked horrified and vindicated at seeing Stain bloodied and due to his class president. He gave a single nod in gratitude to Izuku, and he beamed as the crowd exploded into chatter at seeing Stain captured and what Izuku had said. In the crowd, Toshi shook his head at everything he was seeing. He turned to his classmates. You guys owe me 20. Kaken smacked the back of his head. Izuku watched over his mate as the paramedics closed up the shallow cut on her arm with their quirks. He was checked over, but seeing that he had no wounds at all, he was let go. When the 2 finished, they headed over with Nem to the car where the UA staff members drove to get to the mall. She motioned them in and got behind the driving wheel. Where are we going? Izuku asked with his nervousness cropping up from being a passenger in a car again. Nem smiled, calming towards him. To the police station so we can get a report of what had happened. She patted his head and began to drive. Mina dropped her head on his shoulder and they watched the mall disappear around a corner. After a few moments, Izuku spoke up again. I forgot to grab the stuff we bought. Mina snorted loudly at that and Nem chuckled. Izuku and Mina rode in silence to the police station until the feral boy felt his side vibrate. Mina looked oddly at him and Izuku pulled his shirt up and his phone emerged from his abdomen. His mate gave him a flat look. He didn't understand the emotion and just smiled at her. He guessed it was the right thing to do since she smiled back. He checked his phone to see half a dozen messages from his friends asking him what had happened and if he was alright. He responded to them in the group chat Mina had shown him. That one villain from the USJ, Shizaki, attacked me and I bit his hand off. Then Stain tried to kill Shizaki but hurt me and Mina. I beat him and now we are okay. He hit send and nodded in satisfaction. Mina snorted loudly at seeing his message typed out with a few tendrils. His name is Shigaraki, not Shizaki. Nem swerved on the road upon hearing that and asked in alarm. He attacked you? I was pretty sure his name was Shizaki, Izuku said with a scrunched up nose. And yeah, he used his dust quirk on my neck but I bit most of his hand off. It's still probably at the mall. He said with a shrug. Nem pulled out her phone and called someone to explain what Izuku had just said. While she did that, Izuku received more messages from the group chat. Most of them were exclamations of alarm and more questions. He was beginning to get overwhelmed trying to respond to them all, but his mate came to his rescue and helped him by taking his phone and typing. They arrived at a station and they got out and walked together to a conference room after passing a few police officers who nodded to Nem in her uniform. A familiar man was waiting in the room already for them. Izuku stared at him for a moment, trying to remember where he met him before. Nem left for a moment and then came back with a new shirt for Izuku to wear instead of the one he had that was slashed all over. He took it and set it to the side to switch later. "Ah, you're that guy who asked me questions about Inko," Izuku said, pointing at him with a smile. The detective chuckled and nodded. "That I am. Good to see you again, Izuku. My name is Naomasa Tsukachi," he said with a bow to Mina and Nem. He motioned them to sit across from him. "Miss Kiyama is here as a guardian for the two of you so you guys can give out a statement of the events that happened today." He placed a recorder and hit start on the small device. "Mina Ishido, can you tell me what happened? From start to finish?" Mina looked slightly nervous but did so from her point of view from the start of the day to the point Eraserhead and Midnight arrived. Tsukachi asked a few clarifying questions but kept track of each time his quirk registered as truth. He nodded and then turned to Izuku. "Izuku Kiyama, please tell me what happened. From start to finish." Izuku looked confused since Mina just told him but shrugged and went along with it. "We were shopping, Mina went to the bathroom and I waited outside. Someone grabbed my neck from behind and felt my neck begin to dissolve, I guess, and I turned to see it was Shizaki. I bit most of his hand off and then Stain hit me with a knife. He said he was aiming at Shizaki but I got in the way." He continued until he reached the point where he had Stain pinned to a pillar and the two heroes arrived. "To clarify, you said Shizaki. Did you mean Shigaraki Tamura, the same villain who attacked your class at the USJ?" he said with a slight smile. "It was the same villain from then, but I'm pretty sure I'm right," he said confidently. Nem and Mina both held in laughter at his surety. Tsukachi did the same and covered his smile with a cough. "All right, thank you for your cooperation. You are both clear from any vigilante action since it was all in self-defense, but there is one thing we need to discuss." He turned his attention to Izuku. Izuku felt the attention of both adults on him and instinctively held his trophy closer to himself. "Mine," he said simply. The sword was sheathed in a coating of his bone to prevent it from cutting anything. It was short enough for it to be covered by his ragged shirt on his back. "Izuku dear, you can't take evidence from a villain," Nem said gently. "But it's my trophy. I got it," he said petulantly like a child. "Still, it belongs to the police and it needed to be processed as evidence," Nem said with a pained expression. "There is enough evidence at the mall. I broke the other one and there were like 20 knives on him," he said, pouting, knowing he was losing. Nem shook her head sadly. "I'm sorry, Izuku." He tried to think of anything else he could argue with but crossed his arms with a growl and produced half of a sword blade. He set it on the table with heavy reluctance and a longing look in his eye. A single tear wanted to escape from his eye at losing his trophy but he sucked it back in. Mina patted his back and tried to comfort him by hugging him. "I'm sorry, sweetie," Nem said, brushing his hair back. Izuku sniffed and nodded solemnly. "I understand. For what's it's worth, you did a good job taking out Stain," Tsukachi said with a reassuring smile as he took the blade and put it in a cloth to put away. They finished up with Tsukachi and made to leave the station. The three were met by a few people. Aizawa was there waiting outside the police station and trying to appease a pink woman and a horned man with black eyes. Once they met eyes with Mina, they forgot about Aizawa and rushed over to his mate. He could already tell it was her parents from the resemblance in their scent. The woman had long pink hair tied in many places down to the middle of her back. She was a bit taller than Mina and just as lean as her daughter. Her father was as tall as the hero Gang Orca. His horns were thicker than Mina's but the same rough shape. "Hey Mom, Dad," Mina said weakly as she was almost picked up by their tackling hug. "I'm all right. We could only think of the worst when we got the call." Her mother sobbed. She pulled her back and looked at her from top to bottom. She found the bloody sleeve of her t-shirt and examined the now closed-up wound. "Well, you do look all right," her father said, calming down some. He looked around and caught Izuku's eyes and his horns. "Oh, who is this strapping young lad?" His smile grew. Izuku looked between them all and was unsure how to greet the parents of his mate. Hello," he waved. Mina pulled away from her mother. She hooked her arm with Izuku's and pulled him forward slightly with a smile. "I guess this is as good time as any. This is Izuku," she said with a beaming smile. Mina's mother's attitude switched in a moment from worried and crying to alight with glee. Izuku, I've heard so much about you. Come here and let me take a look at you. Alright. You can call me Miwa and my husband, Dai. Dai also got close and looked Izuku up and down. His eyes were drawn to his horns since he had a pair of his own and liked to compare. Kinda short, don't you think? He was slapped in the arm by his daughter for that. So what? He beat Stain. She defended her mate. That shut them both up as their eyes locked onto Izuku's. That's the villain that attacked you? Miwa almost screamed at her daughter. You beat Stain? Did someone help you? Dai asked in surprise. I think Mina blinded him some with her quirk. Izuku shrugged. You what? Miwa asked shocked. Let's move out of the way from the entrance of the station, Nem said gently and motioned to them to move. They moved to the side to allow others to move in and out of the station without having to go around the family. Yashushi watching the twins? Mina asked her parents. Miwa nodded and brushed the question aside. What is this about Stain the hero killer attacking? She questioned. It started when Mina went to the bathroom. Izuku began his legendary storytelling skills. Hold on. You are saying me going to the bathroom caused all of this? Mina interjected. That doesn't make sense, I'm just starting where it began is all. Izuku was confused as to why she would think that. Anyways, Mina went to the bathroom. Shizaki attacked me and I bit most of his hand off. Then Izuku scowled a little at being interrupted again. You bit whose hand off? Dai asked with raised brows. Shigaraki, the same villain that led the attack on the USJ, Nem explained. Shizaki cried for a bit, then I got stabbed in the back by Stain. He said something about getting in the way, then Shigaraki, right Shinami? He nodded along with Mina as she pouted at his tease. Anyways, he got away and Mina blinded Stain, he hurt her and then I beat him. A lot. Izuku summarized. Miwa and Dai were both horrified at what they had heard and how easily he told the story of fighting a serial killer. Aizawa was more resigned as he listened to his feral student talk. However, he's glad that they are both safe. Well, that's a story. Dai held onto his daughter's shoulder to reassure himself that she was safe next to him. Dai looked down at Izuku and re-examined him from top to bottom. He took in the torn-up and bloody shirt on him to the strong canine legs that held him up. What his eyes caught most of all were his eyes. They had a more animalistic element to them than most animal quirk users. Miwa approached Izuku and held his face tenderly between both hands. Thank you for keeping my daughter safe, she said with tears in her eyes and a motherly smile. Izuku returned a beaming smile and a nod. Of course, she's my mate. What? Miwa asked, confused and a little worried about what the two teens had been doing unsupervised. Most animalistic quirk holders call their significant other a mate without any of the other pretenses. A friend at work told me about that once, Dai said with a chuckle. Miwa's face relaxed some at hearing that and then turned to her usual self, now knowing her daughter was safe. So, Izuku, I've been hearing a lot about you from Mina. Her arm was hooked with his in an instant and she had a teasing smile. But she doesn't want to tell us much about some other things. Want to fill me in? I want to know what kind of man my daughter is pinning after. She giggled like a schoolgirl. Mina shouted in mortification at her actions. I don't mind. What do you want to know? Izuku asked happily. Miwa began to walk them to the small nearby park in front of the police station. Aizawa waved at Nem and left, not wanting to be a part of any more of whatever was going on. As for Nem, she smirked and tagged along with Dai and Mina to walk behind the two. So tell me, Mina is a bit cagey about telling us about you and where you are from. What do you like to do in your free time? Miwa began in earshot of the other three. I'm from here, not sure where. I'm really bad with directions in the city, Izuku said looking around. But I like to read, go hunting and spend time with Mina, he said beaming and looking back at Mina, who had a slight blush at him telling her parents so straightforward like that. Miwa was about to tease him about the last part but stopped. Hunting? She asked confused. Yeah. I really want to hunt a bear but they don't live near here, Izuku said sullenly. Most predator quirks enjoy hunting as a pastime, Dai said to help his wife. Oh, I see. You go hunting often, Miwa went on. Every night. Usually small stuff like badgers and rabbits for snacks. When I'm really hungry I go for a deer. Izuku nodded. At that, even Dai looked confused and looked both at Nem and his daughter. They both looked like they already knew what he did daily. Nem caught his eye and just nodded for him to listen. He did so after seeing his daughter so calm. Daily? Do you live near the woods? Miwa asked. In the woods. I made my den there. It's a bit bigger than my old one, I think. Izuku jerked to a stop when Miwa did. He looked at her confused. Miwa for her part looked to her husband to see if he had anything to say about people with animal quirks living in dens. He shook his head just as confused. She looked at her daughter and she just smiled and nodded to her mate. Miwa did so and then asked, "What do you mean? Do you live in a den? Like a wild animal?" She asked tentatively. "Do you not know?" Izuku turned to his mate in confusion. "Did you not tell them?" She shook her head. "I didn't think it was right for me to tell them something so personal. So I waited for you to meet them and tell them yourself. But I already told you I don't mind who knows." "Know what? What's going on?" Dai asked with furrowed brows. "You sure you don't mind if I tell them?" Mina asked and Izuku smiled as shook his head. "Well, alright then. Do you guys know the story of a child being raised by wolves in the wild?" "Well, that's Izuku, but the wolves tried to eat him instead," Mina said, motioning to a beaming Izuku. Everyone was quiet for a long moment as they looked between Mina and Izuku, waiting for the punchline. "Alright, what's the joke?" Dai asked. "Joke?" Izuku asked, confused. "Oh gods." Miwa covered her mouth. Izuku was abandoned in the woods by his mother when he was 5 and he survived on his own until he decided to come to the entrance exam and the staff found out about him and made him a ward of the school, Mina said solemnly, still saddened by the story. Miwa was crying as she looked at Izuku, who smiled gently at her. Dai was dazed at the story and had to look at Nem, who was also in a similar state as his daughter at the story. At first he thought she was his mother, but the more he looked at her, he realized she was a hero in civilian clothes. Miwa's attitude switched in a flash. That whore. Where is she? How could she do such a thing to her own child? She asked in fury. Izuku was taken aback by the anger that was shown by the seemingly good-natured woman. By the looks of it, so were Mina and her father. "Oh, she's in jail. Nizu said she was arrested the day after the entrance exam." "Good, I hope she rots." Dai approached his still weeping wife to calm her. He nodded to Izuku to signal that he didn't do anything wrong and he moved Miwa to sit at a near bench. Mina took Izuku's hand in hers and smiled reassuringly at him. "You should probably change shirts. That one is all bloody and kinda gross." "Mina yoked." Izuku looked down at his ruined shirt and nodded. He took it off and put on the one Nem had given him at the station. He felt a poke on his side where he had something hidden under his flesh. His eyes darted to Nem, who was near the two parents, explaining more fully about his situation, and then to his mate, whose brow were furrowed. Mina felt at his side. "What is that?" she asked with some concern. "Nothing," he said too quickly and averted his eyes. Mina witnessed a new emotion from her mate as he tried to hide something for the first time. "What are you hiding?" Izuku looked away from her as she jumped in front of his line of sight. She watched him carefully and thought back to the police station. It clicked in her mind and she grinned from ear to ear at what he had done. Izuku's eyes flickered to Mina for a moment and saw her grinning face. "What are you smiling about?" he asked far too casually. "You naughty boy." Mina whispered loudly at him. "I have a pretty good idea what you have under there." "I don't know what you're talking about." She giggled and took his arm in hers. "Don't worry, I won't say anything," she said with a wink. Izuku's chest fluttered at her wink and he looked worriedly at his chest. He looked up again at his mate. "You made my chest feel weird," he said bluntly. Mina furrowed her brow as she tried to understand what he had said, and then her face bloomed purple in a furious blush. She turned away from him to try and cool her face down and was met with her mother's teasing smile on the bench. Her father and Nem both had amused smiles on their faces. She covered her face with her hands and looked away again in embarrassment at being caught. "Have you been reading romance novels?" Mina asked in a wobbly voice. "Romance? No, mostly research." "Why?" Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. The adults finished their conversation and walked over to the two. Miwa couldn't help herself. "What's wrong, Na? Why is your face all purple?" She had a teasing smile. "Shut up," Mina said while looking away. "What happened?" Nem asked with a smirk. "I told her she made my chest feel weird and then she got embarrassed, I guess?" he said after a pause. Nem snorted loudly and looked away while Dai had his eyebrows almost touching his hairline. Miwa was holding in a burst of laughter after hearing what Izuku had said. "Now that we know your history, it makes more sense now," Dai said. "What makes more sense?" Izuku asked. "Your behavior. It's like everything is new to you because it is. You don't know the usual verbal cues and it's not bad, but it was odd before. And most especially your eyes, they looked wild," Dai explained. Izuku nodded along with the man. "That makes sense. I think it's time to head on home now. I'm sure Yashushi is at his wit's end with the twins," Miwa said while smiling at them all. "Who is that Yashushi?" Izuku asked. "My oldest son. And the twins are my youngest," You'll meet them soon enough, Miwa said warmly. The group began to make their way to the station car where the Ishidos came in. The girls walked up ahead as Dai pulled Izuku back some. He looked at his mate's father with a tilt of his head. Dai spoke. What are your intentions with my daughter? He asked seriously. Intentions? I don't know what that means. Dai lost his role and explained like a father would. It means to plan or work to. He shook his head and got back into his role. What are your plans with my daughter in the future? He said even more seriously than before. Oh, I get it. She is my mate, I want to protect her and make her happy. I would say that I wouldn't ever let her get hurt, but we're planning to be heroes and they get hurt sometimes. But I will never hurt her and will hunt anything that does until they are under my claws. Izuku lost his childish tone and changed into something primal. His claws grew and in the setting sun they glinted. His mind went back to staying at his mercy. Dai looked surprised at the boy. But when he remembered what Nimuri had told them about his history, he believed that Izuku would indeed hunt whoever hurt his mate. Thank you, he said finally and patted Izuku's shoulder. He beamed up at the tall man with his claws still outstretched. Of course. What's your quirk anyways? Dai asked. I can change my body at will. The blades are bone which I've infused with carbon and iron to strengthen them. It's the equivalent of pure steel and that's not all. Compressed muscle mass, strengthened tendons, added nerves and some other things. He said jovially. Damn. That's impressive. Dai said getting close to the parked car with the girls chatting quietly next to it while looking between the two boys. Mina most especially was looking anxiously at them. He poked his arm. You shouldn't say bad words, Izuku said to Dai who was looking down at him. Dai smirked and nodded. I'll try not to. He chuckled. The Ishidos moved to their car. Mina moved over to Izuku and gave him a tight hug and peck on the cheek. I'll see you later, thanks for protecting me. She smiled warmly at him before joining her parents in the car. Miwa waved at Izuku and Dai gave him a nod as they left. It was Nem and Izuku left on the sidewalk. Nem hugged his shoulder and smiled down at him. Let's get going before it gets too dark. Izuku smiled and nodded. The two got into the car that drove them to the police station and got going. After a few minutes, Izuku asked, What about the stuff we bought? I'll get some guys to pick it up from the mall. She smiled reassuringly. She gently brushed his ever-messy hair back from his forehead. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku felt warmth in his chest at her actions and leaned into her hand. Nem giggled at his animalistic behavior and ruffled his hair before focusing back on the road back to UA. Izuku crawled into his den after getting back from the mall and then police station. He took off his shirt and the hidden bulge at his side emerged to reveal the hilt and part of the blade from stain. He held his newest trophy with shining eyes and examined his new prize. He was still upset that he could keep it all and had to think quickly to get this much, but he was glad he did so as he put the broken sword on 2 bone nails he made to hold it over his trophies. He was very aware of how many lives that sword had taken from his time with Gang Orca and even more so from the scent of old blood on it. He preened at his growing collection and his latest battle in taking out a very dangerous villain. He thought of Gang Orca and immediately pulled his phone out to tell him about it. He messaged the hero and not a minute later he was calling. Izuku answered happily. Izuku, what did you do? You fought Stain? Gang Orca said immediately after he picked up. He sounded extremely alarmed and shouted the last part. I did. And I beat him. He said proudly. With the same attitude as a child showing their parent that they made their bed by themselves. What happened? What? When? Gang Orca stuttered through the phone. Izuku went on to tell the story of his class going shopping for camping supplies and then Shinami attacking him and then Stain arriving. I did get really angry when Mina was hurt. After that, we fought and I beat him. Aizawa and Nem showed up right after. He finished. Gang was quiet for a long moment and Izuku heard him let out a long sigh. Is everyone alright? Your mate? You're not hurt, are you? Izuku smiled brilliantly. Mina is okay now. I bit most of Shigezaki's hand off, and I think I broke a lot of bones in Stain's body. I'm fine, I can heal. Who is Shigezaki? The hero asked confused. You know, that one villain that attacked us at the USJ and can turn what he touched to dust. It's Shigaraki Tamura, Izuku. He said fondly. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I'm right. He chuckled on the other end of the phone. I'm glad everything turned out alright and good job taking out one of the most wanted villains currently. It's getting late and a young pup needs their sleep. Not a pup, Izuku grumbled. Gang Orca chucked again. Good night, Izuku. Not, gong? He smiled cheerily. With that, Izuku went under his furs and fell asleep soon after. His sleep was mostly calm, but he did dream of his mate getting more hurt than she did at the mall. He dreamed of Stain's mauled corpse at his hands with his mate dead nearby. He woke up earlier than usual and stayed awake in his furs remembering the nightmares he had. It had been a long time since Izuku had had nightmares of any kind and it was no surprise to him what the subject of them were. He comforted himself by the faint scent of Mina on his clothes and the reality that she was safe. He stayed there for a long time until he saw the sun beginning to shine into his den. His stomach grumbled at his need for a meal. He had used more energy than usual due to having to heal numerous cuts from Stain. He got up and stripped the shirt he had on to go on a hunt in his territory. It wasn't long before he was back at his den with a few smaller animals on skewers over the fire. He munched on them while thinking about how else he could shift his body. He hadn't had much of a chance to experiment since he was usually busy with school or spending time with his mate. He did enjoy the form he took when he battled against Kakin in the festival with more armor than usual, but his senses were limited due to his face being covered. He hummed in thought and ran through the possibilities. He had an array of senses he could choose from while being armored like before. He would most likely keep the scales since they were easy to move in and easy to replace if damaged. But how to see? Eyes would be a weakness and a sense of smell wouldn't work, especially in the city. That would leave touch and hearing. He would leave the taste sense out since it would be a secondary sense he could use like his sense of smell. Touch would require him to use some sort of fine hairs or tendrils to feel the area and air. Since his other senses would be dulled, the sensory input would be manageable. He tried it out by cutting off his other senses while seated and extending tendrils with higher sensitivity. Dozens of thin tendrils moved around as he tried to get a picture of the area around him. He stood and patted around the woods to test how well it would work. He found trouble when he tried to speed up and ran into a tree. The tendrils were too limited in the area they could cover and having fine hairs wouldn't let him know where obstacles would be at. He grumbled as he healed the broken nose and retracted his tendrils. He switched to hearing and it took him a moment to adjust. He knew many bats had a form of echolocation alongside some aquatic animals like dolphins and whales. He began to like the idea of using echolocation to move around. While his hearing was higher than average, it wouldn't be enough for his experiment. He needed something better and with that he headed to the library. He spent the morning and afternoon reading up on different types of animals and some quirks that enhance hearing to a superhuman degree. It was very quiet in the library since it was the weekend, so it gave Izuku a chance to experiment without any distractions. He began by mimicking a bat's hearing and tapping his finger on the table to hear the echo of the room. The more he got used to the sense, the more excited he got at the idea of using his hearing with his armored form. With his idea gaining traction, he began to combine the parts of the best animals with superior hearing. He added some from some people with unique quirks that added to his hearing. After a few hours he succeeded. With his other senses cut off, other than touch, he could hear his surroundings using a form of echolocation. He moved around the empty library with his finger tapping on shelves to hear. He smiled with giddiness at his newest sense. Wanting to see what it looks like, he extended a tendril to see his ear. His smile slipped when he saw it was a large fleshy hole, a large weakness. He hummed and the sound helped him find his seat again at the table where his books were. He grew bone plating around his ears to add some protection and his hearing shifted to something different. The plates of armor were angled to be open where he was facing, which caused his hearing to be more focused ahead of him. That gave him the idea of moving the plates of armor around his hearing with smaller tendrils to angle the echo of sound around him while allowing the armor to close at a moment's notice to both shield his ears and mute the sound to avoid the damage of something loud. He did so and he shifted the armor plate to the angle where the sound came from. It became more clear to hear what was around him. He added more armor plates with tendrils to close around his head that helped angle sound waves to give him an even clearer picture around him. With another extended tendril, he looked at himself to see what he looked like. His head was covered in armor plates that interlocked almost seamlessly. The only thing from his normal form were his horns, which he had grown to like. When he moved them to open his hearing, they moved in angles to redirect the sound to his ears. His sharp teeth were the only thing other than his ears were showing. Now he truly looked like a monster, just like Mina liked to show him pictures of. He giggled in excitement at his new form and ran to the exit to test it out in the woods. He stopped and went back to his table to put away the books he had been reading, Asato's voice in the back of his head. To say the least, his newest form was a success. He could see with his echolocation as he sprinted through the woods. His armored form was a bit slower than his hunter's form, but it was a new way to fight. Using this form he could have beaten Stain without his mate having to get hurt because he was hurt. He absorbed the scales to become more quiet and began a hunt for a meal. He jumped from tree to tree while using his echolocation. He stopped and listened, armored plates moving in different directions to find his prey. There were sounds in the woods but not enough for his benefit. He made a rapid clicking sound from his throat that echoed through the trees. He snapped his head in one direction and found his prey. A badger was looking around in full alert from the clicking noise. The hunter positioned himself over the badger and clicked again to see. The badger tried to run at the sound, but the predator was already upon him. Izuku just finished the last bite of the badger when the communications device in his arm buzzed. He extracted it and pushed the button to answer. Izuku, I hope I didn't catch you in a bad time? Nizu's voice came out cheerily. Nope, just some experiments. Izuku's dozen voices said at once. Oh, may I ask what kind? Nizu asked curiously. There was a shuffling sound and then Nem spoke. Heya Izuku. I figured you left your phone in your room, so I'm using Nizu's way to tell you that I've got your things from the mall. Okay Nem. I'll be there in a second. Izuku said happily. I'll be here in Nizu's office. The smile on Nem was able to be heard through the device. Izuku quickly cleaned up and headed over to the door he used to get to his room and into the school. He bounded through the empty hallways and up the stairs to Nizu's office. He stopped and knocked on the door. Nem answered with a brilliant smile at Izuku. He smiled back and his already messy hair was ruffled by her as he walked in. The bags Mina and he had at the mall were in a box to the side of the couch for him to take. They said that was everything. Did you get everything you needed? Nem asked. I think so, thanks Nem. He beamed. Of course, kiddo. She said with a warm smile. About those experiments, may I see what you have come up with? Nizu asked from his desk with fascination in his eyes. Sure. Izuku excitedly said, eager to show his newest development. He shifted his head and ears to what he had been working on. His head was covered in bone plating with his horns still there. He opened the armor around his ears and made the clicking noise he liked to move around. Echolocation. Izuku said proudly. He couldn't see their expressions, but he could smell the interest in Nizu. Quite marvelous. How well does it work? Nizu asked as he threw a small ball at Izuku. He easily tracked it in the air with the armor shifting. He caught it and held the ball in his hand. Really good. He made a clicking noise and set the ball back on Nizu's desk to show his ability to move around as well. What brought up this idea? Nem asked from behind. Izuku grew quiet for a moment and said, if I had more armor around my body, the Mina wouldn't have gotten hurt in trying to protect me. He shifted his head back to normal. Oh sweetie. Nem pulled him into a hug and stroked his hair. You are still learning. You shouldn't have been in that situation to begin with. But it's good that you are learning and adapting well. Don't let yesterday get you down. Nem placed a kiss on the top of his head, one of his horns poking at her cheek. Izuku nodded and understood what she was saying. All right. Nem helped him with the box of bags to his room to prepare for the trip. She was a bit surprised to see the higher quality items but smirked at remembering that Izuku had the school's credit card. She helped him pack everything he would need into a large duffel bag and set everything belonging to Mina to the side. Once done, Nem sat at Izuku's heavily reinforced desk chair. You want to take Ishido's stuff to her home? Izuku nodded and pulled his phone out to find a way to call her. After a few moments he found the call button and hit it. It only rang a few seconds before the other line was picked up. Suku? What's up? Mina's tone was cheerful as she spoke. Mina. I got your stuff that we left in the mall yesterday. Great. There was a pause and then she continued. I would ask you to come over now but it's getting late. How about coming tomorrow morning? Izuku also looked out the window and saw it was nearing sunset. All right. I'll send you my address. She paused. Do you need help getting here? She asked tentatively and with just a bit of teasing. I can do it. Izuku said defensively. I got to Ruzo's house just fine on my own. He pouted, which caused Nem to hide a giggle. Mina hid nothing and laughed out loud. All right, but if you get lost you will have to pay up. Pay? Pay for what? More giggling. You'll see. All right, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Kisses? Mina was heard kissing the speaker. Izuku smiled warmly at the phone and put it away after checking the address. He told Nem the plan for tomorrow morning. She was skeptical of letting him out of her sight after what happened the day before, and more especially because Izuku heavily injured the leader of the League of Villains. They would have a bigger reason to target him after that. Nem proposed that she drive him to her home and back just to set her mind at ease. Izuku agreed to her counter-proposal with little argument on his side. After that, Izuku gave Nem a hug goodnight and went to his territory for a hunt before bed. He shifted his body to his newest form, which he named Echo Hunter. He left out the armor on his body since it was unnecessary at the moment and began his hunt by rapidly clicking to see his surroundings. Izuku returned to his den and placed the gold medal on the antlers of a deer skull he liked. He shifted. Izuku sat in the passenger seat with Nem driving to his mate's home. While he did trust Nem, he still felt uneasy every time he got in a car. She knew this and helped by distracting him by telling him stories of her youth or playing music that he enjoyed. It did help quite a bit, but he still fidgeted in the seat. It took less than an hour to arrive by car. Nem stopped in front of a modest home. It was slightly larger than Kaken's with the same sized yard. The two got out of the car and the front door opened at the same time to show Izuku's mate with an excited smile. Mina leapt right at him from the stairs without putting on any footwear. She gave Izuku a tight hug and then dragged him to the front door, leaving an amused Nem getting the bags. "Izuku's here," Mina announced into the house. Miwa peeked around the corner of the kitchen and smiled warmly at Izuku. "Don't be shy. Come on in." Dai was seated at the dining table with a newspaper and coffee. He looked Izuku up and down before giving him a nod. "Izuku," he said in greeting before going back to reading. Nem walked up to the entrance of the home. Mina welcomed her in and Nem set the bags next to the couch. "Nice home you've got here." "Thank you, Miss Kiyama. Would you like a cup of tea or coffee?" Miwa motioned to the dining table. "Oh no, I just wanted to make sure Izuku got here safely. I got more paperwork back at the school to do." Nem politely declined. She turned to Izuku and ruffled his messy hair. "Behave yourself and call me when you want a ride back, alright?" Izuku nodded and hugged her. "I will." Nem gave him a motherly smile and brushed his hair back before heading out the door to the car they arrived in. "I'll see you later." With the door closed, Mina pulled Izuku further into the house. "You eat yet?" Mina asked. "Yep." Izuku nodded with a smile. "You sure? I can cook something up real quick if you like." Miwa offered. "Leave the boy be, dear. Come and sit down." Dai had moved from the kitchen table to the living room couch. He patted one of the armchairs. "Oh yes, we didn't get to talk much the day before," Miwa said excitedly. She pulled off her apron and moved next to her husband while pulling Izuku to the living room. "Nah, why don't you put away your bags in the meantime?" Mina saw the glimmer in her mother's eyes and was apprehensive to leave Izuku alone with her parents. "You better not scare him off," she said with narrowed eyes as she picked up her bags and smiled warmly at Izuku. "Be back in a minute." The feral boy let himself be pulled to the living room. Miwa sat on the couch and was planning to pull Izuku down with her, but he stopped and sat on the ground. The two adults gave him odd looks and he explained. "I'm really heavy and I don't want to break your things." "Pa." Dai snorted. "How heavy can you be? You're tiny?" Izuku shrugged and thought about his weight. "I have a dense metal skeleton, compressed muscles, and lots of added mass to use for my quirk. So a lot." "Yes, Miss Kiyama told us a little about that. Did you do all that to become a hero?" Dai asked. "You don't have to answer if you feel uncomfortable," Miwa said in a hurry. "It's fine, I don't mind. I didn't think about heroes until I was like 13, I think. I was going to the library near my old den when a man dressed weirdly stopped me to ask me about school and remembered they were a thing. Then Toshi came and I joined him in the hero exam for fun." He beamed at the memory. "As for why for all the improvements? I wanted to be the best hunter." He nodded with determination. "Was it difficult, being out in the woods for so long?" Miwa asked delicately. "It was at first." Izuku remembered back to his first years in the cave. "It took me a while to learn how to make a fire and winter was hard." He thought about the cold morning in the cave moss. "But then I got my quirk. It made a lot of things easier, like hunting and healing." He smiled again. Miwa looked saddened at his story and Dai continued for her. "How did you find your quirk?" he asked in curiosity. "A wolf tried to eat me and I killed it when I was 7, I think, maybe 8. He shrugged and continued. "I got hurt and passed out. When I woke up again I was all healed. It took a while to figure out what my quirk did, but it's super fun to experiment and try new things." Dai looked surprised. "You killed a wolf as a child?" "I did. I still have its skull back in my den," he said proudly. As they talked about Izuku's time in the woods, two pairs of eyes peeked around the couch. One head was above the other as they observed the stranger in their house talking with their parents. The two looked at each other in silent communication and then snuck up to the stranger at the same time, one around the couch and the other climbing over it. Izuku's ears twitched at the quiet noise of clothes behind him and turned his head. He stared at a young boy and girl around the age of 6. They were almost identical with pink skin and golden black eyes. They both had small nubs for horns beginning to grow on their heads. The only difference was that the girl had golden pupils with black sclera like Mina. The boy had black pupils with golden sclera. The twins froze in their steps and stared at Izuku. He stared back and tilted his head with a smile. "You're Mina's siblings," the feral boy said with certainty. Miwa laughed warmly. Those are my youngest children, Kaori and Saori. She pointed at the boy as Kaori and Saori as the girl. The twins stared at Izuku with suspicious eyes. Are you Mina's boyfriend? Saori asked. I am. Izuku said proudly. Are you going to marry her? Kaori asked next. Kaori. Miwa said in admonishment. Maybe I'd like to. Izuku shrugged. But people get married when they're older, right? Izuku turned to the two adults who were surprised at his bluntness. Miwa was the first to break out of her shocked state and gave him a teasing smirk. How forward of you. What would Mina say if she heard you? She asked with a giggle. Internally she was beginning to like the idea. Heard what? Mina came around the corner. Your boyfriend said he was going to marry you. Saori shouted and pointed at Izuku. Mina blushed furiously and clapped her hands over her cheeks to hide it. Izuku, you can't say stuff like that. Why not? Izuku asked with his head tilted. I would like to marry you and have a family, he said with such earnestly and a smile. Not now, of course. Nem said that's for after school is done. When we graduate, I think. Everyone looked from Izuku to Mina, whose blush was intensifying as he spoke. By the end of it, she couldn't handle it and ran further into the house to cool down. I have to use the bathroom, she called back. It was quiet for a brief moment before one of the twins spoke, with the other nodding at their question. Does that mean we can call you brother? Miwa and Dai gave each other significant looks as they tried to talk to each other without speaking. Miwa read her husband's expressions and got that he was unsure what to do at the moment. And from what Dai read on Miwa's face, she was thinking it wasn't such a bad idea. They focused back on the boy who caused a ruckus in the house unintentionally to see Saori seated in his lap and playing with Izuku's hand while Kaori was on his shoulders and using his horns as handholds. Izuku for his part was smiling happily at the children on him. Miwa smiled as well at seeing them get along and then turned to her husband to make the "I told you so" motion at Izuku's interaction with the children. Dai rolled his eyes and looked at Izuku. So, Izuku. Dai began and Izuku turned to him. Were you serious about your feelings for my daughter? Of course. But Nem said not to do anything that my mate wouldn't like, so it would be up to her, he said seriously. You're not shy to tell us so bluntly. Miwa grinned. Why would I be shy? Izuku tilted his head and Kaori tilted with his motion. Hey, tsu. What's your quirk? Kaori leaned over his horns and looked upside down at him. I can change my body to do what I want. He beamed up at the boy. Like what? Saori asked on his lap. I grew my horns and changed my legs to be this way. He wiggled his paws for emphasis. The twins looked interested and asked for a demonstration. Show us. Izuku extended a tendril from his arm and it moved gently around. Cool. Kaori said loudly and leaned forward on his perch to see better. What else can you do? Saori asked. Izuku hesitated to show his quirk for the first time. At first, when he was around people again like his pack mates, he didn't understand that his appearance may be scary and his transformation caused some people to be uncomfortable. So, he was worried about how they would react to his full quirk. He didn't want to scare his mate siblings. People tell me it's scary and I don't want to scare you too, Izuku said honestly. I don't get scared. Me neither. The twins declared one right after the other. I'll be fine, Izuku. To be honest, we're a family that likes horror movies and the like, and they've been exposed to some movies that they shouldn't have. Miwa placate the worry written on Izuku's face. We can move to the backyard for more space, come on. I'm a bit curious to see you up close. Dai encouraged. Before Izuku agreed, another voice came from the hallway. See what up close? A tall older male copy of Mina was leaning against the wall in the hallway and watched Izuku curiously. He had pink hair tied into dreadlocks pushed to the side with horns that pointed straight up. They were similar to Izuku's but smaller. He had a lazy aura about him, but his eyes looked at Izuku carefully. Yashushi, this is Izuku, Mina's boyfriend. Miwa introduced her eldest child with a smile. Boyfriend, huh? You don't look like much, he said lazily. Dai smiled and got up. Well, let's see. He was about to show us. Izuku shrugged and stood up with Kaori still on his shoulder and Saori clinging to him like a baby koala. He barely noticed the weight and helped Saori by putting his arm under her so she could sit comfortably. He followed Dai to the back sliding door to a fenced-off backyard. There was a good-sized tree that shaded the back corner with a small platform in the branches with a rope ladder hanging down from it. Miwa took Saori from his arm and Izuku picked up Kaori from his shoulder and set him down. Yashushi eyed Izuku with crossed arms and a bored expression while the twins looked on in anticipation. I can do a few things, should I just? Izuku waved to the open space in the backyard. They nodded and Izuku moved to the center of the yard. He took off his shirt and tossed it to the side. He shifted his body to his usual hunter's form with breaking bones and tearing flesh. He heard the Ishidos gasp as the gruesome transformation. He stretched like a cat and flexed his claws. He stood up at his full height from 167 centimeters to a little over 200 centimeters. Now he loomed over the two taller men who claimed he was small. Wow! Kaori spoke first with his eyes sparking in awe of Izuku. He quickly ran up to the hunter with his twin a step behind. "You're so cool," he shouted up at Izuku. Izuku smiled as best he could without lips, but his hum of pleasure was enough of an answer with his eyes crinkling into a smile. He crouched down so the children could see him closer. His bony tail with his usually razor-sharp tip was blunted just in case, and his claws were the same. "Thanks." His dozen voices spooked the children, but they giggled and began to walk around the hunter. He felt Kaori immediately jump onto his back and then climb up to his shoulder again to regain his position. "Now I'm the tallest," he said with glee. The other three Ishidos approach Izuku after a moment and also examine him from up close. Izuku sat on the ground and Saori climbed onto his lap again with his tail wrapping around her to secure her position. She giggled at the appendage and began to trace her finger across the blunt edge. He changed his two fingers into tendrils and she began to braid them. "I gotta say, Izuku, you're terrifying," Dai admitted. "What are you guys doing?" "He's not a show pony or something," Mina shouted from the back door. "Relax, he didn't mind." "Did you?" Yashushi turned to Izuku. "I didn't mind." A dozen voices rumbled. He tilted his head and asked his mate, "Were you angry that I said those things earlier?" Miwa snatched Kaori off Izuku's shoulder and said to everyone, "Let's give them some privacy." The other Ishidos left Izuku and Mina alone in the backyard. He shifted back to normal and stayed seated on the grass. Mina blushed again at what was talking about. She looked like she was trying up the best way to explain, but Izuku spoke first. "We don't have to get married. I know Nim told me that sometimes dating doesn't work out and people separate." He didn't show it, but he was hoping for the opposite to happen. Mina rubbed at the base of her horns and let out a huff before sitting in front of Izuku. "Well, that's true, but I wasn't mad or anything. Just embarrassed that you would be so." She moved her hands as if that would help her find the words. "Eager? To get married? I'm not saying I wouldn't, but not anytime soon." She finished quietly with a blush and looked away quickly. "I'm not eager, just I know I would like to marry you someday if everything works well. I like everything about you and want to be your mate," he said, smiling at her. Mina played with her hands and had her head tilted down to hide a smile. "What do you like about me then?" "MH? A lot. I like your eyes and smile. I like how you always try to make others smile. I like that you are colorful and full of energy all the time. MH, what else? Oh, I like how you give me hugs and how it makes me feel." He beamed at her darkening cheeks. Mina was covering her face with her hands again and moving side to side in embarrassment at the onslaught of compliments from her mate. "Okay, that's enough." Mina covered Izuku's face with her hand. She pouted at his bluntness but quickly broke out into a warm smile at knowing his true feelings about her. She removed her hand from his mouth and pulled him into a hug. "I'm happy to be your mate." Izuku held her just as tight and hummed in contentment at the contact. After that, they went inside to join the rest of her family around the living room. They all looked up at their entrance. Miwa grinned at the two and motioned them inside. The twins waited for their newest friend to join them and the other two men watched Izuku with narrowed eyes. Dai shrugged and accepted it and went along with his wife's attitude towards Izuku. Yashushi played it off as if he didn't care and turned back to the television and the movie playing on it. Mina pulled Izuku inside and sat beside him on the floor. Izuku, not having watched any form of media in a long while, was drawn to the TV. Mina smiled at his shining eyes and dropped her head on his shoulder to watch with him. Saori quickly reclaimed her newest seat on Izuku's lap. Mina pouted at her sister and she turned back to stick her tongue out at her elder sibling. Miwa watched Izuku and her middle child with cooing at their young romance. She could tell it was more simplistic on Izuku's side, but she could see the care he has for Mina. Dai for his part watched Izuku to make sure he didn't do anything inappropriate in his presence. After all, what kind of father would he be if he didn't put the fear of God into the man who was dating his daughter? The rest of the break passed quickly after his trip to Mina's home. He enjoyed his time with his mate's family. It didn't take long until the trip to the summer camp came. He said his goodbyes to Nem and the rest of the staff that were present. He was given a big hug by Nem and a kiss on the top of his head before he followed Aizawa to the meeting location. He had eaten a big meal that morning and had cooked up some meat to eat on the trip, just in case. Izuku loaded his bag onto the bus's undercarriage and then sat next to Aizawa to wait for his pack mates. Bit by bit they trickled in and joined Izuku. Most of them asked questions as to what had happened at the mall, and he happily told them about his near-death, as they called it. His mate joined him when there were about 3/4 of his pack mates there. She greeted him with a hug and then wandered off to join the rest of the girls to chat. Kaken arrived and immediately began to berate Izuku for getting attacked at the mall. They wrestled around until Aizawa got tired of their roughhousing and they separated with messy and grass-stained clothes. The blonde grumbled about the stains, but Izuku was used to stained clothes and didn't mind it. Toshi arrived soon after and greeted them and then gave Izuku a deadpan stare. What? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. You just had to pick a fight with the leader of the villain organization that attacked us. He stated after taking a sip of his coffee. He attacked me. Not my fault. Izuku said defensively and crossed his arms with a pout. Toshi shook his head with fondness. Almost gave me a heart attack the week before I turned 16. Izuku paused and processed that. It was your birthday? Why didn't you tell me? He almost shouted and gained the attention of almost everyone. Toshi reeled at the sudden loud noise and waved him off. I just never cared for celebrating my birthday. He finished with a shrug. Wait, people get gifts for birthdays, right? Izuku looked around frantically. Izuku, it's fine. Toshi tried to stop him, but the feral boy was already sprinting away with a sparkle in his eye. Ruzo, can you make something to cover this? He tried to think of the word and snapped his fingers. A sheath. Izuku extended a thick tendril with a blade at the end. Yaoruzo was surprised at his sudden appearance before her and quickly made a synthetic leather sheath for the blade with straps to tie it against someone's leg. Here you go, but why? Izuku took the sheath and sat down in concentration at the blade before him. He made it about 15 centimeters long and as sharp as he could make it. He compressed as much metal as he could into the blade to make it as durable as he could and then made the tang of the blade and then removed it from his body. He looked up to the vice president of his pack and asked, "And some really strong glue, please?" Yaoruzo nodded with a confused look on her face and gave him a small bottle of super glue that she liked. What's that for? Some of his other pack mates were watching Izuku curiously as he frantically worked. Gift. He didn't notice Toshi, who was approaching to try and stop him as Izuku got up and bolted to his territory. Izuku! Toshi shouted at his shrinking figure. He threw his hands up in the air and turned around. What happened? What did you say? Mina asked Toshi. We were talking and I mentioned my birthday that passed this week and then he ran off. Toshi explained and pointed at the distant woods that belonged to the feral boy. The class that heard gave him pats on the back for his birthday and asked him what he did to celebrate. He tried to wave their congratulations away with pink cheeks at the attention. Ah, that makes more sense, Yaoruzo said in understanding. She smiled and looked at the woods. What does? Toshi asked. Nothing. Yaoruzo looked away with a smirk. 5 minutes later, Aizawa approached his class and began. All right, get on, we dash. He stopped and looked for the feral child. Oh gods, where is he? There he is. Sato pointed and everyone turned to see him coming out of the woods. Izuku was running on all fours and half shifted into his hunter's form to gain more speed. His hair was being blown back at his full speed and dirt clumps were being thrown up from his claws. He skidded to a stop close to his pack and shifted back. He ran up to his best friend and presented him with his gift. Happy birthday. In Izuku's hands was a sheathed knife with a fire-hardened wood hilt that was darkened from the fire in some places. The grip was smoothed out with a small thong set into the wood on one side. The sheath was a simple black synthetic leather with straps. Toshi carefully took it from his hands and pulled the blade out to see it was about half his forearm length. The metal was dull, but it was evident to see the sharpness of it. It was simple but as sturdy as he could make it. The tooth is from the badger we shared when we first ate together. And the wood should be pretty strong dash. Izuku didn't finish due to Toshi throwing himself at his friend and pulling him into a tight hug. Thank you, Izuku, Toshi said with a wobbly voice. He let go after a moment and looked away while rubbing his eyes. Everyone in the pack smiled warmly at the interaction. Even the usually standoffish hero lets the interaction go on with a hit of fondness coming through his eyes. Toshi composed himself and turned to face the front again, but was blushing when he saw he was the center of attention once again. A teacher should confiscate that, but seeing as just about everyone here can do more damage to a person with their quirks, I'll leave it be, Aizawa said to Toshi, and he nodded in thanks for not taking away the first gift he hadn't received from his mother in 11 years. Alright, and you all go. He motioned to the bus. Everyone boarded the bus and Izuku made sure no one was left behind. They got rolling as soon as everyone was seated. The feral child sitting next to Toshi. Mina was right behind them with Hagakure next to her. It was rowdy when the trip began, but it began to quiet down. Mina peeked over Izuku's seat and watched Toshi continue to explore every centimeter of his gift. Hey, Tsu. He turned and hummed a response. What would you like for your birthday? He hummed in thought and the class listened in to his answer. I don't know, he said slowly. Wait, how old am I? Everyone who heard winced slightly and was reminded of his past. You're 15 and turned 16 on July 15th, Kaken said without his usual angry tone. Nice. Mine is on the 30th. Mina shifted the mood away from Izuku's tragic past. She still embraced Izuku from behind without saying anything else. The conversation on the bus shifted to everyone sharing their birthdays and what they did on that day. The class arrived at an overlook of the forest where they would be training. Izuku had to remind himself of what Nem said to him before leaving. Mina saw his fidgeting and approached him with worry in her eyes. She slipped her arm into the crook of his elbow and began to talk to him about the time she went camping with her family. It helped Izuku greatly. Aizawa was talking with Toshi and helping him strap the blade to his leg. Did you guys tell Izuku about this stop? Toshi asked. Eraserhead nodded and stood up from his student's leg. We did. The only time he has shown any kind of discomfort of the sort was when he rode as a passenger in a car, and this would have been too close to what had happened to him. Toshi felt at the newest addition to his wardrobe and nodded. Thank you. He didn't mention what he was thanking his teacher for. Soon, a black sedan stopped in front of the group and Izuku had his eyes drawn to the people who stepped out. Those are fake ears and tails, right? He sniffed the air again to confirm what he thought. One of the two women looked comically offended at the feral child's words. What a spry set you've got yourself this year, Aizawa. There's something all right, he grumbled. As you all can see, we are half of the wild pussy cats. They finished with a pose that had a few missing members. Mandalay and Pixie Bob at your service. They will be our hosts for the time here, Aizawa said. From here you can see the camp we will be staying at. He locked onto Izuku's eyes and gave him a reassuring nod with softer eyes. Izuku gave a shaky nod back and picked up Mina in a princess carry and then leapt off the railing with Mina screaming on the way down. There were many shouts of shock from his pack mates, but then they changed into screams of surprise as the cliff became a slope and they slid down to where the other two were. Izuku shot out tendrils from his back and used them to slow their fall to the earth. Pixie Bob looked confused at Aizawa. Give them a few moments before you get started. She nodded at his unusual request. What's going on? Mandalay asked, looking down at the students. She found the one who leapt off first and he was kneeling with the pink-haired one talking softly to him. This isn't effin' funny. Mina shouted angrily up at the three adults. She had figured out what was going on with her mate pretty quickly when he was forcing himself to breathe in slowly. Izuku grabbed her wrist without looking up and drew her attention. It's okay, Mina. They told me already. I just have to keep reminding myself, that is all. The rest of the class began to understand what was going on and also threw nasty glares at Aizawa but calmed down quickly enough. Just give me a minute. Mina nodded and knelt with him while holding his hand. Izuku focused on the sense of his pack and the surrounding forest. He reminded himself that he wasn't alone and he wasn't abandoned again. Soon he heard the rest of his pack get close and stand near him. It only took a few minutes until Izuku was standing again and looking around at the new territory. He smiled thankfully to them all and they began to move to the camp. Suddenly there was a rumble and then a dirt monster emerged from the earth. By the way, you all can use your quirks freely and don't worry. Those are my creations, something to give you all a challenge. Pixie Bob shouted down at them. Koda was the first one to try and talk to the beast but was useless and Izuku pulled him back with a tendril while Kaken blasted it apart. It's made of dirt, Izuku observed while digging through its remains. How am I supposed to eat this? This isn't a hunt, Izuku said, outraged. Izuku, you can't eat everything you fight, Toshi said placatingly. Internally he was glad his friend was adapting quickly from his near panic attack. He can eat dirt if he wants, who are you to tell him not to? Kaken argued and watched Izuku from the corner of his eye to see if he'd take the bait and eat dirt. Didn't you say you took a bite out of Shigaraki's hand? Kaminari asked. Well, yeah, but I didn't swallow it, Izuku said defensively. Do you have the taste of human flesh? Shiro asked with faux wariness. I might. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the black-haired boy who was beginning to move behind the larger pack mate that was Sato. Sato grabbed Shiro and set him in front of himself in direct sight of Izuku to keep his focus on the tape dispenser. Alright, let's keep going before it gets dark. The strongest offense takes the point with Izuku navigating. Support and range behind them with anyone who needed a break to move to the back. Sound good. Yaoruzo organized them and they all nodded. They began to move with Izuku already shifted into his hunter's form and disappeared into the trees. The group passed along already destroyed dirt golems. They heard the noise of battle and were beginning to get bored at not seeing any fighting. Kaken was the first to have an outburst. "Izuku, get over here." He roared and made others near him jump away. The hunter appeared without a sound in front of them. He dropped from the trees and looked curiously at his old friend. "Yes." He tilted his head like a puppy, but a dozen voices and a monstrous face with 4 eyes and interlocking teeth ruined the cute image. Yaoruzo spoke before Kaken could shout something. "Izuku, this is a training camp and you will tire out soon if you don't let us take some of the fight off of your hands. Just focus on leading us to camp, alright?" she asked sweetly. "Oh sure." Izuku beamed and then disappeared with a shout. "Follow the claw marks." The class looked at each other and shrugged. Soon the class was fighting the dirt golems instead of having a stroll through the woods. They were destroying them as they made their way deeper and deeper into the woods, following the clawed trees that faced them. Izuku was finding a path for his pack to follow when he stopped and sniffed the air again. He looked around to find what produced the scent on all fours. He sniffed the ground until he found what he was looking for. A new scent that wasn't human or any animal he'd hunted before. He eagerly began to track the scent but stopped again at the sounds of fighting. His pack needed him to lead them to the camp. His neck snapped in the direction of the camp and then began to sprint as fast as he could while leaving marks for them to follow. Soon enough he was looking at the camp they would be staying at for the training. He rumbled in excitement and then bolted off to find his newest prey. The hunter tracked the scent for a few miles deep into the woods and far away from any sort of civilization. He wasn't sure if he was still in the same territory that belonged to the pussycats, but he didn't care, he was hunting. The scent got stronger and he slowed his pace. He began to jump from tree to tree until he was above what he had been tracking for the past hour. A large brown furry mass was moving along and sniffing the ground, a bear. Izuku kept himself in check but internally was hopping for joy at his find. He would be able to take another animal off his list to hunt. The hunter stayed silent and watched the brown bear for an opportune time. Just as he was going to leap at the bear, he stopped and heard 2 small sounds. His prey stopped being his prey when 2 small cubs ran to their mother. Izuku let out a keening whine at losing what could have been his prey. The bear turned around at the noise. It got up on its back legs and roared at those who threatened its young. Izuku could only sulk and glower at the bear's fortune. He would have continued his hunt if the cubs were older and could fend for themselves, but they were still small. Instead of wasting any more time, he leapt to another tree in search of more bears. It took him an hour to pick up another scent not belonging to the bear and its cubs. The only difference was that the new one was strong and close to where he had found the trail. He began by searching the immediate area where he got the scent. His ears picked up another sound and he turned to see a brown mass leaping on him with a roar. The hunter acted quickly and moved to the side while swiping his clawed hand across its rear paw. It stumbled as it went past the hunter and toppled over. Izuku watched it carefully as it stood. It was a male at his glance and it was bigger than the other bear he had found. Izuku made an excited noise that could only be described as terrifying to others. The injured bear roared in a challenge at the hunter and limped towards him as fast as he could. The hunter roared back and threw himself at the bear with claws and teeth. The bear had the same idea and clamped its jaw closed on Izuku's shoulder while his claws raked down his chest. The armor plate saved him from the worst injury, but his shirt was torn apart. Izuku's claws tore deeply into the bear's thick skin and drew gouts of blood to water the forest floor. The bear cried in pain just as Izuku did from the strong jaws latched onto his shoulder. The bear viciously threw its head back and forward and the hunter tore deeply into the bear's abdomen. The hunter must have finally hit something vital in the bear's chest as it let go and roared one last time to the sky, and then it collapsed. Izuku roared in triumph to the surrounding woods. A new predator was lurking in their homes. 19 tired and dirty students broke out of the tree line and found what the trail Izuku left for them. Aizawa, Pixie Bob, and Mandalay stood there waiting as everyone stumbled out, with many collapsing in relief that the trek through the woods was done. "Well done. It took you a few fewer hours than we thought," Pixie Bob exclaimed and was about to continue but paused and looked over them again. "Wait, we're missing one." She looked slightly worried when she recounted twice and was still short a student. Aizawa's eyes sharpened and also agreed that one was missing and immediately identified it as the feral child. "Where is Izuku?" He looked at each one of his students. Toshi looked around the camp area in confusion. "I figured he was here already? We had him scout the path ahead for us to follow, but we didn't see him after that," Yaoruzo said with worry about the class president. There was a rustling on the other side of the clearing and everyone was startled to see a large brown mass emerge from the tree line with guttural growls coming from it. Holy hell! It's a bear! Kaminari exclaimed in surprise. There were bears in the woods? Hagakure shouted. Kota ran ahead and began to speak to it. Whoa whoa, this isn't a good place for you to be in. It's someone else's territory, please leave. He held his arms out in a placating manner but stepped back at the strong odor of blood. It's injured. With another growl, the bear was lifted and tossed on its side to reveal Izuku in his torn school uniform and covered in blood. I have brought nourishment for the pack. Izuku roared to the heavens. His usually green and black hair was streaked with red from having the field-dressed corpses drip on him. What the hell? Pixie Bob said in shock. You got a bear? Toshi shouted at his friend. You got a bear. Mina shouted in glee at her mate having gotten one of his goals. There are bears in the woods? Hagakure shouted again and looked in the tree line. Enough. Aizawa shouted over everyone and it got quiet. He rubbed his face with both hands and let out a long stream of air through his clenched teeth. Izuku, are you hurt? Not anymore. Izuku shrugged casually. Aizawa nodded along with that. We have food already prepared. We can have this for dinner tomorrow. He nodded to the massive adult brown bear. Izuku pouted at having to wait to dine on his prey. He looked down at it and sighed. "K," he said with a long sigh. One more thing to do, help Izuku put this guy away. Aizawa motioned to the bear and looked to his class. There were many groans but they got to work with Sato stripping off his shirt again to help like he did before. Yaoruzo made a roll of wax paper and a simple table while Izuku hung the bear to skin it and cut it into manageable pieces. It didn't take more than a half hour with the help of his pack. While the kids dismembered the bear, Aizawa explained Izuku's more than unusual behavior to the other heroes. A small child watched in some fascination as the teen took the bear apart but was distracted by the adults coming back from the talk with Aizawa. The two women were slightly red-eyed and Mandalay knelt to give Kota a tight hug without saying anything. He was worried as this was the way he was told his parents died but Mandalay didn't say anything else but pull back and give him a sad smile. The final part of the bear was wrapped up and Shoji carried it off to the kitchen to place it in the walk-in fridge. The only part left was the skin which Izuku already had hung up away from the camp and the bear's head. He examined it and then took a bite of its cheek. Izuku, that's not sanitary, Ruzo exclaimed. With his teeth still in the flesh, he bit down and chewed for a moment and then swallowed. He nodded at the taste and answered. I can't get sick, at least I don't think so. He finished slowly and then took another bite. He controls his cells, I'm sure he is the healthiest being on Earth, Toshi said wiping his sweat-soaked hair back and sheathing his newly gifted knife after cleaning it of bear blood. You should still wait for it to be cooked. Ruzo still argued. Izuku took another bite out of defiance while holding eye contact. She gave him an exasperated sigh and waved him off. I'm too tired for this. And headed inside with the others to eat what the hosts had prepared for them. How does it taste? Mina walked beside her mate. Tasty. Fatty and tasty. I like bear meat. Izuku had another bite before having his tendrils take the head away to strip it of flesh to have his new trophy cleaned. Mina smiled at his happiness. I'm glad you got one. And bumped shoulder with him. Come on, I'm hungry. She pulled him into the cafeteria where her classmates were already piling food onto their trays and sitting down. Izuku followed and had his newest clean trophy over his shoulder held by his tendrils. He piled food onto his tray and then had another filled with his tendrils holding the second tray. Everyone devoured their meals like Izuku usually did and not one word was spoken until there were groans of satisfaction. When everyone was done with their meals, they were ordered to get cleaned up and then to sleep. Izuku mimicked the others as they rinsed in the shower and then followed them into a large area with a steaming pool in the center. Izuku walked around the pool apprehensively and watched the others slowly sink into the water with sighs of relief. Vedrev, Paolo. Toshi encouraged his suddenly skittish friend. It's hot, Izuku stated and was crouched down by the pool and dipped his fingers into it. It's called a natural hot spring. Just think of it as a hot shower. Shoji help. Hot shower? Everyone paused and then looked to Izuku. Don't you have a shower in your room? Back to the school? Kaken asked. Yeah, but I never take a hot shower. Izuku looked at his old friend like he was the weird one. Kaken just stared at him and shook his head. Just get in. Izuku tentatively dipped his paw in and pulled it back while shaking off the water. He looked at everyone and they all gave him encouraging nods. He dunked his paw in and slowly stepped into the steaming water. Ever so slowly sunk to his abdomen, then his chest and finally to his neck. He hummed in pleasure. The other watched with some amusement as his face relaxed and he continued to sink into the hot spring. They grew concerned when he continued to sink until he was under the water completely. The steam just over the water obscured his figure so no one knew what he was doing. They all looked at each other and then they turned to Toshi, who was also staring at the spot where his friend sank into. "He should be fine," Toshi said slowly. "Most likely." He added on. A tendril emerged from the spot where Izuku had sunk. It expanded and grew thicker. From it, they could hear the sound of air being sucked in and out. "See, he's fine." Toshi relaxed in the water after seeing the tendril. Izuku sat at the bottom of the spring and was in complete euphoria as the hot water around him held him tightly. He felt that he could sleep where he was, but his airway was clogged. He grew a smaller tendril from the airway and poked at whatever covered his air. It was a finger, so he grew a small maw and nipped at the finger to go away. He saw who flinched under the water and retracted the airway to grab the leg of who he bit. He yanked him underwater as revenge, and it was Toshi who was glaring at his friend under his waterlogged hair. Izuku emerged from the water to hear laughter at Toshi's expense. Like an alligator, he bobbed in the water without emerging completely. I gotta ask, doesn't it bother you to have Izuku hunting? Like, aren't you close with animals? Kaminari asked after he was done laughing. Everyone turned to the animal lover and blushed slightly at all the attention. He spoke clearly but quietly. Not at all. It's the circle of life and Izuku is the predator. I've learned that when I was young, but I do warn any friends to stay clear of his territory. He finished with a chuckle. Izuku's eyes crinkled on the water's surface at hearing his pack mate speak about animals as he did. He emerged more and said, "I never hurt them, a quick death to all of them." He paused and continued. "Except for the bear, he took longer." Kuda nodded in thanks at his statement. "All right, let's go before we prune up like old men," Sato said with a sigh and got up from the pool. The rest of the guys followed and got out. Izuku was one of the last and heard something odd. He looked up to see the young boy he had seen earlier in the day. Izuku waved at him with a smile, but the boy sneered at Izuku in return. The feral child was confused since this would be one of the first times he'd ever get that reaction, especially from a small child. Izuku frowned in confusion but let it go and began to make his way to the changing room with the others. When he arrived at the sleeping room, Izuku was uncertain as he saw every male packmate roll out their sleeping bags in one large room. To Izuku, it was odd since he had only ever slept alone and at most in a room by himself. Sharing a sleeping space was new to him. "Come on, Izuku," Toshi called over from his sleeping bag. "Just pick an open spot." He waved to the spot next to him. Izuku did so tentatively and copied what others did. He looked out the window high up in the room and asked, "Can't I just sleep outside?" "No way. This is part of the camping experience," Kaminari exclaimed. He waved him over to the circle of friends who were pulling out games. "Come over, I'll teach you some games," he said with a bright smile. Izuku did so and sat with Kaminari and the others as he learned the betrayal and deception of Uno. It was slow at first, but Izuku picked it up quickly enough that they were slapping cards down and cursing at each other. Toshi joined them after a couple of rounds. By the end of the night, 3 fights broke out, 2 crying young adults, and 1 furious dark shadow due to a smug Izuku playing +4s on him back to back when he was down to 2 cards. Aizawa barged in and glared at everyone until they scrambled to their beds. The feral boy had the hardest time trying to get to sleep in the unfamiliar environment but soon focused on the thought that his pack was all around him and soon he was drifting off. The morning came and found 1A in front of Aizawa in the early morning. Many of Izuku's pack were still drowsy and nodding off while standing. "All right, you hellions," Aizawa began. "The reasoning behind the training camp is to expand on your quirk. While you gain knowledge and some experience during the year, here we are going to stretch your quirks to strengthen them." He tossed the same baseball at Izuku and he caught it. He looked at it and then at Aizawa. "Want me to throw it?" He sighed. "Yes, you feral child," he said with exasperation. Izuku shrugged and moved away for his pack mates. A long whip extended while holding the ball and Izuku's arm elongated with added muscle. The whip with the ball was dragged for a moment, then he whipped his whole body to the side, causing the whip to follow along his path. With a guttural growl, his arm flexed to the point his sleeve ripped and the whip shot forward. The whip cracked in the air and the ball was sent sailing through the air. Izuku covered his eyes from the sun and tried to track it but lost it in the blue sky. "You think that will hit someone?" Izuku asked, looking back at his pack mates and teacher. "Should have chosen some normal," Aizawa grumbled and turned to his class. "The point was that your quirks wouldn't have developed much since the beginning of the year, but Izuku keeps adapting and is unique." He finished while watching the whip retract into his arm and turn back to fingers. Aizawa split everyone up to work on their quirks. Toshi went with Ragdoll and had him use his quirk on her for complex commands. Izuku, for his part, stayed near his teacher to be sent off like the others. His ears perked and he turned to see a small rodent running in the tree line. He glanced over to see Aizawa still instructing the others in their tasks and he took his chance. Izuku bolted and his arm shot out with a needle-like spear that extended from his palm to kill his prey painlessly. Tendrils extended from his hand and quickly skinned and dressed the snack. Aizawa turned to speak to Izuku when he found him chewing on something. He narrowed his eyes at him and Izuku stopped chewing at being caught. Never mind. You'll be working on changing your body as fast as you can. From the smallest detail to the larger transformation. Izuku swallowed the mostly whole chipmunk and nodded. That takes energy. What if I get tired and can't anymore? Then push a bit further and then rest and eat, Aizawa said. Hunt? Izuku asked eagerly. He huffed in amusement. If you can manage. Later, anyone near Izuku's training area would think that the most gruesome horror movie was being filmed as it was a constant noise of breaking bones and tearing flesh. He was continuously shifting his arms from claws to spears to whips and more. His body didn't change much but more was added on like scales, armor plates and sometimes thick leathery skin. It was a continuously shifting horrific form to anyone who witnessed it. One such person saw his training and was thoroughly horrified at what she witnessed. You alright, Setsuna? Kodai asked from nearby her. You got all pale. Satsuna reformed and smiled shakily at her friend. Yeah, just saw some freaky stuff is all. That freaky stuff is mine. Mina shouted as she glided by on low acidic acid and gave Setsuna the I'm watching you sign with her hand. By the end of the first day, everyone was dead tired, including Izuku. It was an experience he hadn't had very many times. When he was tired he took a nap, stopped and rested, or went to eat to replenish his energy. But training his quirk so vigorously was exhausting to him. When they were told that they would be cooking up their food, Izuku nodded with acceptance and went over to a tree. Suku? What are you doing? His mate asked him as he walked away from the cooking station set up. The rest of the class looked over to see what their feral pack leader was up to. Firewood. He said tiredly and slowly shifted his arm into a large axe head. Just as he was going to begin to chop the tree down, Kaken yelled out. Izuku, there is already firewood. He pointed at the stack of wood to the side of the cooking station. He stopped mid-swing and looked over. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Is it good firewood? Just get over here, Toshi said turning back around to prepare on cooking the ingredients. The class got together to dull out the duties. Izuku watched everyone turn and begin their tasks. He never cooked anything other than raw meat but he did know how to start a fire. So he did that. He created some sinew and grabbed 2 sticks to begin on the embers. With the practiced motion, the smoking tinder was added to the small sticks to start the fire. He turned to start on the next one but saw that they were already blazing. Todoroki shifted from foot to foot under Izuku's glare. Cheater. Izuku mumbled. Come on Zu. Help me with this. Mina prodded him. He grumbled about taking shortcuts and cheaters but did as his mate asked. He wasn't sure what he was doing but he followed her instructions and chopped the vegetables to her specifications and then the meat. He did pop 1 or 2 into his mouth when no one was watching but he enjoyed the calm air with his pack. When she added the spices, his nose wrinkled but he didn't say anything. He did notice she didn't put in as much as the others did and he was grateful for that. Kaken poured the whole bottle of spices into his pot and was about to grab another when he was stopped by Kirishima who was going to eat from the same pot. Don't be such a pussy sheet. Kaken argued. Kaken, don't say bad words. Izuku admonished and then paused. What does pussy mean? He turned to his mate in confusion. Her cheeks darkened with a blush and she barked out a laugh. Izuku turned in confusion to his other pack mates and they were similarly in the same situation from his question. Kaken was one of the few not laughing but looking out into the distance as he was regretting his life up to that point. Iida was trying to rein them in and stop their uncouth behavior. Is it bad? Like the other bad words. Izuku began to feel mortified at saying a bad word. Mina began to calm down and leaned on his shoulder. Kinda, it has the same meaning as some other words but more crude. It could mean scared or something else. She blushed slightly again at the end of her explanation. Bad word, got it? Izuku nodded and then turned back to Kaken. Imma, tell Auntie Suki you're saying bad words again. Huh? She says worse sheet than me. He defended himself. Izuku looked horrified. Auntie Suki? No, she doesn't. Before they could come to another bout of roughhousing, Kirishima stepped in. Let's finish the food first. The food was filling and tasty to Izuku's senses. He did catch Mina adding salt to her bowl but she didn't raise any complaints about it. Again, Izuku was content with the calm atmosphere with his pack around him and eating. There was a quiet noise of chatter and the woods making their noise, but to Izuku, it was peace. You think he ate already? Toshi asked from across the table. Izuku looked up from slurping his bowl of food to Toshi, where he pointed with his chin. He turned his eyes to see the small boy walking into the woods. He finished the remains of his bowl and swallowed. He shrugged. Maybe. Should we ask? Mina turned on her seat to Mandalay, who was at the door. Hey, did Kota eat yet? Not yet. The hero said. Izuku stood up from the table and retracted the carapace legs that held his weight instead of the wood table. I'll go take him some, he said with a smile. Thank you, Kiyama. Mandalay smiled at his offer. Are you sure you'll be able to find him? Izuku poured a sizable bowl and gave her a smug smile. I'm the best hunter. Mandalay was reminded of the large bear the boy had brought and nodded. She watched him walk off with the bowl in hand and followed her nephew's trail. Does he usually go hunt like he did before? She asked into the eating group. Every day. Mina giggled. I'm pretty sure I saw him munching on something earlier too. Izuku followed the trail with ease. His footsteps were silent from the years of practice of walking in the woods. He never stepped anywhere he was sure that would make noise. Ducking under a branch, taking a larger step to avoid a patch of dry leaves, and stepping between sticks. That's how he was able to sneak up on Kota sitting on a rock outcropping without the boy ever noticing. Izuku stopped and took in the view before getting closer. He set the bowl to Kota's side, which caused a small clinking noise that alerted the young boy. He yelped in surprise at the form of a silent being with horns on his head. He began to fall off his seated position and into the drop, but Izuku grabbed him easily. Get off of me. How'd you find me? Kota pushed Izuku's hand off his shoulder and stood up with a glare. Izuku tilted his head at the anger the boy showed. I'm good at following tracks. Here, your mom said you didn't eat, so food. He motioned to the bowl. Kota's face showed a brief moment of pain but glared again. She's not my mom. And I don't want any of your crappy food. I think it tastes good. Izuku pouted slightly. Where is your mom? The same brief moment of pain flashed across Kota's face. It's none of your business. Izuku caught the emotion on his face that time and his heart clenched at the reminder of his own mother. Oh, I see. Was she nice? Kota's eyes began to water, but he roughly wiped his face. Why do you care? You're just some hero brat that's going to go off and die like every other hero. His face was slightly red from the emotions surfacing. Izuku sat down and looked over the forest. I'm just asking because my mother wasn't nice. He shrugged. She's in jail or prison, I'm not sure what the difference is. Kota was thrown out of his anger by his words and asked out of curiosity. Why? When I was about your age, I think she drove me far away. She did something to make me fall asleep, and when I woke, I was in the woods. Like these but bigger. She didn't like the idea of having a quirkless son, so she left me to die. Kota was horrified at what he was hearing. But you're not quirkless. A few years later, a wolf tried to eat me. I killed it and found my quirk. It was easier to survive after that. He smiled at the memory of gaining his quirk and the turn in his life. Kota was quiet for a long moment and asked softly. When did the heroes find you? They didn't, not really. I took the entrance exam with Toshi and they made me a ward of the school. He smiled again and turned to the boy. Was your mom nice? He turned away and nodded sadly. She was. That's good, you can always remember her being nice. I'm sorry she died, but Mandalay is nice too, no? Kota wiped his eyes again and nodded. Yeah, she is. Izuku smiled at the boy who had a caring family to look after him. He patted the stone beside him. Come eat, poop. Kota did so and picked up the bowl. He stared at it and then said, There's no spoon. Oh, I forgot about that here. Izuku extended a tendril to a nearby branch and sliced it off with ease. He cut it to the right size and began to carve away at the small log. Multiple tendrils came out and helped with the task until there was a simple wooden spoon in his hand. There we go. Spoon. He offered it to the boy who watched the whole thing happen. Kota took the smooth spoon and dipped it into the bowl for a bite. What was it like? Before? He asked hesitantly. Before I went to school? It was nice most of the time. Winter was cold, but I figured out a way to stay warm at night. At first it was hard. It took me a while to make a fire, so I ate raw fish for a couple of weeks. After I got my quirk, it was much easier since I could heal quickly and I could change my body for what I needed. Izuku explained as the boy ate. Kota continued to listen as Izuku told him about his time isolated in the wilderness for his childhood. He had forgotten about heroes and villains and instead focused on the story of fighting to survive in the forest. Long after Kota finished his bowl and Izuku finished telling him about the time he almost started a forest fire, the two made their way back to the campsite. When they arrived, it was obvious that Mandalay was waiting for them to return. The kitchen area had already been cleaned up and everyone else had gone inside to clean up for the night. She didn't ask anything, but she could see the more relaxed posture of her nephew rather than the more recent frown and tense body. She was grateful for whatever the feral boy had done to help Kota. The rest of the class has already gone inside to clean up before bed. You should join them before it's too late, Mandalay said to Izuku. Izuku nodded and turned to Kota with a smile. Bye, pup. Kota nodded back and watched him go. When he was out of sight, he turned to Mandalay. Did his mom really leave him in the woods? He already believed the feral boy but wanted to see her response. Mandalay smiled sadly at her nephew and nodded. Come on, let's get you to bed too. She took the bowl and wooden spoon that she hadn't seen before. With another night of playing card games that ended with at least one fight between the guys, the morning came and brought another day of harsh quirk training. Izuku continued his training by shifting his body multiple times as fast as he could. When he tired out, he was sent to Tiger for the first time. Why are you doing that? Izuku asked the small group what required their body to use their quirks more effectively. To grow more muscles, but of course. Tiger shouted with enthusiasm. How else could you improve? That makes sense, but why am I here? Izuku asked. Tiger slowed in confusion. To do the same. He said it as if it was obvious. But I grow muscles every day I can. I don't do that. He waved at the others, mostly guys in 1B. Grow how? Tiger asked. You look like you've got muscles but not that much, Kaibara-san said. Sir, Izuku is quite stronger than he appears, Shishida said, remembering his fight against Izuku during the sports festival. It's easier being small like this. But I compressed all my muscle fibers and continuously added more whenever I got the chance. See? Izuku explained and then had his flesh open on his bicep to show the red corded muscles hidden from view. Everyone slowed to a stop and some got green in the face at seeing the grotesque scene and the sound of tearing flesh. Izuku continued to explain his process of gaining muscle and his balance by reinforcing other vital parts like ligaments and tendons while continuously healing any drastic wear on his joint cartilage to keep him in optimal condition for hunting. I think that's enough, Izuku. Tiger stopped him from continuing to explain an in-depth anatomy lesson. How about trying to strike me then? Tiger shouted with intensity. Izuku was thrown off kilter at the sudden request but did as he was told. His arm struck out to grab Tiger but his body became like rubber and he bent unnaturally to avoid his grasping hand. Tiger countered by striking Izuku in the stomach, but it felt like he punched a brick wall. The other hand went to grab the offending limb but Tiger pulled back just in time. Izuku didn't give up and continued to try and grab Tiger as he did his best to avoid the grasping hands. Why are you not using your quirk? Tiger asked as he frantically dodged each grasp. Izuku stopped and asked, Did you want me to? When Tiger nodded, Izuku obliged by shooting out a dozen tendrils from his forearms and shoulder as he continued to try and grab Tiger. When Tiger was grabbed by one tendril and then another, he did his best to slip out by compressing his limbs, but the tendrils tightened their grip while more and more wrapped around him. Izuku tapped Tiger's nose with a victorious smile. I win. After that showing, Izuku was allowed to rest his quirk instead by having Toshi use his quirk on the feral boy. It gave Ragdoll a break even if she said she didn't need it. Toshi ordered his friend around to do more complex commands such as putting together a puzzle, which ended poorly since Izuku had not done a puzzle in ages. When he regained his stamina, Izuku went back to shifting his body as fast as he could between transformations. It was after a bear stew for dinner that things changed. Ragdoll brought them all together and announced a trial of courage. Of course, Izuku had no idea what that was, but with the excited expression from some of his pack mates, he looked forward to it. His mate excitedly explained to him the concept of the trial, but her face and demeanor dropped when Aizawa came to drag her away with the others who failed the practical exam. She clung to Izuku but was dragged away with longing in her eyes. Izuku felt bad for her. They were paired off as Class 1B were sent off into the trail they would walk through. Mandalay saw that Izuku would have ended up alone and decided to put him together with Iida and Kuda. She didn't want Izuku to experience something like the trial of courage alone, especially with his background. Not that she thought he would hurt anyone, but it would be more fun with friends. Izuku hopped from paw to paw in anticipation of starting the trial like his pack mates. His enhanced hearing did pick up their shrieks of fright easily, and he reminded himself that it was for fun and no one was in danger. Both Kuda and Iida smiled at Izuku's eager behavior. Izuku's smile dipped when he smelled the air and caught the whiff of burning wood. The smile dropped when he caught unfamiliar scents in the woods too. sense of people not belonging to his pack, the heroes or 1B. Coulda noticed his change of behavior first but wasn't able to ask him what was wrong before he was gone. Izuku's fist impacted against a large block that one of the villains was able to use to blunt the attack. He sent the villain to the ground and made her drop the item she used for her quirk. His knuckles re-knit themselves back together as he turned to the next threat. A large sword made of other blades came down aiming to maim him, but it shattered to pieces when Izuku's shifted arm blade slashed upwards to counter it. Shuichi Iguchi, more recently known as Spinner, watched in disbelief as his weapon came apart before he got to use it. He stumbled back and got a good look at who he fought. He recognized Izuku Kiyama as their target and the one who captured his idol, Stain. Before he could charge forward again to end the one who stopped Stain's goals, he froze. He began to shiver violently in pure terror at his mistake. The boy before him didn't change when the sudden fear came over him, but he wouldn't notice until later. What gave him nightmares was what came after. No longer a boy changed. His body shifted and transformed into something terrible to his eyes and to his primal senses, death incarnate. For eyes stared at Spinner with the eyes of an apex predator. His claws scraped against each other while his tail clinked behind him and waved lazily. With his horns and interlocking teeth, his face was shadowed by his messy hair. He looked like a true demon in everyone's eyes. A dozen voices rumbled out aimed at the scaled villain. Kneel. Spinner didn't hesitate and dropped to his knees while his body was racked with tremors. He didn't dare look up and accepted his fate was in the hunter's claws. The other villain was beginning to recover, but seeing what was before her, she stopped and cursed Shigaraki for sending them into a suicide mission. The hunter stood over the two incapacitated villains as they were tied up by Mandalay and Tiger. The hunter was sniffing the air back and forth as he tried to decide where to go first. Two tendrils absent-mindedly stretched out and took a blade from the sword and a chunk of something from the other villain's tool. He ignored what the others were saying as he guessed at least 14 unknown entities near his pack or around them. He also caught the scent of something sweet that caused his nose to twitch. At least 14, including those two. The hunter said out loud. Everyone in the cleaning quieted, and Mandalay was first to speak in a panic. Kota is at his camp. Izuku she shouted out, but he was already gone after hearing the first word out of her mouth. Iida, run back to the camp and alert the others there, we are under attack. Tiger ordered. Iida nodded and sprinted off at full speed. Mandalay turned to Kuda after sending a message to the student to retreat to the campsite. Talk to as many critters to help however you can. Kuda nodded and shouted out to the forest for their help. Only one small squirrel came out and it looked more skittish than normal. After Kuda spoke to it for a moment, Mandalay spoke with a frown. What's wrong? Kuda turned to her. They're all scared to leave their homes. I think it's Izuku, he said hesitantly. The hunter sprinted on all fours to where he knew where Kuda was. He could smell the cub in his peaceful spot with another blood-stained smell. He doubled his speed and focused on his prey. He had to trust his pack to be strong enough to take care of themselves for the time being. The hunter broke out of the trees and found Kuda backing away from a large blond man raising his fist to strike the young boy. With a roar of challenge, the hunter launched himself off a tree with enough force to shatter the bark. The hunter collided with the man and rolled on the ground with him until they came to a stop. He aimed his clawed fingers at the villain's neck, but he was thrown off by hundreds of muscle strands emerging from his body. The hunter landed on his clawed feet and was crouched down with his tail whipping at the air in anger. Yo, how Lady Luck decided to bless me this day. You're on the list, but first, let's see how strong you really are. The blonde muscular villain shouted. Kuda stood in terror behind a beast and the monster who took away his parents. Kuda, run. I will find you. He flinched at the dozen voices that came from the beast. He didn't hesitate and turned to run. Get back here, brat. The villain shouted after Kuda as he began to run as fast as he could. The hunter intercepted the villain from leaping over him to get to the small child. With a roar of anger, he caught Muscular and began to claw at his chest as the hunter's tail whipped around and slashed where he could. Muscular punched down to get rid of the beast, but he was faster and crawled around to his back. The ground shook as they landed in a heap, but the hunter recovered faster. The beast leaped back onto Muscular back and tore at the thick layers of muscle. His spear-tipped tail cut deeply into the flesh, but no real damage was done. Muscular struggled to get him off his back until he got a hold of his tail. The hunter jammed his hands deep into Muscular's back as he was jerked to the side by his tail. He had the tail stabbed at the hand and he managed to show real blood. This spurred the hunter on and used his now freed tail to stab at the limbs. Muscular dropped to one knee from one particular spear to the leg. More and more blood came from the multiplying wounds until Muscular grew in rage and threw himself backward with all the speed he could to smash the hunter between the wall of flesh and the cliff wall. The hunter felt his spine break at the impact and he quickly repaired it before Muscular turned around, grabbed at him and began punching repeatedly at the hunter. The small mountain began to crumble around them from each impact, but the hunter didn't give up. He used a tendril to stab at Muscular's neck. The villain reeled back at the sudden attack and then pain. The muscles protected him from the initial damage, but he felt something in between the muscle fibers. He frantically began to claw at his neck and reduced his quirks effects around his neck to grab whatever was wriggling around his neck. It only made it worse since the parasite found an easier path to the real flesh. The hunter dislodged himself from the mountain wall and prowled around Muscular as he recreated the scene from the USJ. As he crawled around his prey, the accumulated wounds healed rapidly. Broken bones reconnected, flesh sealed, and bruised organs reformed. "Get this thing off of me!" Muscular shouted and continued to claw at his now exposed neck. The parasite burrowed into the villain's neck with little blood coming out of the entry wound. The hunter watched carefully as Muscular's body was racked with spasms before he fell onto his knees and then face down onto the ground. "What did you do?" Muscular screamed as he couldn't feel anything below his neck. He stopped grunting in effort at hearing the sound of claws scraping the rock. He was flipped over onto his back and he stared up at the 4 eyes of a beast. "You will never move again. You will never hurt anyone again. And instead, you will wither away like a rotting vegetable. Nem said it is bad to kill villains, so I didn't. I would argue you aren't a villain but instead a monster." A dozen voices said softly over the prone villain's head. "What is this?" His eyes landed on the prosthetic eye. "Get away from me, you freak." Muscular shouted and thrashed his head side to side as the claw came closer to his face. The hunter grabbed Muscular's face and held him still. "Mina," and carefully yanked the prosthetic eye as Muscular screamed in pain at the sudden removal of his eye. "Good, stay here." He examined his newest trophy before it was added to his other trophies. He bolted off into the woods and caught the scent of the pup he was sent to protect. Izuku quickly found Koda hiding in a hollow tree trunk. He did shift back his voice and head so the pup wouldn't be more scared of him than he probably is at the moment. "Pup, I need to get you to safety." Koda looked up at Izuku. "Is he gone?" He stuttered out. "He won't hurt anyone anymore." Izuku smiled. "Is he dead?" Koda was now worried. "No, Nem said not to kill people unless it's necessary." Izuku grumbled the last part in a low voice. He got serious again and held his normal hand out to Koda. "I need to help my pack, let's go." Koda nodded and climbed out of the hollow tree. Izuku didn't wait for him and pulled him onto his back and had tendrils hold him as he picked up speed in the woods. He heard Koda yelp in surprise, but Izuku didn't slow. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the campsite. What Izuku saw first was the villain Aizawa was fighting. With Koda on his back, he resorted to a ranged attack. Aizawa heard someone coming but had to focus on not getting immolated in blue flames. After dodging the next jet of flames, he heard something whip through the air. Looking up at the villain showed him clutching his neck as a tendril picked him up and slammed him violently into the earth. He exploded into a mud-like substance like the clone before. He turned to see Izuku with Koda on his back with wide eyes. Izuku ran over to Aizawa and held Koda to him. "Take the pup." Aizawa immediately took him and grabbed Izuku's arm. "You need to stay here, it's not safe." "I'm not leaving my dash." He cut himself off and sniffed the air. He whipped his head up in the air to see 2 Nomu in the air. One flying and the other held in the talons of the first. Another one emerged from the dangling Nomu's chest like it was being born. The third smaller one emerged and grabbed onto the second Nomu as they continued to scan the area. They didn't see what made the flying Nomu's head explode, but they did see where it came from. The hunter roared in challenge at them after throwing the stone at the Nomu. The other 2 plummeted after the flying one let go in death. The hunter sprinted forward to meet them head-on. The second Nomu had thick skin with a single thick horn on its forehead. Its brain was exposed like every other Nomu. Its arms were thick and had 3 blunt fingers in each hand. Its legs were powerful stubby things meant for short charges. The third and smallest one had sharp claws with one large eye in the center of its head. The sharp needle-like teeth looked menacing as they bared them at the hunter. Its limbs were thin and spider-like, meant for climbing and fast movement. "Izuku!" Aizawa shouted as he charged at the 2 remaining Nomu. He cursed under his breath and ran with Koda in his arms to the building to get him to safety. The hunter leapt into the plummeting Nomu and crashed into the ground. The hunter managed to claw at the horned Nomu's neck and gouts of blood spewed in every direction. The horned Nomu picked him up and slammed him into the ground with great strength. Then it threw the hunter back into the open grounds of the camp. He recovered quickly and looked around for his prey. He remembered there were 3 and looked around for the third. He felt the pain first and then heard the high-pitched screech. The smaller Nomu clawed his back as he wasn't looking. The hunter swiped at it, but it ran off as the horned Nomu came charging at the hunter. They crashed into one another again with tremendous force that the ground shook. The hunter stabbed into any joint. The horned Nomu had to slow him down as the experiment did its best to grab the hunter to immobilize him for the smaller Nomu to cut apart. The hunter broke free from any grasping hands and shifted his hands into mantis shrimp claws. One solid hit later, the horned Nomu went flying into the tree line. It broke many trunks as it stopped. The hunter was made to focus again on the smaller Nomu as it leaped onto his back and tried to claw his neck open. He roared in pain and had his hands shift back to claws to tear the Nomu off his neck and hold it like an unruly child. But unlike a child, the Nomu thrashed around in his grasp and clawed at whatever it could. In frustration, the hunter grabbed it in both hands and pulled it apart. It screeched one last time before it was split into halves. He was just about to throw the dead Nomu away but was bulldozed and pierced from the back by the horned Nomu. The last remaining Nomu had recovered and snuck up on the hunter and gouged him with its horn that grew into something like a spear. The hunter screamed in pain and looked down at his chest. The horn had pierced where his heart was. This didn't stop the hunter as he slammed his elbow with so much force that the horn broke from the Nomu's head. A tendril snaked out his back and pulled the horn from his chest. The hole reknit itself closed. With the Nomu dazed from the elbow to the head, the hunter launched himself at the monster. He shifted his arm into a large blade and slashed it down where its shoulder was to disable it further. The Nomu reeled back and then lost the other arm in the same fashion. Aizawa ran back out after seeing the Nomu impale his student in the back. His heart clenched and his blood went cold at seeing the lethal injury he had sustained. He sprinted forward to help, but it seemed unnecessary as Izuku dismembered the Nomu and began to punch its head repeatedly until it was a mess of blood and gray mattress. With one final punch, Izuku stood in gore and roared in triumph. He picked up the horn that impaled him and had a tendril hold onto it. "Izuku, you need to get inside," Aizawa said just as the Mandalay, Tiger, Iida, and Kuda arrived back to their location. The 2 villains were tied up and dragged behind them. "My pack needs me," the hunter said in a dozen voices. His body shifted again and his head was covered by interlocking bone plates. Armor grew on his joints with vicious spines over them. His shoulders, knees and elbows were covered with bone ridges that grew on his spine and covered the nape of his neck. "My God," Tiger whispered in horror. "Where is Koda?" Mandalay asked, looking around frantically. "Pup is safe." A dozen voices answered and he was gone after a rapid clicking noise that sent shivers down everyone's backs. Toga was having fun with Ochako and Tsuyu as they battled. She was excited to see the one who took Stain out and more importantly she wanted to see him covered in blood. It was too bad that she had not found the pink one she wanted. "I gotta say Ochako's blood tastes better," Toga said, licking the blade clean. "Shut up." Uraraka shouted at the villain her age. She looked at Tsuyu who was pinned to the tree and then back at the girl who had just taken some of her blood with a syringe. "Now, I just need a b-dash." Toga cut herself off and her eyes dilated like a cat. Tsuyu also stopped struggling and relaxed. "Oh, he's here. That's good." "What? Who's here?" Uraraka asked her friend and kept an eye on the villain who had frozen up. She heard it then, a rapid clicking noise from the trees. I'm Sora. I'm Sora. I'm Sora." Toga began to repeat over and over again as she dropped her knives and backed away from the 2 girls she had been playing around with. Tears cropped around her eyes and she looked around at the sound that echoed between the trees. She turned to run but tripped on a root and sprawled on the ground. The hunter emerged from the treetops without a sound. First was his spear-tipped tail that hung down and then he dropped down from a branch. Toga squeaked in horror and Crab walked away from him but the tail struck out and wrapped around her leg. She continued to apologize as she was dragged back to the hunter who stood tall over her. He grabbed her support item and tore it away from her neck. Next he placed her on the ground and she fell to limp legs. "Obey." A dozen voices ordered the shivering girl and she nodded while looking down. He turned to his pack mates and patted their heads. "Safe." He pulled the needle holding Tsuyu up. "Back to camp is that way, take her." The hunter grabbed her and grew something to cover her hands in metal. He grunted at his low store of fuel. "I'm hungry." Toga flinched violently at hearing that but peeked up to see the hunter gone without a noise. The 2 pack mates looked at each other and shrugged. "You think Mina would share him?" Tsuyu asked. "Tsuyu?" Uraraka shouted in embarrassment. Her face burned at the mere idea of it. "I apologize, animal instincts. He is a strong male and you get the picture. Don't worry, I'm not a homewrecker." Tsuyu said, grabbing a catatonic toga and beginning to move in the direction they were told to go. The hunter weaved through trees to find his other packmates. He didn't stop to help Ojiro and Toshi as they were already running to the camp. He was happy to see them safe and continued on his path to help his packmates. The next pair he found was Shoji running as fast as he could away from a crashing sound behind him. He saw that Shoji had a missing arm, but he already knew he could regrow them like Izuku could. The hunter instead turned to the sound and found Dark Shadow had grown and was going on a rampage. The hunter dropped from the tree next to Shoji as he ran past him and faced Dark Shadow. "Izuku? We have to go. Dark Shadow is out of control," Shoji yelled at his friend. Dark Shadow continued to throw trees left and right but froze after spotting the hunter before him. He felt like he was a child again with Fumikage as they stole cookies from the cookie jar and got caught. The effects of the apex predator and their pack leader being in their presence helped Dark Shadow calm down greatly. He had shrunk enough for Tokoyami to pull him further until Dark Shadow had his head bowed at the still hunter watching them carefully. "I apologize, Izuku," Tokoyami said in gasping breaths. Dark Shadow nodded sullenly with his brother. The hunter got closer and patted their heads. "You are safe, go that way. Shoji, go with them," he commanded and made to leave to find the other. Tokoyami was about to say something along the lines of it was too dangerous to go alone, but he saw the multiple trophies held to Izuku's back by tendrils and shut his beak. He bowed his head once again in thanks and was helped up by Shoji to make their journey back to camp. The hunter ran through the woods after making sure Tokoyami and Shoji were all right. He caught the scent of an unknown person up in the trees, but the scent was faint. They had moved on. He focused on the scent of Kaken and Todoroki he had grown to know. He could even hear them as flames shot up in the air with explosions next to the source. He picked up the pace and quickly found what they were fighting. A man in some weird clothes was dangling in the air by the teeth that extended from his mouth. To Izuku it looked weird and off-putting. But that feeling didn't stop him from leaping full force at the villain attacking his packmates. Some teeth shot at him in an attempt to spear him, but the hunter swung his claws and they shattered in midair. The collision was violent as the hunter smashed his fist to the side of the villain's head as they landed. Multiple teeth speared through his chest at the same time. There was no way of dodging the attack when he was on top of the villain, so he took them head-on. He roared in pain, but he continued to strike at the villain until he went limp. He shattered the teeth from his mouth to free himself and began to pull the spears out of his chest. "Jesus! Izuku!" Kaken shouted in alarm at the sudden attack. He also was worried for his old friend because of the multiple lethal injuries he had sustained. For the second time that day, Izuku had to regrow his heart. His left lung was knitted close, his kidney reformed, and the punctured large intestinal line was fixed while ejecting the bile that leaked out from it. He growled in pain at everything while keeping his blood flowing manually as his heart took up the task again. He was very aware of the diminishing energy he had at the moment. He had to heal himself too many times that day, and the training from earlier that day depleted his stores even further. The dinner wasn't enough to put him back at full. But for his pack he would continue. "Are you well?" Todoroki asked to his side with worry written across his usually stoic face. "I've healed, get back to camp. I'll find the rest of the pack." A dozen voices intoned. "Like hell," Kaken argued immediately. "You will slow me down, I am from the woods. Go." Izuku turned to his old friend and pointed in the direction of the campsite. "He is right." Todoroki put a hand on the blonde's shoulder. "He is much faster and can track them down. We'll just slow him down." Kaken glared at the two of them and gave out an angry growl before nodding. "Don't die," he said to Izuku. Izuku nodded and turned to the nearest scent he could pick up. He was at least half a mile away when he saw the gout of flames that shot up in the air behind him. With his enhanced hearing he heard Todoroki shout out. He pivoted back and ran as fast as he could back to his packmates. He picked up the scent of that person who was in the trees earlier and ran faster. He found Todoroki running in the wrong direction of the camp, alone. "Where is Kaken?" The hunter yelled and found where his old friend's scent disappeared. "A villain took him." Todoroki shouted back. "Go to camp." The hunter yelled behind him and quickly followed the scent of the villain. Compress leapt from tree to tree with ease as he ran to the rendezvous location. With one target captured, it would have to do. He had caught a glimpse of the second target, but he knew his limits and chose to go after the easier of the pair. He was just about there when he heard the thumping of rapid footfalls behind him. He looked over his shoulder to see a demon on his trail. With no eyes, horns on his head, and vicious teeth, it was the only word that could describe the beast behind him. The bloody tattered clothes with long bony tail just added to his fear as he sped up to escape. He felt terror at each closing footfall of the beast, but he kept his focus on the clearing he was nearing. It was too late. He felt something wrap around his leg. The hunter yanked the tendril that held the villain's leg as he leaped into the clearing. He saw with his echolocation 2 other villains and one of his packmates hidden in the brush nearby. 2 others were prone near his packmate, but his focus was on the villain whom he pulled to his claws. His head shifted back to his hunter form so he would be able to see properly as he held the villain in the air by his neck. 2 tendrils held his arms out like he was about to ascend to the heavens, but the fear wafting off him showed differently. With the other clawed hand, he ripped away the villain's mask and hat to expose his face. "Where is he?" he roared in fury. The villain dropped a blue marble from his mouth. "There. Let me go," he said in terror. The hunter caught the marble with a tendril that split into smaller tendrils and examined. His eyes went back to the villain. "Bring him back." He caught the movement of the other 2 villains, but his focus was on the one he held by the throat. "Let me go and I will," the villain shouted. He screamed in pain as his wrists began to be crushed in the grip of the tendrils. He looked into the beast's 4 eyes and saw the lashing tail behind him. "Bring his back or I will tear you limb from limb." The hunter's tendrils began to pull apart and continued to squeeze his prey. "Nem said not to kill. I will just make you suffer until you bring him back." His unoccupied hand shifted into burrowing parasites and began to move them to the villain's leg. Compress screamed in agony as both his shoulders were dislocated and did as he was ordered before the wriggling parasites got too close to his limb. "Okay." Kakin appeared from the blue marble disoriented just as a purple portal opened behind the 2 waiting and horrified villains. The hunter threw the villain he was holding at one of the other villains and they collided violently with cracking bones as they tumbled through the portal. The other villain was fast enough to dodge the body of his comrade and turn to the beast and the target he was supposed to capture. Instead of the villain retreating through the portal, he shot a stream of blue flames at the Kakin. The hunter saw this and pushed Kakin away with one arm as the other formed a shield of keratin. He felt immense pain as the exposed arm was immolated and part of his face was caught in the heat. The shield was able to block the rest, but the damage was done to the hunter. Dobby felt satisfaction at hearing the roar of pain but was distracted by a bright flash of light and a laser almost taking his head off. He turned to see who shot it but was drawn to his latest victim. Instead of seeing a dead body like he expected, he saw a blackened shield crumbling to nothing, and behind it was the beast with half of his face burned to the bone with an arm missing. The eye and skin from the top right of his head were gone and only metal bone and the horn were left. Instead of fear or panic like his victims had after surviving his fire, he saw hate. A dozen tendrils exploded from where the beast had an arm before and they whipped around in the air violently. Dobby began to retreat at the horrific scene, but not before the dozen tendrils acting as an arm grabbed a javelin that formed on his back and launched it at the villain. Dobby leapt through the portal backward in fear of the projectile. He felt shooting pain when instead of hitting his chest, it took his leg off at the knee. Jumping saved his life, but the terror stayed as he witnessed parasites devour the leg still on the ground that was taken from him as the portal closed. The hunter yelled in anger at the place where the villain had escaped. The hunter stood with an arm missing and his face regrowing, his eye and skin that was burnt off. He turned and checked on Kakin to see if he was alright, and he was. The blond boy was recovering quickly from the disorientation of being snatched up and transported via Quirk and being close to being immolated right after being released. "Izuku, are you alright?" Kakin asked with worry written across his face as he watched his old friend's face heal. "I have enough for my eye and face," Izuku spoke. Then he turned to Aoyama, who was peeking out of the brush. "Are you alright?" He smelled guilt coming from the usually flamboyant boy. "I am." Aoyama nodded. "I have 2 that need assistance." "Izuku, your arm." Kakin still looked worriedly at him. Izuku looked down at the dozen tendrils that acted as a limb for the time being. "I don't have enough resources to use to regrow my arm. Not enough iron, carbon, calcium, protein, and mass." He listed off as he thought of what he would need to regrow his arm. "I will be fine." Izuku went over to Aoyama and grabbed the 2 students from 1B. "I'll take these 2, go that way to follow me." Izuku pointed in a direction. Kakin nodded and Aoyama agreed. After that, Izuku carried the other 2 back to camp. They were tied to his back with tendrils as he rushed back to camp. It didn't take him long to arrive and he saw most of his class had returned with many injured. Most of 1B was still missing. He set down the 2 he had brought back with the others that were being looked after. Hagakure, Jairu, and Yaoruzo were all unconscious like most of 1B due to the gas, he was told. Izuku growled in frustration at seeing his packmates like that but turned back to continue looking for the missing packmates of 1B. Aizawa let Izuku return to the forest to search for the rest of 1B. While he knew it was a bad idea to let a student do so, he was aware of how valuable Izuku was in this terrain. He also noticed how much his clothes were destroyed. He saw the torn-up shirt and cut-up shorts. He also noticed his arm wasn't what it should be, and he cursed himself for letting his students suffer as they were. The hunter ran back into the woods to find the rest for 1B. He caught the scent of a few he had passed as he looked. It didn't take him long to find a few unconscious being carried by other packmates back to camp. He helped them after quickly identifying himself as the pack leader of 1A. "Who is that?" Izuku asked 1B's pack leader. "It's one of the villains. He was the one responsible for the gas that knocked everyone out," Kendo responded. Izuku growled at the young teen who cowered at the murderous glare he sent at him. "You are lucky to breathe. Let's keep going," Kendo said to get them back on track to camp. Tetsu was behind her as they made their way back to camp with Izuku carrying 2 others from 1B and the villain. They broke through the tree line and the other 2 let out sighs of relief at being back to relative safety. Izuku gently set the 2 unconscious packmates with the others and tossed the villain with the others that were tied up. Spinner had yet to speak or look up since he had been captured. Magna had tried to speak to him, but he was near catatonic, with Toga being in the same boat as him. She had tear stains down her cheeks but didn't speak. "One is missing." Izuku drew the attention of the others. "One of the cats, the nice one." Izuku didn't remember her name but knew her scent. "I found her blood but her trail ended, like the others when they went through a portal." He heard the cry of despair from Ragdoll's teammates. "Thank you, Izuku. Help is coming soon," Aizawa said to him. Izuku nodded and could fairly hear the sirens in the distance. That didn't stop him from wandering around the campground with his ears and eyes looking for any other threats. He wouldn't allow any more harm to come to his pack when they were at their weakest. He was also weaker, but he was the pack leader. He ignored the corpses of the 2 Nomu and the worried whispers from his pack. The hunter heard footsteps near him and turned to see his mate near him. "Izuku?" she asked worriedly. He butted his head against her side and she laughed softly before hugging his head that leaned on her side. "I'm tired." His stomach growled. "And hungry." Kaken said, "You got hurt badly." She pulled his head away to look at his arm, which was still a mass of intertwined tendrils acting as an arm. "Your arm. I can grow it back, but not now," Izuku grumbled. "You are not hurt." He looked over her to make sure. "I'm fine, just worried for everyone is all." Mina smiled at him. He was seated but shifted to his hunter's form, putting him slightly shorter. Then Mina standing up. Izuku grunted in agreement and turned to the road to see dozens of ambulances and cop cars arrive. "They are here." Izuku relaxed a bit more at seeing help arrive for his pack. The paramedics began to organize and load up the unconscious students onto the ambulances while the police began to tie up the villains and load them onto the police van they dove in with. Any other smaller injuries were looked at and treated before moving on to the next student. Izuku kept one eye on all of them as they worked. Soon more people arrived. Heroes and firefighters arrived quickly after the police, but the heroes seemed unnecessary as all the villains and students had already been found and apprehended to their knowledge. Izuku corrected that. One villain is on a rock outcropping that way and another was left in the woods that way. That one. Izuku pointed in the direction of the rock outcropping not visible from their location. Is paralyzed from the neck down in that one? Izuku pointed into the woods. I hit him in the head a lot. Izuku shrugged as to say to the heroes, "Oh well. Who were the villains? Are they known?" One hero asked Izuku. Izuku shrugged again and described them. One had lots of muscles that grew and the other had teeth that grew. Muscular and moonfish? One hero asked in horror. Izuku made an "I don't know" noise and shrugged again. They had the scent of Shinami. They all do. He glared at the police van that still held the caught villains. The heroes looked at each other and back to Izuku, who had shifted back when he was asked to tell them what he had found. His arm was still composed of tendrils, but he had clean clothes on. Who is Shinami? The one villain who tried to kill me at the mall and the USJ. Izuku said, exasperated. You mean Shigaraki? One hero asked, amused. The villain with hands on his body and can turn things to dust, Shigatsu. Izuku nodded in confirmation. The heroes let him go and began to trek through the woods to find the two villains left in the woods. Izuku had specifically not mentioned his trophy still held by a few tendrils on his back just in case they wanted to take them away, as Nem did with Stain's sword. He remembered the bear skull and quickly ran inside the camp to get it. After that, everyone was on the bus to head to the hospital to make sure no one had any lingering injuries. Izuku sat next to his mate on the bus and almost immediately fell asleep due to exhaustion. Mina brushed Izuku's head that was on her lap. He had fallen asleep almost immediately after sitting down. She could feel the tension in his body after the day they had. Mina had heard of what Izuku did to keep his pack safe and it showed. His usually muscular right arm was a mass of tendrils acting as an arm, and she could smell burned hair on him. Half of his hair had grown out and desperately needed a haircut, but she could see the aftermath of fighting villains in the woods for so long. His clothes were in tatters again, but that was an easy fix. The reason they were torn up is what worried Mina. She was worried about his mental health. Before he had a peaceful life, then classes started and one crisis after another had hit them, and Izuku took it all head on to protect his pack. First it was the USJ, then getting ambushed at the mall, and now this. Mina looked around the bus to see most of her classmates in a similar situation as she was. They were still processing the attack that just happened. Kaken most of all was looking out the window with a distant look in his eye. She could see the set grimace on his face, most likely guilt for Izuku risking his life to save him. And then there were the 3 missing classmates who were taken to the hospital by ambulance. Yaoruzo, Jiru, and Hagakure were caught in the gas like the majority of 1B were. Turning her head forward, she could see Aizawa talking quietly on his phone with an even more tired expression on his face than usual. She knew he was a good teacher even when he put up the front of being cold towards his students. She turned her attention back to Izuku on her lap and gently brushed his messy hair out of his face. They arrived at the hospital and Mina began to wake Izuku as gently as she could. "Tsu? We're at the hospital, it's time to wake." She shook him gently as the bus got in front of the entrance. Izuku woke up with a jolt after Mina's whispered words. He sat up and his tendril arm tightened together and grew blades as he looked around frantically. He saw his pack mates on the bus looking alarmed at his sudden movement, but no danger. He felt a tug on his arm and looked to his mate. "It's alright, Tsu. We're at the hospital to get checked out, you got us all." She smiled with a few tears threatening to leak out of her golden black eyes. Izuku nodded and calmed down. "Sorry," he said softly to everyone. There were multiple reassurances from everyone on the bus for his actions. Once he had calmed down, he took in his surroundings. Aizawa was the first to get off the bus and guided his class off. They were filed out of the bus and escorted into the hospital and its waiting staff. The doctors were already alerted ahead of time of their arrival. Aizawa followed them inside and watched over them as best as he could. He watched the feral child most of all. Izuku had taken it upon himself to make sure his whole class was safe, and he paid the price for it in an arm. He could see the tiredness of his student and the ever-vigilante eyes looking for any more threats. It pained him to see him in such a state. Izuku was led away by a nurse to a nearby bed in a large room with multiple beds parallel to each other. His packmates were also being checked by other nurses. Not everyone had been injured, so they were sent to the waiting area. His mate gave him a reassuring smile and hug before leaving with the others to the waiting area. Out of everyone, he was the most injured. Or it would appear that way since his clothes were in tatters and covered in dirt, but in truth, he was healed completely. The nurse sat him on a visibly reinforced bed and began to check his vitals. "We're going to need to take this off," the nurse said and gestured to his clothes. Izuku nodded and he pulled off his shirt and shorts. He wasn't shy in the least. 10 years in the woods would get rid of that. The nurse quickly gave him a new pair of shorts to cover himself and he obliged. She calmed very quickly from her flustered state and continued to check him for any injuries that weren't there. She frowned and looked at him after checking one last time. "You aren't injured? A regeneration quirk?" Izuku shook his head. "Not anymore. I can heal, but I can't regenerate my arm right now. I don't have enough mass or the right materials." He looked at his right arm composed of a dozen thick tendrils and opened his hand a few times. The nurse pursed her lips. "You lost your arm? What is your quirk so I can help how I can?" "A villain burned it off, nothing but ash left." He sighed at the loss but would do it again to save Kaken. "I need lots of food. Protein, calcium, iron, carbon, tendons, ligaments, and lots of calories." Izuku listed off what he would need to regrow his arm back to how it was. "It's going to take me a while to grow it back." The nurse took that in with professionalism and nodded. "We got some high-caloric and protein food bars." His stomach grumbled at that moment and she smiled. "I'll be right back with that." She came back with a few large plastic-wrapped bars and handed them to him with a water bottle. "Thanks." Izuku beamed at the food. "Of course, you're free to wait with your classmates." She smiled and motioned to the door where everyone who was healed walked through. Izuku nodded in thanks again and quickly moved to the door while stuffing his face with a food bar. The first few he didn't even chew in favor of swallowing it whole to begin breaking it down for the energy. Hundreds of small tendrils inside his body did the work to break them down and begin to use what he needed. He found his pack mates quickly and went to them. They all looked worn out from the day and Izuku could sympathize with them. He sat next to his mate where he could watch over them easily. His eyes found the entry points of the waiting room and anytime heard or saw a person unknown to him, He watched them as they passed. He was drawn out of his thoughts when Mina placed a hand over his. He looked at her in curiosity and she had a soft smile on her face. You can relax, Izuku. This hospital is a specialized one for heroes. There's higher security around the area so you can rest. Her hand squeezed his hand in reassurance. Izuku nodded tentatively and began to let his tense body slump slowly. You weren't hurt, were you? He asked and looked her over quickly. She was part of the remedial course with Sato, Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari inside the building. He assumed it was safe so he never checked on her. Mina shook her head. No, a villain tried to get in but Aizawa and Vlad King took him out before he could hurt anyone. He turned into clay or something when he was hurt, it was weird. Izuku nodded in recollection of that villain. He curled his lip at having his prey get away just like Shiwaka did at the mall in the USJ. I know which one. I took him out while he was distracted with Zawa and almost had him before he escaped like Shanami did at the mall. They were working together. He snarled. Mina smirked at his mate's terrible way of forgetting the head villain's name. Her smile slipped when she looked at his arm. Is that who did that to you? She nodded to his arm. The rest of the pack was listening to him now but Kaken spoke before Izuku could. He pushed me out of the way after getting released from that affair. I would have been dead if he didn't. The a-hole's fire was hotter than icy hots by a long shot. The blonde had his brows furrowed but he spoke more quietly than his usual brusque tone. He looked up at Izuku. Don't do that shit again, you could have died. It's the job of the pack leader to watch over his pack. I can heal, you can't. Izuku said without backing down. You lost a effin' arm and half your face for F's sake? Kaken yelled at him. I can grow it back. Izuku yelled back. And stop saying bad words. Quiet down, Aizawa said firmly but not harshly. He stood at the entrance of the waiting room and looked over them all. As heroes in training, you will have to learn to risk evaluation and Izuku did so. From what I understand, if he didn't take the hit, you would be dead or critically wounded. As much as I hate seeing this happen, he was right. He said to Kaken, but the words were for everyone. He sighed and rubbed his face as he continued. Yaoruzo, Hagakure, and Jiru have been placed into care and reports say that the gas was non-lethal and meant to incapacitate whoever inhaled it. They will be alright with time. The school has contacted everyone's guardians or parents about what had happened and they should be here soon. The class took that in and let out sighs of relief for their classmates. After that, Aizawa let them rest and took a similar position to Izuku where he could watch every entrance in one of the chairs. The class quietly chatted as they waited for their parents to come and get them. The explosive blonde didn't bring up the previous argument and sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. It was within the hour that the students' parents began to arrive with relief in their eyes. The ever-protective pack leader jolted to his feet when the first pair of parents burst through the doors. Many others also jumped at the sudden noise but no one as much as Izuku, who had prepared to leap across the waiting room. He calmed himself when he saw the familiar face of Toshi's mother. She pulled him into a tight hug when he stood to greet her. After checking that he wasn't injured, she looked at his pack. She smiled at Izuku, who raised his hand in greeting. Aizawa took her aside to talk as Toshi said his goodbyes and joined his mother and teacher. He gave Izuku a reassuring smile as he left. Bit by bit, more and more parents came to get their children. 3 pairs of parents went past them to find their daughters in the hospital rooms they were staying at. Izuku was happy to see his classmates' parents arrive, each showing their worry and love for their child. It also panged in his chest at never being on the receiving end of that anymore. That changed when Nem arrived in a hurry accompanied by Mina's parents. Nemuri, dressed in her civilian clothes, rushed to Izuku and pulled him into a hug. Izuku, I'm so glad you're safe. Izuku was surprised by the tight embrace for a moment but melted into it at feeling the affection he heard in her voice. Tears threatened to leak out for the first time in a long time as he hugged Nem in return. He buried his face into the sweater she wore and relaxed with her arms around him. She pulled him away while looking him over and showed concern at seeing his arm. Izuku, your arm. She gently touched the mass of tendrils in worry. Izuku sniffed a bit to clear his nose and looked at the arm. I can grow it back later. Nem squeezed his hand and hugged him again. I'll help in however I can. She released him after a short moment. How are you? She asked tenderly. Izuku shrugged and glanced over to see Mina in a similar situation as he was with her parents. Tired mostly, kinda hungry still. As they spoke, Mitsuki rushed into the waiting area and found her son. You brat. You are giving me a heart attack. She yelled and yanked Kaken onto his feet and into her arms. Get off me. Kaken said after a moment of hugging his mother. Quiet you. I could only think of the worst when I got that call. She let him free and looked over him as every parent had done so far with their child. "You're all right?" She caressed his hair. "Yeah, Mom. I'm fine," Kaken said without shouting. "And Izuku?" She looked around the remaining students waiting for their parents and found him with the other 4. "Izuku." She went to him while dragging a mildly protesting explosive blonde. "You must be Mitsuki?" Nem asked her with a smile at the interaction between parent and child. "Hi, Aunt Suki," Izuku greeted with a smile. Mitsuki didn't wait for any invitations and pulled her nephew into a hug like she did with her son. "I just got you back, don't you go disappearing on me again." She pulled back as she ruffled his hair and stopped at the horns that she just noticed. "Oh, these are new." She tapped on them and caught sight of the same pink girl Izuku had spoken about the last time they had talked. She smirked and whispered to Izuku, "Is that your way of getting her attention?" Izuku furrowed his brows in confusion and turned to his aunt. "Getting whose attention?" Nem snorted loudly and covered her mouth but didn't say anything. Mitsuki turned to her and greeted her. "You must be Midnight, thank you for watching over Izuku." "I'm Mitsuki." She introduced herself. "Please call me Nimuri." She shook hands with the Bakugo matriarch. I wouldn't be surprised if he turned himself pink in an attempt to match with Miss Ishido. She patted Izuku's head and brushed his long newly grown hair back. She frowned slightly at that and reminded herself to get him a haircut before he decided to cut it himself. "I just liked her horns and wanted my own," Izuku grumbled quietly but still leaned into the touch from Nem. "Is that all you like about me?" Mina asked with a pout as she and her parents got closer. "I like everything about you," Izuku said with a beaming smile. Mina blushed at his earnestness and covered her face as Miwa chuckled. "I've seen her blush and get embarrassed more in the past months than I have in years." The Ishido matriarch introduced herself and her husband. The 3 women gathered up like old ladies gossiping while the younger generation of heroes was pushed to the side as they talked between themselves. Kaken grumbled but didn't argue as he let his mother make friends. Mina hooked arms with Izuku as they both watched the women begin to make plans and talk mostly about Izuku much to his curiosity. The feral boy was thrown off by their sudden friendliness to each other even though they just met for the most part. Dai, Mina's father, was already used to his wife's antics and let me make new friends with the grumbling boy's mother. After talking for a moment, the 3 split up after changing contact information. The 3 families began to split up and head to their respective homes. But not before Kaken pulled Izuku to the side for a short moment. "Kaken?" Izuku asked his old friend curiosity as he tried to speak. He growled and finally said, "Thanks for saving me. I won't need it next time. I'll get stronger," he said with determination. Izuku's smile could split his face. "Of course you'll get stronger. But it's my job to watch over my pack so your thanks is appreciated." He patted Kaken's head like the feral boy liked. It was an odd sight since Izuku was much shorter than Kaken but the tendril arm came in handy as it stretched easily. Kaken growled again and batted the eldritch arm away. "Get those worms away from me." The 2 old friends parted ways for the time being as the bomber joined his mother in the car to head home. Mina was next to say her farewells. The pink girl hugged Izuku tightly as a goodbye and was sure to kiss him goodbye before joining her parents in their car. Izuku was the last to leave the hospital except for the 3 still unconscious pack mates. He joined Nem in the borrowed car from the school. He waved Aizawa goodbye as he stayed back at the hospital with the other students. The ride back was quiet with Nem holding his hand over the center console. They arrived at the school soon after. Izuku took his bag from the car that he took camping with more things in it than he took when he left. He didn't tell anyone about that but he had a feeling that Aizawa knew and didn't say anything. Nem walked with him to his room to say goodnight. She hugged him one last time before leaving him be. "I'm sorry you had to go through that again. You and your pack were supposed to be safe but it was the USJ all over again," Nem said apologetically. Izuku wasn't sure what to say to that but hugged her in return. "What's going to happen now?" Nem sighed and brushed his messy hair back. "Heroes will look for where they took Ragdoll. Sometime in the future, a detective will come around to talk to you about what happened. As for school, I'm not entirely sure but it will be all right. I promise." She smiled down at him. Izuku nodded and hugged her. "Thanks." Nem tightened her side of the hug and made up her mind about something she had been debating while Izuku was away but that was for another day. She let him go and kissed the top of his head. "Get some rest, I'll talk to you later." Izuku nodded with a smile and watched her leave his room. He waited for a moment until he couldn't hear her footsteps anymore and quickly grabbed his large duffel bag and opened it to see his trophies still all there. He pulled one out at a time to examine each one. First was one of the blades of that lizard villain's massive sword. Next a piece of the magnet he realizes after was stuck to the blade. The fake eye from Muscle Man, the horn from the Nomu, a tooth that speared his chest, and the mask from the villain that almost took Kakin to who knows where. He set them next to each other on his bed to admire them as he finally pulled out the pristine bear skull. The others were trophies of opportunity, but the bear was something he wanted for a long time. With a sigh of satisfaction, he took all his trophies and left the building. Quickly made his way to his den and made a quick pass around his territory to make sure everything was how it should be. He caught the scent of hound dog and some old animal blood, but he paid no mind to the hunt of the man. The beast in the woods breathed in the familiar scent of his home and let out a long sigh. He crawled into the hole in the ground and found his den's comfortable silence. He began by setting his newest trophies next to the others in order. First was the bear skull, followed by the blade from the Stain copycat. He nodded in satisfaction at seeing his collection grow. His body reminded him of his almost empty stomach, and he crawled out of his den for a late-night dinner before bed. The day after the attack on the summer training camp came quickly enough. Izuku slept in as much as he could, but after years of getting up at the same time as the sun rose, it only made him turn in his furs until he got out. As he got out of his den, he checked his phone to see if anyone in his pack had contacted him for any reason. No one did, and he wasn't sure if that put him at ease. He couldn't remember what day of the week it was, but it didn't matter much since they were still on summer break. The hunter shifted and went for a hunt, a large one. He took down 2 deer to begin the process of gaining enough mass to make his arm again. He could do it now, but it wouldn't be the same as the rest of his body. It would be a regular arm with calcium bones and a standard nervous system. It would be less than he was used to. He took the blood of the deer and took all the minerals he would need to make his build the steel skeletal structure. He would need lots of iron from the blood and carbon from charcoal. He groaned at having to eat charcoal again. After completely devouring the 2 deer, he moved on to start a collection of charcoal. He knows that there are ways of getting the iron from Recovery Girl's medicine cabinet, but he doesn't want to ask for her help. He was stubborn like that. So instead he found a clear patch of earth and began to dig a hole to burn enough wood for the charcoal. After a few hours and a big fire later, Izuku got a call on his phone. He pulled it out of his side and checked to see who was calling him. It was Gang. He answered with a smile. Gong? Izuku said with a smile. Izuku, are you alright? I heard about what happened at the camp. Gang Orca's voice boomed out of the speaker on Izuku's phone. Izuku's smile fell just a bit. I'm alive. He glanced at his right arm. Answer the question, Gang said sternly. Izuku grimaced and told his mentor about what happened. And then my arm was burned off. He heard a gasp from the other end and quickly added. I can grow it back. I'm working on it now, it's just gonna take some time. Your arm? Gang said morosely. You are sure you are all right? Izuku paused to think. I was just tired and worried for my pack. They have told me this sort of stuff isn't common, but it's the 3rd time. He scratched at a stick to make kindling for future fires. Gang Orca heard the confusion in his voice. Hero schools getting attacked is not normal. Before this school year, I could count on one hand how many times villains attacked the students in hero schools. Yes, there is the rare crazed villain, but it's very rare for it to occur. He paused so Izuku could soak in the information. For some reason, the League of Villains have their sights set on your class, but we are working on that as we speak. As for your pack, how are they? Izuku felt more at ease at hearing the heroes were working on taking out the League of Villains with Shumnai at their head. 3 were knocked unconscious with some gas, but they were all right. They are still at the hospital, I think. The rest were all right with small injuries. I had the worst of it all to an extent. Gang took that in silence and nodded along. He was already aware of the injuries they had sustained to an extent, but hearing from first-hand experience was always better. I am happy to hear none of your pack sustained serious injury. Have you told Asato about what had happened? Izuku physically flinched at the reminder. She is going to worry. He feebly tried to argue. She is going to worry either way, but it would be best if she heard it from you instead of the news. Gong lectured. Izuku groaned slightly but nodded. Okay, I'll tell her right after we're done. Gang smiled on the other end. Good, then get to it. And then hung up. Izuku glared at his phone as if the glare would come to the other end of Gang Orca's phone and hit him. He sighed and went through his phone to find Asato's phone number and dialed it. It didn't take long for her to pick up. Azatu. He greeted her with some trepidation. Izuku didn't like to worry the elderly librarian, and him being at hero school seemed to do that more often than not. Izuku, how nice to hear from you. How have you been? How has Yue been? Asato's cheerful voice came through immediately. Izuku glanced at his arm again and answered. I'm alright, Ibis. Asato caught the emotion in the tone of voice. What happened? She asked with some worry. He paused to think of a better way to say he was attacked in a supposedly safe location, again. So we had the summer training but we cut it short because it was interrupted. He said tactfully. Interrupted how? She asked but already had a feeling she knew what the feral boy would say. A few villains. He said meekly. But, it's alright, you don't have to worry. We are all alright. He cut her off before she could say anything. Of course I will worry, Izuku. I couldn't after I watched you grow from a young boy to a young man. She paused to take in a calming breath. What happened? She asked after a short moment. Izuku told her of the summer camp that was going well until yesterday night. He didn't tell her in detail but he didn't lie about what had happened. After that we all went to the hospital to get checked out and then everyone's parents came. I've been working on my arm since I woke up this morning. There was a sniffle from the other side of the phone call. You seem to have a lot of bad luck recently. She tried to joke but the wobbly tone in her voice was clear to hear. Yeah, I do, Izuku said weakly. He didn't like the feeling of hearing Asato cry because of him. You always seem to make the best of it and for that I admire you. So tell me, what do you plan with your arm? Asato said in a lighter tone. Izuku shrugged. Regrow it. I have enough mass to make it but the bones would be normal. And that wouldn't work very well since the rest of my body is set at a higher standard with the nervous system and skeletal structure. If I just had a regular arm it would break a lot. He was lying on the grass of the woods as he spoke. Asato hummed in agreement as he spoke. Yes, it would be for the best to gather what you need. Unless you wish to try something different like you did with your legs. She proposed. What do you have now? For an arm, that is. A few tendrils, well more like tentacles acting as an arm and hand. He flexed the arm in question. The dozen tendrils tightened together in response. Did you stick with the octopus tentacles as a base for them? I did. They were the simplest with the muscular structure. If I had gone with vertebrae tentacles, it would have been heavier and less flexible. As he spoke, the arm unraveled and then he had 12 tendrils moving around in the air over him. It's alright how it is now but it's odd missing an arm. They talked for a while longer as they went back and forth with ideas to have some variety to his appendages. Soon after, Asato had to go open the library and they said their farewells. Izuku continued to lie on the grass after the call was over. He rolled over and watched a line of ants carry some unfortunate insect to their nest. With a sigh, he stood up and let the ants continue their lives. Izuku continued with his task to reconstitute his arm back to how it was. He wanted to continue hunting for more blood to extract the iron from but that would be a waste of resources. After all, he couldn't eat over 200 pounds of deer only to get around 4 grams of iron per deer. He recalls when he first did this process and it took over 3 years to do his whole skeletal structure. He groaned out loud and cursed that fire villain for taking an arm. Stupid villain. He cursed softly and looked around just in case he was caught saying a bad word. Instead of mopping around the woods, he wandered inside the school to distract himself from the situation he was in. He stopped inside his room to put away the clothes he brought back from the camp. He wandered around the hallways to see what there was to see but he was already very familiar with its hallways. He passed the infirmary as he looked out the windows, ignoring the old woman who he could fairly hear inside. He found himself in the teacher's lounge to find it empty. It made sense since it was summer vacation and they would probably be busy with what had happened yesterday. He remembered when USJ was attacked and it was busy but he couldn't imagine how much worse this was. Not only were students hurt but it happened for the second time this year. He sighed again and began to wander out of the teacher's lounge. Passing the infirmary, he ignored it again but he couldn't ignore the door sliding open. Recovery Girl was standing there watching him carefully. He glanced at her and swiftly turned his head to ignore her. Recovery Girl let out an exasperated sigh while she rolled her eyes. Just get in here so I help you with your arm already. She walked back into her office. Izuku hesitated before walking inside with a grumble. Do you have 25 pounds of iron I could eat? What? Of course I don't. And don't go out and do that. It will hurt you more than it will help. She tossed him a large bottle of pills. Take 2 a day. 1 in the morning and 1 at night. Izuku caught the bottle of pills with his tendril arm and read the label. Iron pills. He said excitedly but it dimmed when he saw the dose of each iron supplement. It's going to take forever with this. I ate more this morning. He groaned. Can't I have like, he paused to count quickly, 100 of these? No. You bull-headed boy. You need to take it slowly otherwise you can get sick. This is the safest way to do so. Come back in 2 weeks when you finish that and I'll get you another bottle. Recovery Girl's words were final as she swiveled around to continue working on whatever she had on her desk. Izuku ground his teeth and grumbled on his way out of the infirmary with the bottle of iron supplements in hand. I'm gonna take a bite out of something. He continued to grumble. He had already taken in the carbon from the charcoal, and with the bottle of supplements, he could get started with his shoulder joint and part of the humerus. Ignoring Recovery Girl's medical knowledge, he opened the bottle of supplements and dumped them in his mouth. After consuming them all, he sat down on a bench in front of a window and focused on what he was doing to his arm. He was already breaking down the iron and mixing the fine powder with the carbon he had stored. With that, he added it to the calcium in the growing bone. He did stick with the spongy bone of the joint with a reinforced exterior like he had before. Bit by bit, the arm that was missing began to grow back. He didn't add any muscles since they wouldn't be connected to anything just yet, but he was happy to see his arm beginning to grow back to how it was. He regrew the thick tendrils of his arm and got up to find more iron to remake his arm. While it was no more than a nub, it was a start. Now to find something made of pure iron and eat it, what would a medical profession know? Izuku, what are you doing? The feral boy stood straight as he was caught doing. Izuku, an hour later, was prowling on the school grounds looking for that crunchy iron when Nem's voice startled him from his search. He was currently eyeing the nails on a wooden board. The board held up a few flyers for school activities and clubs, but he was sure he could take a few nails without the notice board coming apart. The feral boy casually took a step away from the notice board and his objective. He turned to Nem, who was eyeing him with suspicion in her civilian clothes. Nothing, he said a bit too loudly. Nem raised an eyebrow and looked him up and down. With crossed arms she responded. Aha, that's not suspicion at all, she said sarcastically. Suspicion of what? He said innocently. His head tilted in obvious confusion. She walked closer with a smirk and pinched his nose, moving it side to side. You're such a bad liar. She let go of his nose after some fun. Izuku clutched his nose in mock hurt, forcing some tears to come to the corner of his eyes. So mean. He pouted. She laughed and brought his head into a tight hug. You are so precious. She let him go and held him by the cheeks to look him in the eyes. Now, tell me why Nizu told me you've been prowling the grounds. Looking for iron. He said, garbled with his face mushed by Nem. She let go with a raised eyebrow. Iron? For your arm? Why not ask for Recovery Girl's help? Don't tell me you're still avoiding her. He crossed his arms at the mention of the old woman. She gave me iron supplements, but they don't have nearly enough. And she said not to come back for 2 weeks. How much do you need? She patted his head to keep him at ease. At least 25 pounds. He pushed against her hand with his head. Laughing at his actions, she rubbed his hair instead. Let's go on a trip. I'm sure we can buy out some pharmacies. She jangled a ring of keys with a smile. Izuku beamed up at her and joined her as they skipped down the hallways to the parking lot. They took a nice yellow car that had the scent of present Mike. They got on the road and began to head to the nearest pharmacy. They had music playing and the windows down as they drove. It was a relaxing day for Izuku. Excuse me. The pharmacist looked up from the book she was reading to help the customer on the other side of the counter. She paused for a moment when she saw she was carrying one shopping basket filled with iron supplements and the young man behind her with horns had 2 baskets with the same items. Yes. The middle-aged pharmacist asked politely. You got any more iron supplements in the back? The woman asked with her son peeking around the store. I don't believe so. Would you like me to order you some more? It would take a week at most, she offered. While being a pharmacist, she had seen lots of odd quirks that needed specific vitamins or minerals to work properly. She had never seen anyone take her supply of iron supplements. Nah. The woman waved the offer away. We'll just hit the other pharmacist. She smiled down at the messy green and black-haired boy. The pharmacist shrugged and began to scan the hundreds of iron supplement bottles and bagged them. The total was quite high as they finished, but one more item was set on the counter. A snack that is usually eaten by animalistic quirk users. This one was lamb. She smiled and scanned it. Limp, gross. The woman commented with a mock curled lip of disgust. What is it? It smelled good. The boy said, eyeing the bag where the snack was placed. He handed over a card for the payment without taking his eyes off the bag. Meat from a young sheep. The woman answered, happy to sate his curiosity. You two have a good day. The pharmacist smiled in farewell. You too. The messy-haired boy said with a beaming smile, and the woman nodded in thanks. With bags in hand they left. What a nice family, the pharmacist said to herself as she sat back down to read. Izuku took another deep inhale of the bar of lamb. It was compact meat wrapped in a wrapper, but to Izuku, it was the best thing ever. The first bite was followed by another and another until it was gone. Now, the feral boy stared at the empty wrapper with tears threatening to leak out of his eyes. It's gone, he said sadly. He had his tendril arms split into smaller tendrils with fine taste buds to savor the taste lingering on the wrapper just a bit longer. The hair-like tendrils picked at what was left. Nem watched him with increasing amusement at seeing him try out a new taste. She catalogued lamb as one of his favorite foods for later. She patted his head in comfort. Think of it as a treat. If you have too much of it you might get tired of it. The boy nodded at the logic and carefully put the empty wrapper away for later. He pulled one of the bottles out of the bag and read the label. When he was done, he opened the bottle to consume it all, but a hand on his arm stopped him. He looked at Nem in the driver's seat in question. I know you want your arm back, but if you rush it, you might make a mistake. Better to take it slowly to make sure everything works how it should. I'm not telling you to wait a week with each bottle, but don't rush it either. She finished with a smile. Izuku took that in and nodded in understanding. I'll be careful, he said seriously. He did take the whole bottle and tip it into his mouth, but he did take his time to break each iron supplement down and build it carefully into the calcium and carbon. Nem smiled down at him and let him work on his arm. She put the car in drive and began to make their way to the next pharmacy to buy out their supply of iron supplements and maybe a new treat for Izuku to try. She knew he deserved it after reading what he had done to keep his class safe during the camp. She reached out to brush his long hair to the back. He smiled at the contact and leaned closer as they drove through the city. If anyone else saw Izuku consume multiple bottles of pills, they would call someone to put a stop to it, but luckily for everyone he knew exactly what he was doing. So far, he has taken 2 more large bottles of iron supplements since they returned from the 3rd pharmacy in the area. He had had a great time taking his mind off of what had happened recently with Nem. He was happy to have her near. As for the iron he needed, the arm was growing steadily with each bottle he consumed. He currently had a nub that resembled more an arm than before. Granted, it was only a few inches, but he was processing the rest of the pills he had taken. He even had to return to his den for another batch of carbon. He only stopped working on healing himself back to full when he got a message from his phone. He opened it to see he was invited to a group chat with 19 other people. Confused, he tapped the accept button. The invitation was from Mina, so he could guess it was his pack's phone number. Many rapid messages passed quickly before he got a chance to read one. He could see some numbers change into names that he could guess were his packmates. He was getting annoyed at not understanding what was going on, so he let the group chat go on for a bit until it calmed down. Finally, he could read that everyone was planning to visit the 3 packmates who were still in the hospital. He found the time and address, thanks to Mina, for when to arrive. With that settled, he went to tell Nem that he was leaving. After getting back from the pharmacy, Nem showed Izuku the staff housing and where hers was. It was a simple small home with its bare necessities. She told him that the neighboring homes were Present Mix and Aizawa's homes. They were identical, but Izuku could tell them apart by their scent. So, Izuku trekked over to Nem's home and knocked on the door. It wasn't long before she opened the door and smiled down at him. Come in. She nodded inside. Izuku wiped his paws on the doormat and walked inside. On the couch was a bowl of popcorn and a movie on pause on the TV. It was a clean home with everything in its place. Even the remote controls had their places next to each other on the coffee table. It was nearly the complete opposite of Izuku's method of keeping things organized. What's up? Nem asked as she plopped down on the couch. Izuku looked at the ceiling in confusion, trying to find what Nem was talking about. He heard her laugh and he turned to her again. I don't see anything. He pouted, almost certain that he missed something. Don't worry about it. She waved his pout away and focused on what brought the feral boy to her home. What did you need? My pack is visiting the other 3 who got affected by the gas later today. Just letting you know that I was going, Izuku explained. Nem looked concerned while her eyes flitting back and forth for a moment in thought. I'm going to tell you the truth and say that I don't like the idea of you or any of your pack leaving their homes until we've dealt with the League of Villains. But I know I can't keep you caged on school grounds forever. My only request is to send me a message that you're alright every hour or so. She was leaning forward, elbows on her knees as she spoke. Izuku nodded in acceptance of her request. Alright, I will. So what are the heroes doing about Shamanaki and his league? Nem smirked at the name she was sure he was purposefully getting wrong for fun at this point. Keep this to yourself, alright? After Izuku nodded, she continued. Yaoruzo managed to get a tracking device on one of the Nomu with the help of another student. With that, many heroes are planning a raid on their base. Izuku nodded along as she told him about the plans for the League of Villains. When is it gonna happen? He asked. As soon as possible, she said, reassuring. A few hours later, Izuku was getting off the train and following the directions on his phone. Luckily, the train station wasn't far from the hospital, so he arrived at the guarded gates easily enough. What wasn't so easy was the tall buff man who stopped him from entering the grounds of the hospital. Reason for being here? He asked gruffly but not unkindly. Izuku looked up at the 7-foot dark-skinned man in uniform. Visiting my packmates. The man raised an eyebrow but nodded after a bit. Don't cause trouble. And then he moved to the side, letting Izuku waltz past the checkpoint. "K." Izuku waved and moved to the entrance of the hospital. Walking inside, he looked around, not sure where to go from there. He was about to pull his phone out to contact someone who could help, but he caught the scent of someone familiar. Looking around, he saw Toshi and Mina walking up to him. Mina with a smile and Toshi with a lazy wave. He beamed at them and joined them as they walked to where the others were. As they walked, Mina told him that Yaoyorozu had already woken up earlier that day. The other two were still unconscious, but the doctors were confident that wouldn't be the case for long, as Yaoyorozu for a good example of how fast the gas got out of her system. They soon found the rest of 1A chatting in the room where Yaoyorozu was in bed and awake. Izuku greeted her with a bright smile. "Ruzo." She turned at hearing her nickname and greeted him in return with a smile. But that smile dropped to alarm when she saw his arm. "Izuku, what happened to your arm?" She covered her mouth at seeing the obvious missing limb. Izuku shrugged. "Lost it kinda. I'm regrowing it, but I need lots of iron." He uncoiled the tendrils to show the nub he had regrown already. "Nem took me to get like 1,000 bottles of iron supplements." He tightened the tendrils to make the closest approximation of an arm like before. "How are you?" he asked like the polite young man he was. Yaoyorozu's brow creased in concern at hearing the simple explanation but didn't push for more. "Better now. Everyone was filling me in on what happened while I was unconscious. From what I understand, you helped just about everyone get back to camp. It was super cool. You just appeared and bam. That Toga girl was trying to run away. I kinda felt bad for her afterward. She seemed really scared. Uraraka acted like she was Izuku pouncing on Toga. I felt at ease in your presence." Tsuyu croaked softly. He was a beast of the thickets of highest proportions. Not even my demon stood a chance against his will. Tokoyami waxed poetry. Izuku stared at Tokoyami as the bird-headed boy became uneasy at the single-focused attention of the feral teen. "He means that you did very well." Yaoyorozu, she said with a wry smile at understanding that the feral boy didn't understand poetry. Izuku's eyes lit up in understanding and he beamed. "Oh, thanks. I'll always protect my pack," he said resolutely. The rest of the class smiled at the interaction and chuckled at the reaction. Dark shadow crept around Tokoyami's shoulder and dipped his head in Izuku's direction. Tokoyami nodded encouraging to his quirk and the shadow extended to be in front of Izuku. "I'm sorry I lost control." Dark shadow had his head lowered to Izuku in apology. Izuku never had a chance to take a good look at the quirk and watched it for a moment before patting its head reassuringly. "Then you will learn better control, pup?" "No chick." "Yes, that's right." He smiled at the quirk. "I'm no chick." Dark shadow said indignantly before nipping at Izuku's hand before retreating to Tokoyami's shoulder. "Izuku is such a dad." Kaminari snickered. "I was just thinking that." Kirishima nodded emphatically. "Hear that? He's a pretty good dad." Toshi nudged Mina at his side with a smirk. Mina's ears burned and she slapped his arm. "I can make bodies disappear." She hissed at him with flushed cheeks. Toshi chucked through the pain as he rubbed his arm. Tsuyu overheard the interplay and added her 2 cents. "I can see him being a good parent." She nodded. "I swear." Mina turned on the frog girl with darkening cheeks. "Why are they talking about me being a father?" Izuku asked confused. Then he gasped in sudden realization. "You're pregnant. But we've only held hands. Was it the kiss? Is it a quirk?" He looked at his mate as her face darkened even more in embarrassment. "Stop. No. You can't get pregnant from hand-holding." Mina shouted and placed a hand over Izuku's mouth to stop him from continuing to say absurd things. "And I'm not pregnant," she hissed. The class was close to an uproar of laughter. The only thing keeping them in check was the fact that they were in a hospital. You never know, premarital hand-holding is the leading cause of pregnancy. Zero gritted out through his teeth in an attempt to keep the bubbling laughter contained. Even the ever-composed Iida was covering his mouth and looking away with shoulders shaking. It is said that hand-holding does proceed to children, logically speaking. Anyone who opens their mouths again will get put on a list. Mina glared in embarrassment at everyone. "How lewd. Premarital hand-holding, why I never." Yaoyorozu said primly, hiding her laughter behind her hand. After calming down, Class 1A began to make their way out of the hospital one by one. Yaoyorozu informed them all that she would be released soon, and with that, everyone said their goodbyes. The class still checked up on Hagakure and Jairu, but they were still unconscious due to the longer exposure to the gas. The last ones leaving together were Kaken, Izuku, Toshi, and Mina. As they got onto the same train headed to another station to split off, Mina asked Izuku, "Any plans for the week?" She said casually. Toshi gave her a flat look and Kaken rolled his eyes. But only Izuku spoke. "MH? Just working on my arm is all." "Why?" he asked, tilting his head. Mina smiled and shrugged. "Just curious is all." She hooked her arm on his elbow and leaned on him. Izuku was still curious about the question but shrugged it off and settled comfortably next to Mina on the train as the buildings sped by. The feral boy's stop was first, so he got off to head off to UA and his den hidden in the woods. He waved at Toshi and Kaken goodbye and hugged his mate as he left. Before Mina let go of the hug, she whispered, "See you tomorrow?" and pecked him on the cheek before the train closed the doors and it left for its next scheduled stop. Izuku furrowed his brows at the goodbye but focused on the contact he had with his mate. He skipped into his den with a smile on his face with the help of the GPS on his phone. The next day, Izuku got up and hunted to satisfy his hunger for the morning. He got to work on breaking down more iron supplements as he burned more wood for charcoal and the carbon that composed it. As he worked, his side buzzed and Izuku had a tendril to pull his phone from his abdomen. It was a message from Nim saying that he shouldn't eat anything too big for lunch and she would be back to pick him up before noon. Izuku found the request odd but he acquiesced with it. Right as noon hit, Nim messaged him to head to the parking lot. He finished up what he was doing and snuffed any flames out before doing what he was told. He found Nim waiting by a car with a bright smile and motioned him to get in. He did so and they got on the road. "Where are we going?" Izuku asked, confused. Nim smiled happily down at him and ruffled his hair just how he liked it. "You'll see." The response only confused Izuku more since Nim had never kept anything he asked from him before. But he trusted her and let it be. So they drove in comfortable silence. Izuku kept his eyes glued out the window watching the building move by. Soon the feral boy noticed some familiar places. They were from a foggy memory but he recognized a park from when he had visited Kaken's home for the first time in years. Nim soon parked the car in front of the house he was just thinking about and they got out. Izuku was happy to see his aunt again but was confused as to why Nim took him there and why she was still smiling. Nim tapped on her phone quickly before turning to Izuku. "Come on, I've got something for you." She smiled down at him from the doorstep. Izuku looked confused but went along with it but stopped and began to sniff at the air. Nim bopped him on the nose softly. "No cheating." Izuku pouted and stopped. "In you go." Izuku furrowed his brows but knocked on the door before hearing someone on the other side say, "Come in." He obliged and opened the door to be startled by multiple voices shouting in unison, "Happy birthday." Izuku stepped back at the sudden noise but stood dumbfounded at what he was seeing. Mina, Auntie Suki, and Masaru stood with their hands raised with beaming smiles while Toshi and Kaken blew on party horns that unraveled when they blew in them. While the two boys looked grumpy at wearing party hats, they had smiles on their faces nonetheless. There was a banner behind them in big letters with "Happy Birthday" written on it with paint. Next to them all was Asato with a happy smile and a party hat of her own. Nim placed a hand on Izuku's still startled shoulder. "It's a surprise birthday party? Happy birthday." Nim bent down and gave him a tight hug. She let go rapidly when she heard a sniffle from Izuku and looked down at him in worry. "What's wrong, honey?" Izuku wiped his eyes clear but smiled as more tears leaked through. "I'm happy. Thank you all." He turned to include the rest of the people in the room. Nim gave him another tight hug and she felt his arms hug in return. "Of course, sweetie," she said with a soft smile. When she let go, Mina was right there to hug him next. He laughed in joy as he was given another hug from his aunt and then Asato. "I'm very happy to see you again. You've grown so much." Asato brushed his messy hair back and patted his shoulder affectionately as she smiled down at him. "Come on. Let's eat, the food will go cold." Mitsuki broke up the interaction in her usual blunt manner. Izuku beamed and went to the dining room with everyone else. They squeezed in at the table with enough chairs for everyone but Izuku. When they tried to give him one, he declined on the reasoning that it couldn't hold his weight anyway. His solution was some carapace stilts just the right height for the table. When the Bakugos asked how he sat the last time he was there, he told them he used the same method. They chuckled and began to serve lunch. Mitsuki gave Izuku the first bowl of fried pork on a broth of noodles and some vegetables that Izuku couldn't name. The smell and appearance of the food sparked a memory from before the woods. As everyone else was served, Izuku was in a lost memory. A hand on his arm startled him from his mind and he looked up to see worried faces. Izuku felt wet on his face and wiped at it to see tears he didn't know were coming. Do you not want it? I remembered it was your favorite from before. Mitsuki asked in a slight panic. I can get you something else. She was about to stand but stopped as Izuku shook his head. No, I just haven't had it in a long time. Wiping his face again, he began to eat a spoonful. He ate slowly and savored the taste that he remembered from before. It's great, he said with a beaming smile. Mitsuki relaxed at seeing the smile and everyone dug in. Mina bumped shoulders with him as they ate and Izuku leaned close to her in comfort. Everyone chatted about nothing important as they ate while they enjoyed each other's company and celebrated the feral boy's first birthday in a long time. After a large lunch, everyone moved to the living room to talk for a bit longer. They mostly stayed on Izuku as a topic. When Asato first met him in the years after, Toshi retells the time the two met for the first time and how he took Toshi on a hunt only for Toshi to get lost after Izuku left him behind. Mitsuki tells stories about Izuku's much younger years with Kaken. Mina about the time he saved her at the exam by tossing half a ton of concrete off of her. And Nem told them about their outing to the city and their time together. Izuku listened to them all with a smile on his face. Soon, everyone else decided it was time for gifts. Mitsuki was the first to hand Kaken a wrapped bag with a bow tie on top of it and then he presented it to Izuku. He took it as his eyes lit up like a child's. Kat gave us the idea of what to get you. Mitsuki ruffled her son's hair as he tried to bat her hand away. Open it up, she said smiling. Izuku did so with careful movements. He didn't want to damage whatever his first gift was. He pulled out a few articles of clothing. 3 pairs of tank tops and shorts made of the same fabric with dark green colors. They looked simple but sturdy. Izuku looked up from the floor where he was seated and beamed up a smile. Thank you, Auntie Suki, Kaken, Masaru. She laughed and Masaru smiled at the earnestness of the boy. It's not just some clothes but self-repairing and form-fitting so they should last you a good while. Kat told us how you usually ended up with torn clothes and just thought it was perfect, she said beaming. She then knelt and gave him a tight hug. Hope you enjoy them. Kaken gave him a nod over his mother's shoulder. After she was done delivering their gift to him, Asato lifted a box from the side where she was seated and slid it over to him. She motioned him to open it. Go on, she said with a soft smile. Opening the box, Izuku pulled out 3 large books titled Quirk Biology, Human Anatomy, and Animal Anatomy. They are the most advanced things I could get my hands on. Izuku held the books on his lap like they were his children. This is great. Thanks, Asato, he said gratefully. Mina and Toshi were next. Toshi gave him a framed photo from one of the times before UA. It was Toshi holding up the phone outside Izuku's old den with the insomniac giving a lazy smile and Izuku beaming at the camera, while Mina gave him a large sweater and a thick flannel blanket. He thanked them both with tight hugs and immediately put the sweater on. It hung down to above his thighs and he was able to tuck his legs into it comfortably. Nem was last with the gift giving. She got up and pulled a manila folder from her bag. She knelt across from Izuku. This an optional gift if you want it. She smiled softly at him and slid it across the coffee table. Confused at the words, Izuku picked up the folder gingerly and opened it. There were a few papers and Izuku read them. Mina and Toshi on either side peeking over his shoulder to read them as well. The feral boy began to understand the forms and tears began to crop up as he looked at Nem. You want to be my mom? He asked with roiling emotions surfacing. Like I said, you don't have to agree. I haven't signed in dash, she cut off as Izuku rounded the table and hugged her. She wrapped her arms around him tightly in return as his shoulders shook in sobs. Is that a yes? She felt Izuku nod and his horns poking at her at the movement. The rest of the room smiled at the sweet scene of the two as Izuku continued to cry in the tithe of emotions from joy to bittersweetness from remembering his biological mother and how much better Nem was just in the short time he knew her. Nem in return was thrilled at Izuku accepting what she gave him as a gift and was relieved that it didn't turn out any other way. I'm so happy, Nem said into Izuku's messy hair. I almost came to blows with Mitsuki over who got to adopt you. She joked and felt Izuku giggle. Would have been different if I had my gun on me at the time, Mitsuki grumbled. Kaken whipped his head to stare at her. Gun? Toshi was able to read Izuku's emotions in time to roll under the coffee table, looked up at the blonde woman. I would have watched that fight. The gun is only for emergencies, dear, Masaru said calmly, placating his wife. Damn right, it would have been an emergency for her. She smirked. She wasn't truly upset but happy for her nephew getting a good mother like he deserved. The rest of Izuku's birthday was spent hanging out with his friends and mate. He was feeling especially happy with Nem adopting him as her son. It was a good day for Izuku, and it was made better to see on his phone there were multiple notifications from both the group chat and others wishing him a happy birthday. Gang Orca had sent him an animated emoji of an orca jumping over a birthday banner, and his pack mates had each sent their well-wished in the chat. But things had to come to an end as the sun got lower and lower. Asato was the first to go, but not before giving Izuku another hug and saying her goodbyes. Nem finally decided it was getting too late and got Toshi, Mina, and Izuku into her car to drive each one home. Mitsuki and Kaken gave their farewells to Izuku with Masaru giving him a wave and simple nod. Toshi stole the front passenger seat before Izuku could, and he happily sat next to Mina on their way to their homes. Mina was closest to Kaken's home and kissed Izuku on the cheek before leaving the car. They dropped off Toshi next, and then it was the two Kiyamas. Izuku's smile never left his face as they drove back to UA. Nem also was sporting a smile and had her hand brushing her son's hair to the side the whole ride home. Instead of going back to his den like usual, Izuku stayed with Nem and watched movies with her late into the night. They watched comedies to slasher horror films until they fell asleep. Nem slept on the couch and Izuku with a pillow on the ground next to the couch. Izuku jolted to full wakefulness when he heard a creak of a floorboard next to him. He relaxed when he saw a somewhat guilty Nem trying to tiptoe around his sprawled-out form on the ground. He let out a large yawn and rubbed his eyes as he woke up properly. "Sorry I woke you. How'd you sleep?" Nem asked with a smile as she continued her path to the kitchen. Izuku stretched like a cat with multiple joints popping in sequence. His muscles flexed and stretched as he got up fully. "Good. And you?" he asked his adoptive mother. Nem shook her head ruefully at the ease of him being able to wake up and stretch the way he did. "Pretty good. I bought that couch just because it was so comfortable to sleep on. But I'm still jealous of your ability to stretch like that. What I wouldn't do to be able to do that," she said wistfully as she began to boil water for coffee. "Would you like to stay for some breakfast?" Izuku nodded happily to join his mother for breakfast. He didn't know anything about cooking except that meat turns brownish when it's cooked, and that was all. So instead, Nem chatted with him as she cooked up a simple breakfast of eggs, toast, and bacon. They chatted about the rest of the school year and what there would be to look forward to. They talked about the movies they watched, and Nem explained some concepts to Izuku that he didn't understand at the time. As they ate, Nem perked up in delight. "Oh, I've got a great movie for you to watch next time. There's a similarity between you and the antagonist, that usually the bad guy but could just be the opposite of the protagonist anyway. It's a super old film from before Quirks. It's called The Predator." She continued to explain the base of the movie, and the more she talked the more Izuku was intrigued by the movie and its subsequent sequels. "That does sound a lot like me," Izuku said with a gleam in his eyes. Nem beamed at his interest and then froze at realizing what she had just done. She introduced a very impressionable boy with the unlimited ability to mimic other organisms to make him even more dangerous. Her mind flashed with the hundreds of horrifying things he could do by copying some films. "Say, Izuku?" she asked casually. "Remember those parasites that you created to paralyze the Nomo? Could you, I don't know, make them multiply? Like they eat and then multiply over and over again?" She soaked up the yolk egg with her toast. "Easily," Izuku said, smiling and raising a tendril with a pink tip that looked different from the rest of his flesh. "But that would be hard to control afterward. Unless I instilled some sort of phenomenon or hive mind linked to me to stop them or the like. Probably something similar to bees or ants. Most likely ants, since they use pheromones to communicate. Bees do the same but to a lesser degree while using movements or dances to talk to each other." Izuku lectured using one of his best knowledge bases, animal biology. "What? Do you need one? I can have them die after a few minutes of being alive if you want," he asked when he was done talking. He extended a tendril, and a bone spear with the parasite tip grew to give to Nem. Nem was surprised at how easily he knew so much about such things, but remembered that he spent a lot of his free time in the library researching such things. She felt better knowing that Izuku wasn't creating things he didn't understand or know how to control. She smiled at his offer and shook her head. "I was just worried you would make something that would end disastrously. Lots of horror movies start like that. Someone creates something and it spirals out of control and kills everyone." She waved her fork around, picturing some movies that came to the forefront. Izuku nodded vigorously. "Toshi told me about some stories like that. He said my quirk reminded him a lot of them. But I'm careful," he said reassuringly. "That's good to hear." Nem smiled at him and took his empty plate away to wash. "You know you don't have to stick around if you want to head to your den. But you're free to stay as long as you want and come anytime. You are my son and this is my home and yours too," Nem said gently. Izuku's eyes teared up just a bit and he sucked them back in before getting up from his carapace stilts and hugging her. "Thank you," He didn't specify what he was thanking her for. Nem set the plates down and hugged him tightly in return. Of course, sweetie. She kissed the top of his head between his horns and ruffled his hair. Now go play in the woods like all the boys your age do, she said teasingly. Izuku beamed at her. He left her home and headed straight to his den to continue working on his arm and maybe read the books Asato gifted him. He had them stored in his room with the other gifts he received, so he went to retrieve them and bring them to his den. He left the clothes he got from his auntie Suki in his room but brought the rest to his little clearing. Opening his den with his tendrils, he leapt down to place some of the things he brought. He set the picture from Toshi next to his furs where he slept and had a small solar lamp. He set the blanket from Mina on the furs for later and kept the hoodie on. He went back outside and sat next to his fire pit with the animal biology book and a few bottles of iron supplements, then he got to work. As he read, he took the iron pills to continue building his arm. It was a slow and tedious process but the book helped him from dying from boredom. The book goes in-depth into unique animal biology such as the mantis shrimp eyes he used frequently. It told him how they worked and why they developed in such a way. That was just one of the many types of animals he read about and some ideas did crop up and many others were tossed to the side as impracticable. Such as a moray eel's secondary jaw is called the pharyngeal jaw which helps the eel drag its prey into its mouth to consume it. While neat, it didn't seem like any kind of addition Izuku would make to his body. This continued into late at night with the only break to get food and a quick nap. Izuku only stopped when it became more difficult to read with such little light and thought up a brilliant idea. He flipped the thick book to the index and found what he was looking for. After some quick reading with the dwindling sunlight, he figured it out. A tendril with a translucent bag on the end hung in front of him. At first it did nothing. Then it began to emit a whitish light. Izuku beamed brilliantly at reading about such a simple thing as bioluminescence and figuring out what the animals did to make it work. He took the example from an anglerfish and had the glowing bag hang over his head to provide enough light to continue reading under the starlight. A long time later, once the stars had been out for a time, Izuku felt the ground shake ever so slightly. The feral boy stopped his reading and placed his palm on the earth. This hadn't been his first earthquake so he wasn't alarmed. The first time he had experienced an earthquake when he was a lost boy, he had thought the world was ending. Later in Asato's library, he had learned of them and what caused them. But as Izuku felt at the ground for any more tremors, there weren't any. The feral boy shrugged and kept on reading until he grew drowsy and slept under the stars. A few days passed like that with Izuku reading Asato's gifts and working on regrowing his arm. The only notable event was that All Might fought some villain and destroyed a city block in the process. He found out the next morning when he glanced at his phone to see a few messages in the group chat about what had happened. He clicked on the news article about the event and watched the video. The whole country was in shock at seeing All Might's true form. To Izuku it was just a notable event. The bad news from that was in the battle, Shimenashi escaped with the others that remained of the vanguard. During the few days he spent time with his mom watching movies, reading or talking with his friends. Apparently the school decided to turn into a boarding school. Izuku had to interrupt Nem's news about that to know what was a boarding school. Izuku was ecstatic to hear his pack was going to live together in a building near his den. That made Izuku feel like it was a true pack with them living together. That would mean he would have to move his stuff into the dorms when they were done building them, but the good news was that Niza decided to build them near his forest. He was very grateful for that. When summer break was close to ending, Izuku was at the newly built dorms and explored the empty building with Nem by his side. They had moved all of Izuku's clothes and belongings into his room before the rest of his pack arrived. His room was on the ground floor and his window opened up to the view of his territory. It wasn't very far. And Izuku was very happy with his new accommodations. "This is pretty nice," Nem said looking around at the kitchen and common room. She opened a few cabinets to peek inside. Izuku was sniffing at the new furniture and patted around where he would be living for the foreseeable future. "What's this?" He pointed at a board with columns. Nem found what he was pointing at. "Oh, that's a chore board. Since you all will be living in the dorms. You all will have the responsibility to keep it clean and orderly, well as much as a bunch of teenagers can," she explained. Izuku nodded along and asked, "What are chores?" He tilted his head in question. Nem smiled and chuckled at hearing the question. "Household tasks like sweeping the kitchen, taking out the garbage, vacuuming, or cooking." She patted his head affectionately. "I don't know how to do any of that. Except maybe taking out the garbage." He leaned into her touch. She rubbed his messy hair with a smile. "You'll learn. Alright, I'm off. I've got some work to do before heading out to patrol." She kissed the top of his head before leaving. "Don't cause any trouble." Izuku beamed at her and waved. "I'll try." With a laugh, she left through the front doors. With that, the feral boy was left alone in the dorms. He looked around the common room before wandering outside the dorms. The yard was nice and had a few trees and bushes lining the entrance of the dorms. It was nice and sunny out, so he sat under a tree and laid back to take a nap before the rest of his pack arrived. Toshi arrived at the dorm with his mother a couple of hours later. His stuff had already arrived before them due to the moving company UA had hired for everyone. He stared up at the building with some surprise since it hadn't been there. There were a few others already there, all of them around the shade of a tree. And under that tree, napping without a care in the world, was his best friend. He heard his mother snicker at seeing the same thing. After a tight hug and many embarrassing kisses, she left him with his classmates. He approached the rest and sat next to Kaminari, who was lazily swiping his phone screen while laying back against the tree trunk. Toshi froze mid-step when he saw what else was near. A Bengal cat was sleeping on top of Izuku's chest. Whose cat is that? Toshi loved cats, but his mother was allergic, so it was a distant dream of ever having one, but now there was one right before him. Yo! Kirishima greeted with a smile. No clue, I was the first to arrive after Izuku here, but he was already asleep and with the cat. Maybe it's his. He shrugged. I think it's a stray, Tsuyu said, crouched down next to Izuku and the cat. A pretty friendly stray if you ask me. She gently stroked the cat's back and it purred softly without opening its eyes. Kinda weird, don't you think? Most animals are afraid of him, aren't they? Kaminari said out loud. His eyes turned to the resident animal expert, Koji. Koji shrugged. It's a mixed bag with him. Most steer clear of him while others just think of him as the perfect predator and admire him, kinda. It's mostly birds that admire him since he doesn't like to hunt them, from what I've heard. When everyone visited my home to study for the midterms, the guard dogs followed him like he was their leader. It was quite cute but also interesting. I believe it's part of his animal presence. Yaoruzo said, smiling at the cat on Izuku's chest. The cat chirped and shuffled around on his chest before settling down. I remember that. Jairu smiled in remembrance. Izuku was somewhat aware of his surroundings as he napped. Living in the woods would do that to you, so he wasn't surprised at seeing most of his packmates around him. What surprised him was the cat who stared at him from his chest. He stared at it back. The spotted cat raised its paw, placed it on Izuku's cheek and let out a long meow. Izuku was confused about what was happening. You have been blessed. Praise be. Kaminari said reverently. Praise be. A few whispered jokingly in response. Izuku sat up and the cat sat on his knee and stared at him. He inspected the spotted cat and even sniffed it, but it was completely unfamiliar to him. You can hunt in my territory. Now shoo. Izuku picked up the cat and placed her on the ground. She chirped up at him and bounded off to the woods. Did she understand you? Toshi asked incredulously. Everyone turned to Koji, who looked confused. Cats are notoriously difficult to speak with. Mostly because they think we're under them as we take care of them. Most are very arrogant. What did that one say? Jairu asked. She said meow. That's what confuses me. Koji shook his head and shrugged. Suku. Two small voices shouted in unison from the entrance of the gate to the dorms. Izuku turned at the familiar voices and beamed at the Ishido twins barreling right at him. The two hugged each side of him and then began to ramble on about what had happened to them since he had last seen them. Izuku listened attentively to each of them and nodded along even if he didn't understand a lot of what they were saying. Mina rounded the corner and glowered at her twin sibling already hounding Izuku. Kaori was climbing on Izuku's shoulder to see if he could reach the tree branch over him while Saori played with his tendril arm. He was almost done regenerating. She was still chatting with Izuku as he let them do what they wanted while making sure Kaori didn't fall off his shoulder, with a few tendrils hovering around the boy who was kneeling on Izuku's shoulder precariously. The rest of her classmates looked on in amusement as her siblings were around the local feral boy. Will you two get out of here and leave him alone? Mina growled at them as she approached. Saori responded by sticking her tongue at her sister and Kaori ignored her. You're just jealous, Saori said defiantly. Mina's cheeks burned ever so slightly at that remark. Alright you two. It's time to go. Miwa said gently. The twins obeyed simultaneously by agreeing. Izuku set Saori down by hand and Kaori with the tendrils. Off you go, pups. Bye. The two ran off to Miwa, who smiled happily at Izuku before leaving with the twins. Mina huffed before hooking arms with Izuku. Not jealous, she muttered. Izuku turned to her in confusion but shrugged it as they approached their packmates. Tsuyu was the first to speak. Izuku, do you like children? You seemed very adept while with Mina's siblings. Izuku beamed. They are the best. The class chuckled at his response while Tsuyu looked at Mina on his arm and wiggled her eyebrows suggestively in lieu with the subject of kids. Mina's face burned slightly and glared at her friend before tightening her grip on his elbow. She looked at Izuku before smiling and plucking a few strands of hair off his shirt. "Why do you have cat hair on your chest?" Mina asked in confusion. "Everyone here?" Aizawa didn't wait for a response before continuing. "Good, while it's still summer break we will continue the training on campus after the interruption at camp." His eye briefly flickered to Izuku's asymmetrical arm before looking over the whole class again. Crime will rise due to the fact of All Might's retirement, which is why Nizu decided to push the first years to get your provisional hero licenses. The class chatted excitedly at the prospect while Izuku looked around at his pack in confusion. "Zawa? What's that?" "It's the driver's permit to your hero license," Aizawa said with an unamused look at the nickname. "We need licenses to drive?" the feral boy asked confused. "We need licenses to be heroes? I thought it was like a job like being a doctor." He asked even more confused. There were a few giggles in the small crowd of students at their class president's words. Meanwhile, their teacher was looking up at the sky for guidance. "Why?" he asked the heavens. With a long-suffering sigh, he looked down at the green-haired boy. "You will need to pass qualification to obtain the hero provisional license to show your competence to be a hero, then another test to get your hero licenses." Izuku absorbed the information and nodded in understanding. "Okay. Thanks, Zawa," he said with a beaming smile. The class smiled at his bright smile and turned to Aizawa, who was ready to retire right then and there. "Moving along the dorms. If you break something, fix it. If you can't fix it, figure it out. You are old enough." He moved to open the front doors and walked in with the class following. "Your belongings are already in front of your rooms. Boys are on the right wing and girls on the left wing." He turned and glared at the whole class. "I do not have to remind you of boundaries, do I?" "No, sir," the class said in unison. "Good, decide on who does what for chores. Dietary needs have been provided for everyone. If there is a specific things needed, then make a list and it will be provided with the next shopping trip." Aizawa continued with the tour into the kitchen. "With that I am done. Good luck." He promptly turned and left through the front door, leaving 1A standing in the common room. Yaoruzo was the first to break the silence. "I suppose we should settle in and put our belongings away." The class agreed with the statement and they dispersed to find their rooms. I'm on the 3rd floor." Kaminari complained as they checked out the map of each floor. "You want to switch?" He looked to Shiro, who was on the 1st floor. The layout was made for a specific reason. Iida chopped his arm up and down. "I kinda want the 3rd floor," Shiro said while looking around. He grabbed a pen and quickly crossed out Kaminari's name and replaced it with his and did vice versa with his. "There," he said proudly. "That's against the rules." Iida admonished. "There are rules?" Izuku asked confused. "No one told me." After a second of processing that, everyone quickly began to make bargains to switch rooms. To Iida's dismay, everyone had switched rooms except for Izuku and Iida. In the end, Yaoruzo made a new map of the building's rooms since the original one was filled with crossed-out names over and over again. From there, everyone began to bring their belongings to the room they traded for. It was complete chaos. Izuku watched it all happen with Iida at his side. He scratched his stomach and said, "I'm hungry," and moved to the kitchen. Iida could only cave into the controlled chaos and went to his room to put his belongings in order. Now, Izuku didn't know how to cook in terms of using pots, pans, or any kind of utensil, so he rummaged around the cabinets to find something that smelled somewhat appealing. He found a myriad of smells that assaulted his sensitive nose, from spices to a bug flower. He dipped his finger in the flour to taste it, but he didn't much care for the taste. He'd had tastier bugs before. Setting the flour back where it was, the feral boy continued to search until he opened one particular cabinet. His pupils contracted like a cat as he quickly scanned each neatly arranged box. Tendrils extended from his hands as he shifted and moved everything to find the scent. The tendrils split dozens of times with fine hairs to find what he was looking for. It didn't take long before he pulled out a box with a chibi lamb, giving the buyer a thumbs up next to the brand name of the snack. They were lamb snack sticks, just like he had had with Nem at the pharmacist's. She was truly a wonderful mother. With eager anticipation, he opened the box with a half-dozen tendrils helping cut it open and set the top to the side. He gently removed 2 snacks. He would save the rest for another day and placed the now open box back in the cabinet. He paused before closing it. He was part of a pack and sharing was included in that, but he didn't want to share his snacks. He was the pack leader, he could be selfish if he wanted. With that, he nodded and looked around to find the marker the pack had used to rewrite the dorm rooms. He wrote in big letters to lay claim and nodded in satisfaction. Izuku sat down on the reinforced couch to savor his snacks. He was ever grateful for having been found by such a thoughtful mother like Nem. He was still warm inside at the thought of having Nem as his mother as he finished his snack. With a lazy yawn, he curled up on the couch for a nap with sweet thoughts of his mom and lamb snack sticks. Mina stepped into the common room to find some of her classmates or packmates. She found herself saying more often, chatting quietly. The TV was on but the volume was low as it played an old movie. She looked around curiously at the quiet room and found out why. Her mate was napping on the couch. She giggled and skipped over to him and the small enough space for her to squeeze between his head and the armrest. She paid no mind to the rest of her packmates' teasing smirks as she sat down carefully. Her mate grumbled something in his sleep but snuggled closer to her as he continued to nap away. She caressed his hair as he slept and looked up to see most of her pack-mates watching the scene with smiles of every kind. She blushed and waved at them to mind their business and they did so with chuckles. Mina relaxed on the sturdy couch with Izuku's head just about on her lap. She took out her phone to swipe through memes as she soaked in the nice atmosphere they had created so quickly. Toshi arrived at the common room much like she had, confused until he spotted Izuku's napping form. He scowled good-naturedly at him for being able to sleep anywhere before taking a seat on the ground in front of his best friend. What? Jealous that Zu can sleep? Mina teased Toshi. He glanced back at his friend and then back forward to the movie. Maybe, he grumbled. After a pause he asked, you think he's gonna like living in the dorms? He turned to look at her. She furrowed her brows and paused in stroking her mate's hair. Whatcha mean? Like with other people? When Toshi nodded, she thought about it before answering. There might be some friction at first. Being solitary for so long and then suddenly this might be a bit much for him. But from what I've grown to understand is that he adapts quickly to everything. Sure, there might be some things that might happen but I think it'll be alright. She smiled confidently down at Izuku and then Toshi. The brainwasher took that in and nodded in acceptance. He does have that well down. Adaptation is part of him. He glanced from Izuku's paws to his slowly transforming arm from tendrils to a regular arm. Izuku is the definition of adaptation. It's honestly terrifying if wasn't so neat to see, Jiru said from the recliner next to them. She used her earlobe to point at Izuku as she continued. I mean it would be scarier than shit to see him on the opposing side and not holding back all the time. Holding back. Izuku doesn't hold back. Kaminari snorted a laugh. Kaken strolled up behind the couch where his old friend was sleeping and scowled down at the electric user. Earlobes is right, he does hold back a lot. The only time I've seen him not hold back was at the USJ against that Nomo. The only reason that thing isn't a bloody steak is because it could heal fast. Shoji nodded. I remember that fight, it was animalistic. I saw the aftermath of the Nomus at the camp and it wasn't any different. He stared at his friend sound asleep. It's quite endearing to know he wouldn't go that far with any of us. He chuckled. It's not that bad, right? Kaminari asked a bit paler than usual. He's literally the perfect bioweapon and has the mind to use it. For F's sake, he would have had parasites eat the guy who ashed his arm if he wasn't lucky enough to just lose a leg. Kaken grimaced at the memory of being so useless for that short time of being discombobulated and vulnerable. Bad words, Izuku mumbled in his sleep and leaned into Mina's hand on his head. His mate smiled warmly at the action. Toshi snorted. Don't say bad words, Kaken. He laughed softly. Kaken scowled at him and then the rest of the present class when he saw the smiles. Shut up, troll hair. He left Toshi offended in favor of following Izuku's footsteps and scavenging for a snack in the kitchen. You guys don't think he'd, go eldritch horror on us? Kaminari asked shakily and eyeing Izuku snoring softly on the couch. As likely as any of us would. Kirishima gave the benefit of the doubt to the feral boy. He just can do so easier is all. He shrugged. The class who were present in the common room continued to chat, jumping from subject to subject. It was easy to get along with their class president's way of greasing the wheels of coming together. The pack of 1A began to become more comfortable with each other as the hour passed. It would make things easier since they would be living together for the foreseeable future or until Aizawa got sick of them, whichever came first. Izuku groggily woke up with his head on his mate's lap. He wasn't sure how he ended up there but smiled anyway at seeing Mina look down at him with her golden black eyes. She dipped down to kiss his forehead. Have a good nap? She asked smiling. Izuku felt that warm feeling in his chest again and nodded dazed. I like you, he said bluntly. There were many snorts and coughs of surprise from around the common room. But none so loud as Toshi, who barked out a laugh at the side of the couch. Mina's face darkened from being flustered but was becoming used to Izuku being blunt about his feelings about who he cares about or anyone in any matter. After cleaning her throat and regaining herself, Mina responded. I like you too, she said more quietly but no less honestly. Her face was still hot as she ignored the others in the room. You remind me of my parents, it's nice, Tsuyu said just as bluntly as Izuku. Izuku got up from Mina's lap and stretched like a cat as he took in the room of just about everyone in his pack. He caught the scent of Aizawa who had come but left quickly after. He absent-mindedly scratched his arm with a tendril and remembered that he still needed to work on breaking down the iron supplement for reconstructing the missing limb. Maybe some more reading of Asato's gift while at it. With a nod, he got up and patted Toshi's head. He waved his hand off as he passed him on the ground. Where are you going? Mina asked while still a bit flustered from before and Tsuyu's comment. Getting pills. He said cheerily as he looked around briefly before finding where his room was with his stuff. Conjuring his room key from his forearm, he quickly went inside to grab a few bottles of supplies and his book. One benefit of his tendril arm was that he could split a few from being a hand to hold onto the pills and open the door for him. As he made his way to the common room again, he opened one bottle and consumed the whole thing in one go. Most of his pack looked at him worriedly. He stopped with a mouthful of supplements and tilted his head in confusion. Whatcha got there, bud? Kirishima asked first. Izuku swallowed the mouthful and showed his book. Advanced Animal Biology. Asato gave it to me for my birthday, he said, beaming with the thick book facing everyone to see. And the pills? Zero probed. Should we call someone? He looked around unsure what to do. Iron supplements for my arm, it takes a lot of iron and carbon. He explained and made to sit next to Mina with his legs tucked under him and book on his lap. He shifted for a moment before getting comfortable and leaned slightly against Mina. I still have to eat lots of charcoal for the carbon and that's tedious. I could make a new arm right now but it would be weaker and break more often than not. Although, I'm not minding this arm. He rambled on about his thoughts like he usually did alone with no one to hear him talk to himself. He missed the relaxation of most of his pack mates except for his closest friends who already knew of the pills. Is that healthy? To take so much at a time? I know your biology is very different but it seems excessive. Yaoruzo asked tactfully and motioned to the bottles of iron supplements. I can manage this much. But it can be too much to break down so I just do one bottle at a time. How much carbon do you need? What ratio are you using? Yaoruzo asked in curiosity. 2 grams per every 100 grams of iron. He shrugged, it was the easiest way to manipulate the steel in his bones. Yaoruzo nodded and produced a bottle similar to the one Izuku held and handed to him. Carbon supplements, come back if you run out. She smiled. Izuku took the bottle gratefully and held it to his chest. Thanks, Ruzo, he said, beaming. He made a note mentally to bring food for her as a thank you gift. Yaoruzo blushed slightly at the earnestness of Izuku. Of course, happy to help a friend. Mina smiled happily at the scene and leaned on Izuku's shoulder. He smiled down at her and continued to do his work between building his arm and reading about unique animal biological systems and organs. Currently, he found himself engrossed in the subject of ribbon worms, which are commonly known. They have an interesting way of consuming their prey by extending a net of sorts and eating it after injecting a mild poison into their prey. While Izuku had played around with the idea of venom, he didn't have any good way of testing the potency. He could test it on himself but his cells and body are much sturdier and resilient to most things. So he ignored the possibility of such a thing but he was still introducing how the ribbon worm extends a net so quickly. Maybe he could make something that would open up after being thrown like a javelin but not death-inducing. Bit by bit, the pack began to head to bed with Mina, Toshi, and Izuku being last. The pack leader had paid little mind to everyone heading to sleep as he was engrossed in the idea of experiments. He was brought out of his thoughts by Toshi patting his arm. He turned to him after a moment of finishing reading a section. MH? He asked distracted. I think you should get Mina to bed, Toshi said, nodding at the pink girl currently wrapped around Izuku's arm and snoring quietly. Her horn was digging into Izuku's arm but he didn't mind. Oh, I'm sure. Where is her room? Izuku glanced around and found the modified dorms. With his enhanced eyes, he could see well enough in the dark and far away to see she was on the 2nd floor. Izuku had his tendrils put his book away and then he moved gingerly to pick up his mate. It was easy to slip out of her arm by compressing his arm and sliding it out of her grasp. With no hesitation he picked her up. In a princess carry like he had done other times and stood up with no effort. He followed Toshi as he guided him to her room. Mina's head was in the crook of his arm as they rounded the corner of the hallway. They stopped in front of the door and stared at it. They had the same thought as Izuku had a tendril try to open it to no avail. He looked at Toshi and Toshi looked back. Eraserhead gave me some training in lock-picking but I wasn't very good at it, Toshi admitted while rubbing his neck. I don't know what that is, can't I just? Izuku trailed off as one of his tendrils snaked into the lock and filled it. After a moment of Izuku's face locked in concentration, there was a click, and the door opened easily. Izuku beamed in pride at the accomplishment. Nice. Toshi nodded in appreciation. He motioned Izuku in with Mina as he waited outside. Izuku set his mate in her bed and pulled the covers over her. She furrowed her brows and grumbled in her sleep but didn't wake. He smiled down at her and hesitantly kissed her forehead. With that, he nodded and left her to smile in her sleep. Izuku nodded at Toshi's inquiring raised brow. He nodded back and the two friends left for the living room. Izuku found his spot on the couch to continue his reading and Toshi found a spot on the other side of the couch to continue to play on his phone with cat pictures on it. Izuku woke up by sniffing the air. He shuffled around until he got out from under the coffee table and looked around with bleary eyes. He cleared his eyes quickly with his quirk. He looked up at the kitchen to see a few of his packmates already there eating or looking for something to eat. He found his mate at the stove. With a yawn and a stretch that popped all his joints in succession, he made his way to greet his pack. He stopped by the couch as he spotted his best friend sleeping face down on it. He recalled all the times Toshi had woken him up and his smile grew terrifying as he thought up a perfect revenge plan. His tendril arms stretched out over him and thin carapace legs in pairs of 8 began to crawl along his back. Over a dozen spiders walked over his sleeping form. At first, there wasn't much of a reaction but once the limbs crawled on his exposed skin like his arms and legs, he began to twitch. When one crawled on the nape of his neck, he jolted away with a scream. He swiped his hands all across his body to get rid of the arachnids but stopped when he saw his best friend standing at the head of the couch with a sheet-eating grin that threatened to split his face. While huffing in breaths he lost in the panic, he pointed at Izuku. "You. Me," the feral boy said serenely. Toshi lunged at Izuku to strangle him but with a mad cackle he leapt over him. He clung to the wall like a spider and skittered away all while laughing. He disappeared over the balcony to the second floor as Toshi glared at him. He turned to the audience of Yaoruzo, Iida, Mina, and Kirishima. Mina snored a laugh and went back to cooking on the stove. Yaoruzo shrugged and went back to her tea and book. Kirishima kept staring at where his class president disappeared in wonder at how fluidly it looked. Iida was rubbing his eyes in exasperation at the behavior but let it be, he was beginning to get used to Izuku's unique proclivities. Toshi brushed his hair back and made his way to the kitchen. Sato came down the stairs just before Toshi sat down at the kitchen counter. Izuku just skittered out the second-story window. Should we be worried? I'm sure he isn't hurt but... Sato left the rest unsaid. Mina waved the spatula in the air. It's fine, I've seen him take a 3-story fall without any harm. Well, permanent harm at least. She recalled the entrance exams. He's only gotten stronger. She finished and went back to putting the small mound of eggs on her plate with toast. Izuku appeared at the back door and peeked through it before opening it quietly. He was only noticed when he stood up to look to go with his hunt, maybe a lamb stick. There were a few sounds of surprise at seeing him so suddenly but Izuku didn't pay any mind to it. Mina gently slapped his hand away from grabbing anything and pulled him away from his lamb. With an indignant whine at being pulled away, he looked at his mate who sat him down in front of a plate. Mina sat next to him with a smaller plate of food. "This is thanks for putting me to bed last night," she said quietly and bumped her head with his shoulder as he does frequently. "For me?" He looked at Mina in surprise. Only Nim and Izuku had cooked for me before. He looked back at the plate of food and smiled at Mina in thanks. "Thank you," and began to dig in with a fork his mate had set next to the plate. Mina beamed in pride at him devouring his breakfast and turned to hers. She had cooked up a dozen eggs and taken 3 for herself. While not all of them stayed intact, she was sure Izuku didn't care if the yolk burst in a few eggs. Toshi had joined them with a bowl of cereal. With the sounds of eating, only the 3 packmates ate contentedly. Mina turned to Izuku as he slumped up a whole egg in toast. "How'd you open my room? My key was still in my pocket. Did you go rooting in there?" she asked teasingly, already aware that her teasing did not affect her mate. "Mina. That is inappropriate insinuations." Iida lectured. "What kind of insinuations?" Izuku with true innocence. Everyone present turned to Iida waiting for his response. Iida stood up slowly and pushed his glasses up. "Apologies, I have a schedule I like to keep." With that, he placed his mug of tea in the sink while speed walking out the door and then sprinting with a water bottle in hand. "It's nice to keep a schedule." Izuku nodded. "Anyways." He moved on to Mina's question. "Toshi told me about lock-picking. Aizawa taught me it for underground hero work," Toshi added quickly so as not to look like a criminal. Right, so I put one of my tendrils inside the lock and just filled it the slots until I could turn it. He said proudly. Now I don't need keys, I am the key, he said while puffing out his chest. You're something all right, Toshi mumbled with a smirk. One of Izuku's tendrils became a fake spider and skittered toward him. He squashed it with his fist. Stop that. The dead spider was reeled back to Izuku and was absorbed into him. We still don't have classes, so what do you all do? He asked, looking around at the present pack members. Work put usually, Kirishima said, and Sato nodded in agreement. Or help with my parents' shop, Sato added. Train and study on formulas for chemical compounds, Ruzo said. Much like you do but with inorganic material, she said, looking at Izuku. Just chill. Mina shrugged. Or exercise, whichever is better at the time. She smiled. What are you nerds talking about? Kaken walked down the stairs in a black tank top and sports shorts, much like the other guys. What everyone does on their time off. What about you? Izuku answered with an egg balanced precariously on his fork which he wasn't holding properly. Kaken took 2 pieces of toast and made a sandwich with the egg Izuku was holding on his fork. He nodded in appreciation of the taste and ignored the dirty look Izuku gave him for stealing a ninth of his breakfast. Workout, that's why I'm up so early. Kaken finished his sandwich and headed out to run with Sato and Kirishima joining the explosive blonde. Izuku watched him go with narrowed eyes. He stole my food. Mina does it all the time, Toshi said, while finishing up his cereal. But she's my mate, she can have what I have, he said in confusion at having to say the obvious. He turned to Mina, who pushed her face to his arm to hide the obvious blush on her face. When she peeked at him, he beamed at her. Toshi groaned at their actions. Get a room, you two. He placed his bowl in the sink and washed it quickly before heading to his room. Izuku shrugged and turned back to his eggs and Ruzo, who was watching the 2 mates with sparkling eyes. She blushed at being spotted and lowered the teacup she had been holding to her mouth during the whole interaction. She cleared her throat and set her tea down. I apologize, I quite enjoy romance novels and... She looked away embarrassed from the 2. Right, I remember you told us earlier. I suppose I can see Zoo and I could be something like that. Mina said sheepishly but didn't stop leaning on his shoulder. Izuku let the 2 of them talk as he finished his eggs. More and more of his pack woke up and headed to the kitchen for their first meal of the day. Most of them dragged their feet in semi-states of slumber. When everyone separated to do their things, Izuku went to continue working on his arm. It was now right above the elbow and Izuku was ecstatic to be almost done. He still grumbled at the villain who turned it to ash, but he felt somewhat satisfied knowing he took most of his leg and he couldn't regenerate it, probably. While he worked, he moved on to reading one of the other books Asato had gifted Izuku, Quirk Biology. As it stands, every quirk is unique to everyone. The closest similarity between any 2 quirks is family relations. A parent and child could gain quirks that could be alike in every way, but there will always be a distinct difference between the 2. Whether it be a different light glow while activated or a different backlash for overuse. The Pharaoh boy continued to read in the branches of the front tree while the day passed. He was interrupted when the same cat stared at him from the branch next to him. The Bengal cat stared back as Izuku watched it carefully in return. What do you want? Izuku asked the cat. The cat's response to the query was to leap onto his branch and walk onto his lap, where she, as Izuku noticed, began to walk in circles until she found a comfortable position and laid down. The cat purred in contentment and closed her eyes. I see now. Izuku nodded and went back to reading his book. Anyone see Izuku lately? Kaminari asked suddenly in the common room. His question didn't distract him from the video game he was playing on the TV. Probably eating some poor animal that caught his attention, Kaken said on the couch, playing the same video game against Kaminari. He said he eats only when necessary, Kuda said quietly with his pet rabbit on his lap. He's fine, Jiru said while she played on her phone. She didn't look up as she pointed outside. He's in the tree, I think, reading and talking to himself. Jiru looked up to look at Toshi with a raised brow in question. Toshi shrugged at the unasked question. 10 years of mostly isolation would make you do that. He does talk to himself sometimes, but less now that he has others to speak to. He waved at all of them in the common room. The class was reminded again of Izuku's past. They were again saddened to recall how exactly he ended up in that situation. While the class thought of that, Izuku was outside on the tree branches arguing with the cat about the pros and cons of trying to integrate another's quirk into his body by consuming some of the person's DNA and trying to add it to his. He was mostly against it since messing with his DNA was extremely dangerous and he didn't have any grasp on it. The cat finally relented as she chirped and laid back down, argument lost. A few days passed and the class was in their hero suits again. They all were lined up in front of Midnight, Aizawa, Cementos, and Ectoplasm. Aizawa just finished explaining the reasoning for gaining super moves and how they were going to work on them until it was time for the provisional hero license exams. Izuku nodded along with most of what his mom was saying about how the moves could turn the tide of battle or change the environment to suit them. Iida here has a great example of a super move. His Recipro Burst, while limited for the time being, can change the outcome of any battle if used at the right time. Midnight pointed the whip in her hands at Iida. Do my shifts count as super moves? Izuku asked. Transformation quirks have been more difficult, say, with super moves. It's but for your, I would have to say yes. Ectoplasm said. But that doesn't mean you get to slack off, you will work on more combinations, Aizawa said, staring at Izuku. "'Kay." He beamed and paused. "Can I try one now?" he asked. Aizawa was about to deny it, but Nem cut him off. "Of course. Let's see what you have," Nem said happily, much to Aizawa's annoyance. Izuku beamed at his mom and made some space between the pack and him, just in case. First, he felt where he was going to extend the limbs but paused at the first obstacle, his shirt. He took it off without a care in front of everyone. "Close your mouth, you'll catch flies," Toshi said next to Mina. Jiru snorted on the other side of the packmate's mate. "Shut up." Mina did so and jabbed at Toshi. Everyone's attention was drawn back to Izuku, who had his face contorted in concentration as his back flexed and two limbs shot out of his back. The sound of tearing flesh still made many flinch, but they were awed by what they saw. Two massive wings protruded from Izuku's back. They were draconian, with scales on the main limb connecting to his body, and the skin in between each finger was almost transparent. The end of the wings ended in a sharp bone spike. If the whole class was next to Izuku, his wings would be able to shadow all of them. Everyone watched in silence as Izuku experimentally flapped them and sent gusts of wind in every direction. His grin could only be described as feral as he crouched down and leapt while his wings flapped downward. The ground slightly cracked where he was standing. Everyone heard Izuku cackle as he was airborne. With his horns and canine legs, he looked intimidating in everyone's eyes. He experimentally leaned forward in an attempt to fly, but he was sent into a nosedive. The image of a winged beast was shattered as Izuku yelped in surprise and then body slammed the ground and laid face down on the concrete. His wings flapped slowly and then lay still as he groaned in pain. "Izuku!" Nem shouted in worry and ran over to him. Mina was closer and arrived at his side. His packmates all gave him space but looked on in worry. "He's fine," Kaken said out loud. His arms crossed casually. "Most likely," Toshi agreed. "That hurt," Izuku whined from the ground. The skin on his face and chest healed and his wings folded in so he could roll over. Nem and Mina winced at seeing the worst kind of road burn knit closed on his body. "How's your head?" Nem checked. "Fine, need to practice more," Izuku said and sat up with some difficulty with the added weight of wings. Some tendrils extended and helped him sit up. "Well, you get the idea. Find a spot and get to it," Aizawa said, never having left his spot. The class dispersed with some looks back to Izuku as he stood up and dusted himself off. Mina made sure he was alright and then bumped her head with his shoulder and ran off to begin working on her super moves. Izuku smiled after her and looked at his wings. "We can have a specialist come and help you with flying," Nem offered, not as a teacher but as a mother. Izuku thought about it but shook his head. "I want to do it myself." He looked around at the ceiling to make sure he had enough room. Nem smiled at her son and nodded. "Call me or anyone over if you need any help, alright?" She ruffled his hair and left him to his own devices. The class spent their time working on their super moves while they heard the loud crash from another failed landing from Izuku. They all worked just as hard as their pack leader to make sure none of them dragged the pack down. Bit by bit, Izuku got the hang of flying and was able to land successfully a third of the time while the rest were a mess of limbs and yelps of pain at crashing. Yagi watched as Izuku landed in a stumble close to him. "My boy, you grew wings." He stated the obvious. "I grew wings," Izuku confirmed with a smile. "You better now?" he asked the number one hero. "As good as I can be." Yagi smiled at the boy's question. The two walked and talked for a bit. Yagi gave some tips to Izuku on flying he had heard from other winged heroes he had met. Izuku took it all in stride and tried a few of his suggestions only to crash against the wall when he tried to push off it. Yagi gave him an encouraging smile and headed off to help others with their moves. Izuku continued to lie on the ground in thought. While he could flap around for a bit, maybe he was off balance. He hummed in thought and grew his tail to see if it would help him with flight like it helped him keep balanced while running. He took to the air and immediately felt a difference in how easier it was for him to move around in the air. He did laps in the building and even landed successfully without stumbling. He beamed in pride as he took off again. Izuku sat in the passenger seat with Nim driving to his mate's home. While he did trust Nim,
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.